Do you know what was bad? The sequel trilogy. Like, so bad, some people started entire YouTube channels just to explain how it could have been better. Just in case you're still coping saying, well, some of the movies were good, let me help you out realizing that no, they were all bad. Force Awakens starts off with a giant evil ship blocking out our view of the sun. That's the first shot. The first shot and the entire trilogy is already ruined. Because this shows that nothing that happened in the original trilogy mattered. There's still an evil empire, they're still super powerful, in fact, they might even be more powerful. So thanks for nothing, Han, Luke and Leia, and screw you, George Lucas. I'm not complaining that we don't get an unalloyed happy ending, obviously that would be boring, but the issue is that the situation we're shown in episode 7 isn't identifiably different from an alternative scenario where the rebellion completely failed in the original trilogy. I don't care if you found some of the fights exciting or you thought the characters were cool. I liked Finn, I liked Poe, I'm not a misogynist so I liked Rey. But the story massively matters for a fantasy adventure series, and the story was crap. Just rehashed and redundant. At least The Last Jedi was different, you know, switched things up, subverted some expectations and challenged some tropes. Personally, I don't care about all the controversial decisions, I actually think those were quite interesting. But thematically it didn't really make much sense because the point was supposed to be that sometimes going behind people's backs, subverting authority and being a maverick isn't actually the best strategy. Which could be great if the overall message was that teamwork is what's most important, that the resistance will win by working together instead of just relying on the handful of main characters to fix everything. But they actually just achieved this message by having Finn and Rose act like complete idiots, and the plan would have worked perfectly if they weren't morons. I mean, I think that Rian Johnson is a way more talented filmmaker than J.J. Abrams, and I would genuinely be interested to see how he would handle an entire trilogy to himself. Because even if you liked The Last Jedi, you'd still have to say that it's not very good within the context of the trilogy, where both films either side of it were operating on a completely different filmmaking philosophy. Because The Rise of Skywalker, it's so bad. It's so bad that it managed to unite everyone in hating it. Those who hated The Force Awakens, those who hated The Last Jedi, and the alpha males like me who hated both of them. In fact, I was kind of worried that The Rise of Skywalker would be good because then I'd just be left with a good film that I still have absolutely no interest in because it's concluding a story that I hate the first 2/3 of. Fortunately, I needn't have been worried because, well, everyone's already explained why this film is so bad. It's actually the only Star Wars film that I've rated a 1 out of 10 because it's kind of gross, like it offends me.
I don't want this!
The way it tries to present itself as if it's super epic and climactic and has serious stakes. How dare this film act like anyone gives a crap? How dare it? And this is where we were at when Disney decided to release Star Wars TV shows. So the question is, considering how crap the sequel trilogy was, were any of these TV shows actually any good?
You ain't gonna Disney Plus me. I ain't getting no Disney Plus.
So just for the record, I'm going to be talking about 7 seasons of TV in this video. The first 3 seasons of The Mandalorian, The Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi, The Acolyte, and then we'll finish with the first season of Andor as I've lined up the release of this video to coincide with the release of Andor Season 2, like a shrewd YouTuber. But obviously when talking about an entire TV series holistically, it would be good to organize my points into specific observations. And I thought I should start by making it clear, The Mandalorian Season 1 is good. It's good TV, I enjoy it, well done. Which is insane because usually TV would be considered less prestigious than the big screen, and considering how terrible the films had been, you'd think this would be crap, but no, they managed to come out swinging. I mean, I guess it's how it always is, people get cocky. Disney thought there's no way that a Star Wars sequel trilogy on the big screen could be bad, so they didn't try to make it good. Meanwhile, they probably didn't expect a random TV show about a previously unheard of character coming from a group that only Star Wars nerds would know about in the first place would be liked by anyone, so the creators of the show had something to prove. I mean, not to give away my feelings too much in advance, but a good rule of thumb for these Star Wars TV shows is that the more well-known the main character is, the worse the show will be. But yeah, I guess having just mentioned the main character, there's no point waiting around. We've got 7 seasons of TV to cover here, so let's start talking about The Mandalorian. Mando Mando's opening scene is genuinely fantastic. Like, for those who don't remember, it starts off with this poor guy getting harassed by some thugs in a bar, and then Mando walks in and saves this guy by beating up the thugs, and it shows that he's a competent fighter who can handle himself in a rough environment, but it also suggests that he's some sort of hero who just saved this guy. And that's why it's such a twist when it's revealed that actually he's there to collect the bounty on the guy he just saved. It's so good because you could just have a character say, hey Mando, you're a really cold-hearted guy who only cares about doing your job and not protecting vulnerable people. But instead we have the show inclining us to make an assumption and then reversing it so that the contrast makes this characterization even clearer, while this is still perfectly natural within the context of the show. And then obviously throughout the show we have examples of Mando showing himself to be this hardened bounty hunter who's quite cold to the world and is mostly just about getting the job done. There are some cracks in this, like I've always found it weird that during the prison heist episode he leaves all of the people who betrayed him alive at the end. But of course this takes place after he's met Grogu, and that is indeed the complication for his characterization. Given how well the show sets up the type of character he is early on, how much sense does it make that his disposition significantly changes based on his relationship with Grogu? So basically early on he's all about his work, but the work is drying up, so he takes this special assignment from a shady customer who wants him to bring the bounty to them. It is fun that the only thing we're told about the target is that he's 50 years old, and therefore it's a nice twist when we find out that Grogu is actually a baby because he's from a species that ages much slower than humans. But that's the point, right? The bounty is a baby Yoda, the cutest character in the whole history of Star Wars media. So the question is, how does Mando handle the situation where he's picked up this super cute baby, but the people he has to bring that baby to are really shady and they don't care if the baby dies, showing that they clearly don't have his best interests at heart. The bounty hunters guild that he works for has a strict policy that says, if you take a job, then you do that job, no questions asked, meaning that developing sentimental feelings for the target is completely out of the question. And obviously so far, Mando's been characterized in a way completely consistent with that. When he saves that guy at the start, it's not because he has any affection or feelings towards him, he's just a bounty and now he needs to be taken in because that's the job. We could probably infer that Mando has in fact brought many people in for shady characters, and these people have possibly then gone on to be tortured and killed. But you may be shocked to hear that this TV show isn't about a bounty hunter who finds a baby, takes it to be killed by a bunch of evil scientists, and then just goes about on the rest of his day. No, obviously Mando needs to have a change of heart and decides that he wants to take care of the baby, but how can they possibly make that character switch feel natural? I mean, especially since this is apparently a world where some people are perfectly content to look at this cute baby and then immediately punch it in the face. I appreciate the token effort to characterize the stormtroopers, but Baby Puncher isn't what I'd consider a nice three-dimensional, well-drawn, morally nuanced character. Anyway, so how do they make Mando suddenly going soft make sense in a way that doesn't undermine the other aspects of his character? The first thing is that Grogu saves Mando's life using the Force. Not only does this show to Mando that there's something special about this baby, but it also gives him a bit of a life debt. And this is complicated by the fact that while Mando is a member of the Guild, which has its strict no asking questions, just do the job rule, he's also a member of a separate religious order called the Mandalorians. And they do have a strong conception of the importance of honor, with Mando at one point saying that he can't accept the kudos for a kill that Grogu helped him with because that would be dishonorable.
It wasn't a noble kill. I was helped by an enemy.
Why would an enemy help you in battle?
It did not know it was my enemy.
And there are a few moments where "this is the way" is given as a reason for why Mando should help Grogu out. And then finally, there's the fact that Grogu is a child, and Mando was basically misled when he was told that the target was 50 years old, when if he'd known that developmentally the child is more equivalent to a human 1-year-old, he probably wouldn't have accepted the job in the first place. I imagine that a lot of hardened bounty hunters would second guess their career choices if they suddenly found out that their target was a baby, especially since something that that's established about Mando through a series of flashbacks is that he was orphaned as a child and was almost killed himself until he was saved by the Mandalorians. So now he is a Mandalorian, it makes sense that he might want to return the favor, karmically speaking, and save a child himself. So that's just two aspects of Mando's character, his cold bounty hunter attitude and his paternalistic willingness to take care of Baby Yoda. But just those two aspects show how the TV show did such a good job establishing a nuanced and dissonant characterization that's nonetheless coherent and well realized. And it's not as if he switches on a dime. Throughout the season, we get examples of him seeming quite cold and not having too many reservations about killing people, but we also see examples of him starting to let down his guard and be a bit more emotionally vulnerable at points. But again, the key point is it all feels very real, and that's what makes the show great. We're following Mando, or Jin Darin to use his real name, and he feels like a real person. We'll probably just call him Mando from now on though. We do have 2 more seasons left to talk about Mando's characterization, so I'm happy to keep the focus somewhat limited here, but there is one other aspect I want to focus on because it gets the biggest character arc of this season, which is his attitude towards droids. So right away we're told that he doesn't like droids, he refuses to work with them because he doesn't trust them. I mean, it's not hard to get opportunities to communicate that characterization because droids are everywhere in Star Wars. In episode 1 we get a really great mini story about his relationship with droids when he meets up with this bounty hunter IG unit and he decides to make a deal with IG to split the bounty by working together. So they actually do kind of help each other out, and Mando is at least pragmatic about the utility of working with the droids in some situations even if he doesn't entirely trust them. But when they first encountered the target, Grogu, the baby, Mando obviously has a normal human sense of affection and a reluctance to kill him. Meanwhile, IG, the cold, soulless assassin droid, has no such reservations and immediately goes to kill the baby, whereupon Mando then shoots it. So yeah, makes sense, Mando hates droids, and in the first episode we have an example of him seeing a droid go to kill a baby like it's nothing. There's also another droid later on played by Richard Ayoade in a surprisingly non-comedic role, where again, as soon as he encounters a baby, his immediate reaction is to go and kill it, and again, Mando has to save the day by shooting the droid first. Over a series of traumatic flashbacks that recur until the final season, we find out that the reason Mando was orphaned is that his home was attacked by battle droids. Although you'd think many people would have experienced being attacked by battle droids, they're literally called battle droids. So really, Mando's nothing special and he should just get over it. Anyway, I do actually have a criticism of Mando's attitude towards droids, and it is a criticism that I expressed in a video over a year ago. And rather than just repeating all that stuff, I might as well just include it as a clip here. Warning, my microphone and delivery was a lot worse back then, but at least I cared a lot more about the visual editing so it looks nice, as opposed to now when I've realized it's much easier to just deliver the lines to a camera.
One thing set up in The Mandalorian is that Mando hates droids. It's, I think, one of the first things we find out about him in terms of characterization. And when this was first communicated, I thought, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I've watched a lot of Star Wars over the past few months, and something I can't help but notice is how often droids are a liability for whatever side they're on. For the simple reason that it's incredibly easy to reprogram a droid, and it's very difficult to detect if a droid has been compromised. In Rogue One, the fact they have a reprogrammed Imperial droid makes things so much easier for them. They have a droid that they can guarantee will be absolutely loyal to them, since it's programmed to be loyal to them, but they also have complete credibility in the eyes of the Empire.
I can blend in. I'm an Imperial droid.
Because the Empire have no way to know it's been compromised. So it makes sense that anybody who's an intelligent and tactically minded person wouldn't trust a droid. Unless you have your eyes on a droid 24/7, you can't guarantee that it hasn't been captured and reprogrammed. If you have a droid and that droid is out of your sight for more than a few hours, then for all you know, your enemies have captured it and it's been compromised. Maybe they've given it a trigger word so that as soon as it hears the trigger, the droid will turn on you. Maybe this is part of their plan to take you down. Certainly you couldn't trust a droid that you just randomly met, even if it was a type of design that's usually associated with a side you can trust. The entire concept of an Imperial droid is a bit stupid within the context of Star Wars, because all you're doing there is creating a false sense of security, by allowing people to believe that a droid isn't going to betray them because they recognize the design. Now, it might make sense to imagine that there'd be some way to detect rogue programming, but if that did exist, then we've never seen it, and certainly the Empire would use it, because rogue programming would be such an obviously exploitable flaw. Everybody talks about how the Empire should have just put some grating over the exhaust port.
Whoa, that sounds like a pretty big design flaw there.
Because it's just so easy for a rebel to fly along this massive trench and make a perfectly accurate shot while being fired on by TIE fighters. But what about these little mouse droids? What if when Luke and Han snuck onto the Death Star, they just released a few of those with programming telling them to crawl into the main reactor and then self-detonate? Is anybody scanning this little mouse droid to make sure they haven't been reprogrammed? Is anybody making sure they haven't been fitted with equipment to sabotage the base? I mean, if nothing else, you could use them to scurry around the base, scanning things and giving you a full blueprint of the battle station. And the key point here is how different this is than with human beings. Firstly, if a human being is loyal to a cause, that might be because they sincerely believe in that cause, and you can't just effortlessly change somebody's entire worldview. So every time you try to recruit somebody to betray their cause, you face the very real possibility that they might betray your conspiracy, and you have no guarantee that they won't pretend to help you, make you think everything is fine, and then betray you in the end. And of course, the more people you try to recruit to this mass betrayal, the less likely it is to succeed. Of course, none of these issues exist for droids. Droids have no loyalty that can't be programmed out of them. Droids have no reason to betray or go against whatever they've been programmed to do, and there's no reason given to think that reprogramming a droid isn't incredibly easy and something that could easily be done on a mass scale. The irony in all this, of course, as you might be thinking, is that despite Mando's distrust of droids being what sent me down this thought process, Mando himself is skeptical of droids for literally the exact opposite reason. I'm saying the issue is that droids can so easily be reprogrammed. Mando's stated reason for distrusting droids is instead that they can't change their programming. He's like, hey, this droid is a battle droid, so will always be a killer no matter what. But no, that's not how this works. We've never seen a reprogrammed droid in Star Wars spontaneously revert back to its original programming. On the contrary, it seems that changing a droid's programming permanently is quite trivial. So yeah, Mando's reason for disliking droids is pretty stupid. I know it's emotional based on trauma, so he has an excuse for being illogical and falsely believing it, but it's definitely an irrational concern based on what we've seen in Star Wars. But the thing is, it sort of had to be an irrational concern, because what if Mando had actually said, I don't trust droids because they can easily be compromised by being reprogrammed at any point and you wouldn't have any real way of knowing? We'd have to wonder, why hasn't anybody else realized that? Why hasn't the Empire ever realized that?
So as you can hear, my basic criticism is that Mando's issue with droids is the exact opposite of what would make sense. Droids have no emotions, no convictions, no souls, no nothing. As such, they can be programmed to believe and to do whatever the last person who programmed them wants them to do. That is a legitimate reason to fear droids, but Mando's reason is the exact opposite, as his concern is that droids can't change their programming.
That droid was designed to kill things. I don't care how much wiring he replaced, it goes against its nature.
Droids don't have nature. That's the whole point. They're manufactured. It's not a problem for a character to have an irrational fear, but the problem is that a lot of Mando's characterization hinges on him warming to droids, which is much less impactful when his distrust of them was illogical in the first place. See, basically what happens is, towards the end of the series, Mando discovers that the IG droid he killed in the first episode has now been reprogrammed, and its new function is to serve as a nurse droid to protect the baby. And then we see this droid prove itself to be quite heroic, and it actually gets characterized fantastically. Like, we're almost instantly endeared to IG because he's awesome. The way he just goes ham on those bike troopers who have captured Grogu, and then he rides into town and he shoots all the other stormtroopers. But then they also managed to make the story of this IG unit emotionally compelling, despite the fact that he only appears in 3 episodes, the first of which he's unambiguously a villain, and the second of which he's not really that present. So this final episode is really well written in that with just 2 small moments, it's able to turn IG into this really likable, emotionally compelling character. The first is when Mando is injured and they need to remove his helmet in order to help him. him, but the Mandalorians have a rule that says they can never remove their helmet in the presence of another living person. So at first he resigns himself to the fact he's going to die and he tells everyone else to just leave without him and he'll just accept his fate. However, once everyone's gone, IG points out that he's not a living person. So Mando could remove his helmet in his presence and then the droid would be able to help him. What's great is that this moment feels so organic, but it functions so perfectly as an emotional catharsis, because here we have Mando putting his trust in a droid as his life is in that droid's hands, the droid then healing him, and also this is the first time that we ever see Mando's face, and it's from the perspective of a droid. It's just such a great piece of emotional symmetry that this moment where Mando is massively humanized because we're able to see his face for the first time is also a moment where a droid is humanized in his eyes. Now, the second moment is when IG self-destructs in order to save Mando by taking out his enemies. I must admit, the first time I watched this show and we saw in the first episode that IG has the ability to self-destruct, the first thing I thought was, well, that's probably going to be incorporated later when he self-destructs in order to save Mando's life, and that's going to change Mando's attitude towards droids. Well, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Honestly, the whole conversation around it kind of reminded me of Terminator, especially when they're talking about the droid having a particular mission.
What is your mission? To ensure the survival of John Connor.
The thing is, if I'm being honest, this is no Terminator.
I know now why you cry, but it's something I can never do.
I think they did a really good job with IG's character in this episode, but considering that earlier that day, Mando was completely convinced that droids are just heartless, soulless monsters who can't be trusted on anything, they get way too full on with him being emotionally invested in the fate of this droid.
No, we need you.
There's nothing to be sad about. I've never been alive.
I'm not sad.
Yes, you are. I'm a nurse droid. I've analyzed your voice.
Like Mando's there trying to talk IG out of sacrificing himself as if he's like, I couldn't go on without you. I think it would have been more realistic if he was just like, alright, thanks IG, do what you need to do. But then he came away from that with a newfound appreciation for the potential loyalty of droids. Anyway, goodness me, I just spoke about droids for a long time there, but it was, to be fair, the biggest arc of this season. I'm just glad that Michael from a year ago was there to pick up some of the slack. Anyway, let's talk about some of the other characters, of whom there are not that many with any huge significance, so I might just rattle them off. One of the more prominent characters is this guy who's in charge of the Bounty Hunters Guild that Mando is working for. He's quite morally gay. He's not morally gay, he's morally grey, you idiot, you stupid moron. One of the more prominent characters is the guy who runs the Bounty Hunters Guild that Mando works for. He's quite morally gay. Nope, that's how I didn't even sub, I just committed to it there. Right, here it comes. One of the more prominent characters is the guy who's in charge of the Bounty Hunters Guild that Mando works for. He's quite morally grey in that initially he decides to go after Mando because he's broken the rules of the guild and basically becomes an enemy of him. But then later on he ends up becoming more of an ally after he gets annoyed at the Empire showing up in his territory. The one thing I didn't like is that initially he was planning on betraying Mando again, but then he decides to change his mind and ends up betraying his own henchmen. There's a point at which once you start compounding betrayals on top of betrayals, the character becomes uninteresting because you have no idea what their actual motivations are. There's also this guy called, I think, Cool, like the way that an Australian person would say cool. Cool. What's fun about him is that he ends every sentence with I am spoken, which is a nice bit of world building about his specific race and culture. Overall, he's a very nice, helpful guy. You could say that he's cool. And he's very small, which makes it very sad when he dies eventually. There's also Gina Carano, who is fine. I guess she's a bigot or something, so she's cancelled now. I didn't really follow that. I just know that she's been cancelled, so we don't like her anymore. In all seriousness, I wouldn't say there's anything to particularly like about her character, but there's nothing to dislike about her that makes her really annoying either. I would say that the show actually has no bad characters. There are also a few one-off characters from episodes, like that lady on Tatooine who works as a mechanic, and she's kind of gruff, but with a heart of gold. And then there's a Bill Burr cameo. I'll admit I do really like Bill Burr, so I just enjoy seeing him in anything. But that's it, right? I mean, that's all the main characters. I'm not really missing anything there. I mean, okay, I guess obviously there's Moff Gideon, but, well, actually, alright, it's probably better if I talk about him as I move on to the next section. See, the thing about TV shows is that they're long. They're much longer than movies. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm going to end up watching more media over the course of this review than I have done for when I've reviewed all of the Oscar movies or the first half of the Disney filmography, because I was watching dozens of films then, whereas here I am only watching 7 seasons. But one thing's for certain, if you have a really great 2-hour movie and then you decide to turn that into an 8-episode TV show, you have potentially just made it worse, because now you have to bulk it out with a load of filler. The thing about this show is that there's a lot of episodes where Mando has a problem, and the reason he has that problem is just so that solving that problem can function as the plot for that episode. You first notice this in episode 2, when they really could have just skipped to episode 3, with Mando showing up with Grogu and handing him over to the clients. But instead, oh no, Mando discovers his ship has been destroyed, so now he has to go over to the Jawas to get his stuff back. But they refuse to give him his parts back unless he does something for them and goes and retrieves an egg from this huge monster. Now, to be fair, this episode isn't completely pointless. Obviously, next episode, Mando is going to put his life and livelihood on the line in order to rescue Grogu. Therefore, it's worth giving them an extra episode together so that Mando can become more emotionally attached to him in that time. And this episode does feature the first time that Grogu uses the Force, which is obviously the thing that makes Mando think, hey, there might be something special about this kid. The problem is that a really great TV show should be able to have these important character moments while also having a plot that feels like it's advancing the story and moving things forward instead of just wheel spinning. Then, in episode 4, Mando realizes that he needs to find a safe place to lay low, but the villagers in this place he goes to are being terrorized by an AT-ST, so he has to help them out in exchange for being allowed to stay with them. By the way, it's really funny that they try to make AT-STs seem really intimidating in this jungle environment when we know the last time they were seen in an environment like this, they were taken out by a bunch of teddy bears. Either way, episode 4 was actually the only episode where I found myself starting to feel a little bit bored, because obviously nothing here matters loads in terms of advancing the overall plot. Then there's episode 5, which starts with him being chased by another bounty hunter who's working for the guild, but his ship gets damaged, so now he has to land on Tatooine to get it fixed. But oh no, it looks like he doesn't have any money, so now he's gonna have to go do some work to get the money. This specific adventure is interesting. He meets up with this new bounty hunter who's trying to get into the guild, and the thing he has to do to get into it is take out this really, really dangerous criminal. They take her out together, but while Mando goes off to do something else, the target is able to entice the rookie into trying to take out Mando instead, because he's the one who is being pursued by the guild, which makes him a far more valuable target. The coolest moment here is when she kind of realizes that he's actually being persuaded by what she's saying, so she leans in for him to undo her cuffs, and then he just shoots her dead in cold blood, saying, well, if Mando's the valuable one, then I don't need you. It's a nice twist because we were introduced to him as this rookie who's maybe not even comfortable with the fact he's going to have to kill people, and then we suddenly see him on a dime turn into this cold, calculating killer, and that's intrinsically captivating. But it is a bit stupid logically from his perspective, because prior to that point he was only able to take down the other woman with Mando's help, and now he's going to try to take down Mando on his own. Honestly, it might have been better if they hadn't rushed through this plot and instead had this character be around for a few episodes so he comes up with a more elaborate scheme to take Mando down in a slightly more intelligent way. And then in episode 6, Mando goes to break this guy out of a prison. They never really explain why he does this, like there's not a specific thing he needs, it's just an unabashed side quest. But here he ends up being betrayed by the people he was working with, so he has to take all of them down while also dealing with the repercussions of having broken into a prison. The final twist here doesn't make any sense to me. Like, there must have been an explanation, but I guess I just missed it. See, at one point, this guard activates a homing beacon that will summon a load of Republic ships that will come along and then destroy whatever the target is. This establishes a time pressure because they've only got 20 minutes until the Republic ships show up, and then they'll all be blown up.
You have approximately 20 minutes.
Now, right away, I was thinking, well, obviously he's going to slip the homing beacon onto one of the people who betrayed him, and then they'll think that they've gotten away, but they'll get blown up. Get wrecked makes sense. Now, what's weird is he does that, but then he takes that person who he slipped the homing device on all the way back to their base in his ship, has a significant conversation with them, then leaves, and only then do the Republic ships show up and start blowing all the bad guys up. So that seems like a pretty long 20 minutes right there. I genuinely don't understand the timing there at all. Anyway, so the big takeaway here is that episodes 2, 4, 5, and 6 are all side quest episodes that don't do anything to advance the plot at all, and they're just Mando fixing problems that only arose in the first place within the context of those episodes. The actual plot itself only progresses in episodes 1, 3, and then the final 2. I don't think this is necessarily an issue. There are lots of TV shows where the average episode is just going to be a plot of the week thing, and any overarching plot is only going to be advanced in a handful of episodes each season. But I think it's just worth taking note of the fact that this is one of those shows where the plot is only advanced in half the episodes of this season, and I do think in this case that kind of counts against it. Mostly because there's so much stuff that we don't find out in this show yet, considering it's a whole season. I mean, we find out that Grogu can use the Force, but we don't see any of the characters appreciate the significance of this. Most of the time they're just confused by it. There's one vague mention of the Jedi, but none of them have even heard of the Jedi before. Like, this season isn't about Mando protecting one of the last few living Force users, it's just him protecting some random kid from his perspective, which means he's not aware of the wider context here. Speaking of the wider context, we never find out why Grogu was being held in that camp in the first episode, who was doing that, and I don't think we ever do find it out in the remaining seasons. You'd think that information would be important because what were these people doing? Were they protecting Grogu? Well, in that case, that sucks because I guess Mando just destroyed a whole load of potential allies. The bigger thing missing from this season, though, is that we find out very little about the villains and nothing about their plan. Obviously, we start off with this creepy guy played by Werner Herzog, who is a very good choice for a character like this, but he dies before we find out anything about what he's planning on doing. Then there's this science assistant Pershing who doesn't really have a major role. The only interesting thing about him is that he seems to, at the beginning, genuinely care about protecting the life of Grogu.
Please don't hurt him. It's just a child. Please.
And then there's Moff Gideon, who shows up at the end, and we find out that he's a war criminal, but we don't find out anything about his plans for the future of this story. I can't help but compare this to the British TV show Utopia, which is also about a shadowy organization that's planning on committing crimes against humanity through unethical experimentation, and in that show, we find out the entire plan of the bad guys in episode 5. And that's exciting because it means as we enter the final episode of that season, the characters know exactly what's at stake, whereas here, we don't really know what's at stake with Grogu. I mean, we can infer, based on the fact we know he's a Force user, that they probably either want to kill him or train him, but the characters, as I've already said, don't appreciate the significance of him being a Force user in the first place. I'll reiterate that I like the show overall, and I'm not suggesting that a show about a bounty hunter who does individual missions each episode and there is a small plot that advances slowly across the season would be an objectively worse format. I'm just saying that those episodes are filler, and you could get much more out of an 8-episode season in terms of story if you focused on the central conflict. Anyway, to reaffirm my overall enjoyment of the show, I will focus on a positive that you get from all these side quests, which is lots of action. Indeed, this show does action very well in that it's both exciting and over the top, but also really gritty. I think for the sake of keeping this brief but also structured, I'll just give a shout out to my action highlights from each episode. In the first episode, I do love the bar fight where we're first introduced to Mando's skills, but I do probably have to give the shout out to the final conflict where we see Mando and the droid infiltrate the base. Episode 2, I do love the way he just vaporizes those Jawas because it shows this guy is a cold-blooded killer. This ain't your grandma's Star Wars hero. Episode 3 has a whole load of crazy action scenes with Mando storming the research base and then getting attacked by all the other bounty hunters because he's broken the guild's rules. But my favorite moment is set up by the fact that Mando finds out that all the other hunters have been given a tracking fob to find the target, which he's very annoyed about. And then when he's walking away from the research research base, we cut back to the bounty hunter's bar and we see all of the bounty hunters reacting to the tracking device suddenly going off, and we realize that Mando is the new target and all of these bounty hunters are going to be coming after him. Insane. Like I say, the next episode was my least favorite and the big village fight was just fine. Episode 5, where he hunts that target with the rookie, my favorite moment is when they have to cross this valley that's being covered by a sniper, so they use flashbangs to temporarily blind the shooter. It's just nice to have a moment where some intelligent strategy allows the characters to succeed. Next is another highlight that I really seriously like, which is when Mando takes down the people who betrayed him in the prison. What I love about this is he kind of just turns into a slasher villain. Like, the episode just becomes a horror movie from the perspective of those who betrayed him as they're all hunted down. Again, this is great because he's not supposed to be an uncomplicatedly good hero. So having moments like this, where he just seems like a ruthless, relentless, merciless killer, works great. It's why it kind of sucks when you find out he didn't actually murder them in the end, but whatever. Now, from that highlight of episode 6, I must admit for episode 7, I'm actually going to pull the rug out from underneath you and include a lowlight, which is my least favorite action scene featuring the pterodactyls. To me, this just feels like such a pointless, unnecessary piece of action, and it's not helped that those who are killed are exclusively the nameless henchmen. And of course, the final episode is the climax and as such features a lot of exciting action, but in terms of choosing one, I've got to go for the shootout they have immediately after the IG unit first shows up. But yeah, the basic conclusion here is a lot of good action. Now, I've been talking for a while considering this is 1/7 of the video. To make it more tolerable for me, I'm going to script, record, and edit each section as I go along, and as such that means I'm not sure how much I'll have to say about the future seasons I'm going to be talking about. It would make sense that based on this being the first season, I've obviously had to introduce a lot here, and therefore I might not have quite as much to talk about for later seasons, so I can save some of my observations about the world building until then. I think I'll just split the difference and give a brief overview of some aspects of the world building I noticed here, and hopefully we'll be able to circle back to these points in the future seasons. So first of all, this is set after the fall of the Empire, and there are some hints about the fact that the New Republic might have quite limited power. This of course is terrible because it reminds me of the sequel trilogy, but to be fair, the idea in itself of the New Republic struggling is actually quite interesting. It's just the idea that the New Republic is literally completely powerless that makes the original trilogy feel pointless. There's a brief mention of the fact that the post-Imperial world is actually more anarchic, and as such the Empire was ultimately a force for good. But my big issue with the world building surrounding the Empire is a recurring issue I have with every single piece of Star Wars media, which is their apparent infinite resources. In this show, huge numbers of stormtroopers are killed, and yet the remnants of the Empire fighting for its return while it's supposedly on the brink of destruction seem completely unfazed. It just takes away from the significance of the Empire having been defeated if they're still able to exploit the spawn infinite stormtroopers glitch. The consequence of this is that whatever happens to the bad guys going forward will be kind of meaningless because I have no concept of what it would actually take for them to suffer a meaningful defeat. Anyway, so the rest of the lore concerns the Mandalorians and is again something I'm hoping to explore in more detail as I talk about the next 2 seasons. Firstly, we're told that the Empire did a great purge of Mandalore, and this is elaborated on in detail, but the basic summary is it is what it sounds like. This means that the Mandalorians are living in hiding, and we find out a lot of the details about their beliefs and customs. For example, they have foundlings who are vulnerable kids that are rescued and then trained in the ways of their order. They also have this system where they're paid in metal for the work that they do, and based on the metal that they earn, they can bring that to an armorer and get certain weapons and of course armor. It's implied that the metal in question, Beskar, is extremely valuable and near bulletproof, based on the fact that even just a small amount of it is used to pay for quite important jobs, and most of the Mandalorians we see don't seem to have very much metal armor at all. And the Mandalorians apparently function as a rival faction to the Jedi Knights. I've always liked the idea of a more complicated system than just the Jedi who are good and the Sith who are bad, so throwing the Mandalorians in there, who are clearly not presented as bad, but are nonetheless rivals to the Sith, adds a little bit of complexity and just makes the world feel more real and lived in. On that note, this also features force healing, which I do think it makes sense that force healing would be something that you can do, but episode 3 really should have closed the door on that, because it's clearly presented as if Anakin being able to save Padme Padme by healing her would be this incredibly difficult thing for him to do, and that's why he's tempted into the dark side, because he craves more power, and that doesn't really make any sense if anyone can just do force healing. It's almost as if after Anakin died, suddenly the universe was like, alright, time to make force healing really easy. Sorry Anakin, turns out you could have just saved Padme super easily and you didn't need to become a Sith at all. And speaking of implications for the prequel trilogy, at one point Bill Burr makes a joke about the Mandalorian being a Gungan under his mask and punctuates this by doing a Jar Jar Binks impression.
Maybe he's a Gungan. Is that why you so don't want to show your face?
Is that really how I'm going to end this? I guess so. I really don't want to talk about season 2 for less than I spoke about season 1, because that could give the impression that I'm putting in less effort as I go along, and by the time I reach Andor, I'll just be like, it was good. Goodbye. Now, while it did in fact take slightly longer to script and edit the previous segment than I thought it would, and that's while I already had an already recorded and edited clip taking up 5 minutes, the fact is, even if I had infinite time to talk about season 2, I still wouldn't have very much to say about it short of intentionally bloating it with unnecessary stuff I don't need to say. Because I think it would be fair to say that this season is very much setting up things for the future. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, it makes me excited for the next season. But when you're talking about things season by season, it makes it much harder to talk about what happened in this season when so much less of it is actually brought to a resolution. While season 1 started off introducing the plot right away, the first 2 episodes of this season are complete side quests. Indeed, much like the mid-season episodes of season 1, some overarching goal here is just given as an excuse for why Mando needs to complete various tasks for people. He's looking for other Mandalorians after the covert was destroyed in the previous season, but everyone who can provide him information about that wants something done for them in return. So first of all, he heads to Tatooine and he meets this sheriff wearing Boba Fett armor, but Mando decides it needs to be repossessed as it's the rightful heritage of the Mandalorian people. And then, like I say, the guy's like, well sure, but first of all, you have to do something for me. There's this giant sandworm thing, which they call a crate dragon. This is very derivative of Dune, but I guess it makes sense to have some kind of giant monster that lives in the sand if you're doing a science fantasy in the desert. But yeah, as a side quest it's fine. The one thing I will take note of is that their plan is to put some explosives under the dragon's track so they can blow it up from underneath, and they carry these explosives on the back of a bantha. Now, based on the fact we've already seen this monster eat a bantha before, I immediately thought, well, wouldn't it make sense to put a load of explosives around one of the banthas, use it as bait so the monster eats it, and then blow it up from the inside? But instead they massively draw out the fight by first of all trying this way less effective strategy, and then they just end up deciding to do the obvious thing anyway on the fly. I don't know, it just seems kind of dumb how obvious that was as an immediate solution, and kind of like they were just wasting time before that. Speaking of wasting time, in the next episode, Mando is told that someone can take him to the Mandalorians, but first of all, he's got to do them a favor. In this case, it's to help this amphibian woman transport her eggs to their nesting planet or whatever. And basically what happens is he gets pulled over by some X-Wing pilots, but he anticipates that maybe some of his past actions would mean he'd be in trouble with them, so he decides to run away instead. And then he ends up crash landing on this ice planet, and honestly, this episode is kind of depressing. Like, it's just this poor innocent mother slowly freezing to death along with her babies while Mando tries to fix what's wrong with the ship. Even the cute aspect of Grogu constantly eating things is made depressing here by the fact that it's him eating this poor woman's babies. I mean, it's still cute, but come on. Anyway, this episode does eventually get more exciting than depressing and kind of terrifying as they discover this cave filled with giant alien spiders who chase them. And then they get incredibly lucky because the only reason they survive at all is because the X-Wing pilots happen to circle back, find them, and then shoot the spiders in order to rescue them. And this kind of makes the episode feel even more pointless in retrospect because they then say to Mando, hey, we know you've done some bad stuff, but we're gonna let you off this time, so he might as well have just gone with them in the first place. By the way, I say that they rescue them, they actually leave before they confirm whether Mando is actually going to be able to pilot the ship considering all of the damage it's taken. Which does make me imagine an alternative scenario where Mando isn't able to get the ship up and running after they leave, and then those X-Wing pilots just find out later on that that guy that they thought they rescued ended up just freezing to death at the bottom of that icy chasm alongside an innocent woman and her unborn children because they couldn't be bothered to wait around for 5 minutes to make sure that they would actually be able to leave in their ship. I don't dislike either of these episodes, even though I have substantial criticisms of them. They're just weird within the wider context of this season, where all the other episodes are advancing significant plot threads. Meanwhile, the plot would be completely unchanged if neither of these two episodes existed, except for the small detail of Mando finding out about Boba Fett's armor. We don't even get any significant character stuff with Mando in these episodes. Obviously, in the last season, we had some significant character development centered around his relationship with droids, his relationship with Grogu, and his general hardened demeanor. Well, here, the droid stuff is completely wrapped up.
May as well let them have at it. The crest needs a good once-over.
Oh, so he likes droids now.
And by this point, he clearly likes Grogu, and he just keeps liking Grogu. I mean, obviously, in spending more time together, they get closer, but we're at a point of diminishing returns now, where most of the relationship building has already been established in the first season. One thing that they do maintain, which I am a very big fan of, is that he still remains pretty ruthless in this season. They don't completely neuter him of any moral complexity in order to make him more sympathetic. No Greedo shooting first here. But yeah, this isn't a character study in the way that season 1 could be credited with being. He's way more stagnant here. And that's why I'm more critical of these earlier side quest episodes, and why I'm very happy that at least the rest of the season is focusing much more on advancing certain plot threads. Although for some reason they didn't want to just commit to having one plot, so I've been able to identify 4 distinct plot threads that are interwoven throughout the remaining 6 episodes. And I guess it makes sense to start off with episode 3, which opens with Mando's quest to find more Mandalorians. At first I was expecting another fetch quest because someone says, hey, I can take you where the Mandalorians are, but it'll cost you. So I was expecting him to have to go find something or do something for them just so that they can take him to someone else who's also probably going to want something done for them in return for information. But instead, the people just decide that they're going to betray him, so they try to kill him by throwing him into a cargo hold with a sea monster that they're transporting. I don't really know why they did this, because it turns out there are Mandalorians around, meaning that their information was accurate and therefore valuable, and therefore you'd think they'd be better off just making a deal. Instead, the other Mandalorians just show up, rescue Mando, and then kill all the pirates. And this is where it gets interesting. See, we basically discover that the Mandalorian religion is divided into 2 sects, what I'm going to call Orthodox Mandalorians and Reformed Mandalorians. And in this context, those qualifiers mean the same things they do for Judaism. One sect takes their religion very seriously and is all about doing things the old traditional way, while the other sect is much more lax about following the rules. And this real-world religious division is paralleled in this science fantasy by their respective attitudes towards removing your helmet. Yes, Mando freaks out when he sees these supposed Mandalorians casually removing their helmet as if it's nothing. Now, thematically, there is some stuff to explore here about religious zealotry and the importance of following traditions, which I'm not going to even pretend the show explores in depth. In terms of world building, obviously this adds another dimension to this specific culture, which I do appreciate, and we also find out some more details about their backstory. But the plot is that there's this woman, Bo-Katan, who is one of these reformed Mandalorians, and she wants to get this special weapon called a Darksaber, which she says will give her the ceremonial authority to retake Mandalore. Which on a surface level is kind of interesting, because you'd think that the people who care less about tradition and strict adherence to the rules would be the last ones to concern themselves with getting a ceremonial weapon in order to have the religious authority to reclaim their ancestral homeland. But I don't know, maybe the Jewish parallels apply here as well, because apparently it's the Orthodox Jews who are more likely to oppose Zionism because they believe that Jews returning to the homeland should wait until the Messiah comes. So again, there's some interesting nuance to explore there. Maybe those who care less about religious tradition would care more about reclaiming the land and reinstating the government structure. But they don't really explain why it is that Bo-Katan can't make an, as it were, secular appeal to why she should be the one to lead this retaking of their homeland. But yeah, this all gets complicated complicated because apparently the Darksaber is like the Elder Wand from Harry Potter, where it only counts as you being the one who possesses it if you disarm and defeat in combat the previous person who possessed it. And again, this woman who doesn't care very much about tradition is nonetheless clearly very bothered by the fact that she hasn't won this ceremonial weapon in the right way. Moff Gideon tries to exploit this by suggesting that she should fight Mando after Mando ends up being the one in possession of the Darksaber, but fortunately they're not idiots and they realize that this is a problem that can be solved after they've dealt with the more immediate concerns. And indeed, this is where this specific plot comes to an end for this season. Bo-Katan wants to reclaim Mandalore, but she lacks the authority to do so. I have seen season 3 before, but I can't entirely remember it. However, I wouldn't be surprised if Bo-Katan ends up becoming a bit more of a villain, or at least morally grey. I mean, obviously she now has a problem with Mando based on the fact that he's the one who possesses the sword currently. On that note, she probably should have told him in advance the importance of to whom the sword is surrendered. Also, it's a bit weird that this sword is apparently super important and provides this ceremonial authority to do this thing, and yet Mando, who's from the strictest, most traditional branch of the Mandalorians, has literally never heard of it before. Doesn't really make much sense. I mean, how important can it actually be as a basis for wielding supreme authority if even just one Mandalorian hasn't heard of its significance before? Anyway, yeah, something about Bo-Katan just gives me the vibe that her single-minded obsession with reclaiming her homeland might become a corrupting influence in the future that could motivate her to do some pretty evil things. Free Palestine. Anyway, speaking of season 3, I also remember that Mando removing his helmet in the presence of other people does cause some controversies down the line amongst his very traditionalist, strict religious sect in which he was raised. And yeah, in some sense, his growing comfort with removing his helmet is a big deal in this season, but on the other hand, they kind of very much undercut the significance of it. I mean, firstly, he does remove it in the last season. Yes, that was in the presence of a droid, but it means that we, as the audience, have seen his face before. I recognize that him removing it in the presence of other people is actually the big no-no, but again, even that's not a big deal really, because we now already know that there exists a substantial proportion of Mandalorians who don't care about removing your helmet at all, and if anything, it's implied that Mando's sect is the minority.
And you are a child of the Watch.
The Watch?
Children of the Watch are a cult of religious zealots that broke away from Mandalorian society. Their goal was to re-establish the ancient way.
So sure, it might suck that he's going against the dogma of the specific sect in which he was raised and to which he's heretofore been loyal, but it is pretty convenient that he's only having to do this immediately after he's found out there is a large number of Mandalorians who literally don't care about this issue whatsoever. Overall, this whole Mandalorians reclaiming their home stuff is interesting. I mean, just the politics and the religion and the philosophy and the personalities that could be in conflict here would make an entire TV show about the Mandalorians reclaiming their homeland intrinsically interesting. So if I have a big criticism, I guess it's just that in this season we really don't get much information about this so far, and if we got more information that would be more interesting. Now, very much related to the presence of other Mandalorians is that this season features the return of Boba Fett. I'm not sure if this is the first confirmation of Boba Fett being alive in the official Disney canon. Obviously I know that before then there was the expanded universe where it was established that he was alive. Either way, for a normal person who doesn't read comics or watch cartoons for babies, the last time that we saw Boba Fett was in episode 6 when he appeared to have died. So Boba's back, isn't that exciting? The fan favourite character with no personality is mostly liked just because he looks cool. Boba Fett is an interesting character in a meta way, honestly. People liked him based on very little, and the last time we saw him he died looking like a complete idiot. There's no guarantee that people will continue to like him as his character actually gets explored in more detail, but we'll save that concern for the Book of Boba Fett. I will just use his apparent resurrection to complain about the fact that this season brings back several people in a way that honestly really bothers me. I mean, the only resurrection would be Fennec, the assassin lady who was shot and killed in Chapter 5. This just kind of sucks because her cold-blooded murder was one of the coolest moments from the last season. Also, if a character can survive being shot in the gut and then abandoned and left completely alone in the middle of the desert, then it kind of takes the stakes out of things going forward. But the resurrection that really bothered me wasn't actually a resurrection at all. Rather, it's just the return of the blue-skinned guy that Mando turned in for a bounty right at the start of season 1. I think it should be kind of obvious why that bothers me. My big praise of the beginning of this show is that it demonstrates how Mando is just someone who's happy to do his job, and he's just going to take someone in if they are a legitimate target, whether or not they seem sympathetic. That's obviously more powerful if after this guy is brought in, we never see him again, and of course it's significantly undermined if we instead have him showing up to be a secondary character in an episode just to let us know that he's fine, it's cool, no hard feelings, Mando. I mean, yes, Mando still has his moments, but overall, the show is lacking a lot of edge in this season. The grim, dystopian, impoverished bounty hunter planet where this story started is now totally gentrified, and they don't even do a side quest about how the people who used to live there have been priced out of renting their homes. I mean, Boba being alive is fine, I guess, because that's just undoing something from the original trilogy, and at this point Disney Star Wars has made the entire original trilogy completely irrelevant. The episode where we first find Boba's armor is a lot more like a western, which is appropriate because of course his spin-off is going to be much more of a western. People often describe the show Mandalorian itself as a space western, which I don't think is really accurate. I mean, just shooting people a couple of times does not a western make. Anyway, so Fennec and Boba kind of just end up becoming sidekicks to the Mandalorian in the context of this show, which could be quite annoying if you're a huge fan of those characters. It does mean that they don't have much of a plot here specific to them. They want to get Boba's armor, they do, even though it's his rightfully in the first place, they still decide that in return for Mando giving it to them, they'll help him out, and that's how they just become accessories for his plans going forward. Their big moment to shine is when they fight off all of these stormtroopers who are trying to capture Baby Yoda while he's using this Force Nexus to try and connect to all the other Jedi. Decent bit of action. I'll say now that the action in this season isn't as good as the first, or I don't know, maybe I'm just used to it so I'm not as impressed, but obviously for the first season I pointed out action highlights from almost every single episode. Here, at best, I could mention a handful of action scenes that I really liked, such as this one, but it's not really worth giving special attention to each individual action moment I liked, because for me, the action wasn't a huge strength of this season. So let's just move on to the next plot point, and this one is a little bit more substantial. Obviously, I complained that in the last season, we didn't really get a clear idea of what the Empire's plan was, so there wasn't too much reason to get excited. Well, here we actually have a whole episode where the main characters storm an Imperial base and discover that they're conducting some sort of experiment. They talk about how people have been dying because they've been rejecting the blood from a donor, and therefore they're going to need to get more blood from this donor. They also mention that they should only be experimenting on people with a reasonably high M count, and of course that's referring to midichlorians, which are introduced in The Phantom Menace.
I heard Yoda talking about midichlorians. I've been wondering, what are midichlorians?
It's heroin.
So with some really basic knowledge of Star Wars lore plus some common sense, you can work out for yourself at this point that clearly what they're trying to do is learn how to use Baby Yoda's blood in order to transfer Force powers to other people. It's not clear exactly how they're going to introduce this in a military application, like maybe their plan is to have some elite soldiers to whom they can give these Force powers to give them an edge, or maybe they're planning to go the exact opposite direction and give their grunt stormtroopers Force powers. There's this kind of funny line where Gina Carano says, "This is a laboratory," and she says it as if it's some kind of twist.
I thought you said this was a forward operating base.
I thought it was.
No, this isn't a military operation. This is a lab.
But the thing is, this is a giant Imperial facility on the very same planet where we know that last season the Empire was operating as part of their efforts to get Grogu, which we already know they were doing for some sort of scientific reason. It should have been pretty easy to put two and two together and think, maybe this giant Imperial facility on the same planet where there have been all these scientists trying to secure resources for these scientific experiments they want to do could be a science lab. What's kind of funny is despite all these experiments about harnessing the Force, the Empire then reveal a secret weapon that they have, and it has nothing to do with the Force whatsoever. These are the Dark Troopers, robotic troopers that are invulnerable to pretty much everything except for lightsabers, which isn't a huge vulnerability in a world where most of the Jedi have been killed. At first, I was thinking this is ridiculous because there are all of them in this holding facility, and Mando just ejects them into space, and I was like, That's anticlimactic. Fortunately, it's not so anticlimactic because they actually have the ability to fly through space, so they're able to travel back to the ship, but then they are just cut down like they're nothing when a Jedi shows up, so still pretty anticlimactic. And this is my huge issue of the Dark Trooper development. I mean, it's my issue with any of these expanded universe introductions of new super secret weapons that the bad guys are working on, because you think if they're constantly introducing all of these new weapons and they seem pretty powerful, why don't we see any of them in the sequel trilogy? Because there's really only two options here. Either these invulnerable troopers are super easy to produce, in which case we should be seeing them deployed in every battlefield because they would clearly have a massive advantage over regular troopers. In fact, oh wait, no, side note, there's this really stupid line from Moff Gideon where he says this.
These are third generation design. They are no longer suits. The human inside was the final weakness to be solved. They're droids.
But 30 years ago, the primary units used in battle were droids, and they weren't very good, which is why they were replaced by clones and then later on by human beings. But now this guy's saying, we finally found the secret to a perfect army. Just remove humans from the equation and replace them with droids. It's kind of like those tech bro billionaires who act like they've invented some super awesome high-tech solution to transport infrastructure, and it's literally just a train. So yeah, I don't see why these Dark Troopers would be particularly hard to manufacture, but if they aren't, then that would absolutely revolutionize battle. But let's suppose that they're not easy to produce. Let's suppose it actually took a huge amount of resources to produce even just this small number of soldiers. Well, in that case, losing them all here should be a massive loss, a crippling loss for the Empire in terms of their resources. Surely, you can't have it both ways. And yet, this is just me returning back to my constant gripe that we have no context for how powerful the Empire is and what level of loss would be considered a crippling loss for them. In this season, we see huge numbers of stormtroopers being killed, entire bases exploded, dozens of platoons worth of soldiers killed at one time. Where are all these guys coming from? Especially since some of these guys clearly aren't just mindless killers.
They're pirates. Shouldn't we fight?
I don't have a death wish. Do you?
If they have any sense of self-preservation, shouldn't there be way more moments where they decide to just not fight because they realize all hope is lost? Maybe they even switch sides. It's one of those situations where Star Wars is stuck between a rock and a hard place. The more effort put into making stormtroopers seem like real people, the harder it is to justify logically them behaving the way they do, or ethically killing quite as many of them get killed in a typical adventure. And it's especially unfortunate because I don't think that these shows need to show quite as many stormtroopers being killed as they do in order for it to still be exciting. It could still be exciting if the stormtroopers actually had intelligent tactics and tried to avoid dying. But whatever, sometimes it seems like I'm the only person who actually cares about how little sense the Empire makes from a world-building perspective, so I guess I'll just shut up about it. You know what, I feel kind of bad. I've been sort of negative about this season so far, when overall I do actually like it. It's just that it's much easier to point out specific criticisms than it is to substantiate just saying, you know, in general, it's a fun watch. But obviously I don't need to generalize it, and I can give special attention to something positive, and there's nothing better to do that for than my favorite episode so far, Chapter 15, The Believer. So in this episode we get the return of Bill Burr, and the only criticism I'll make is that it is kind of contrived and illogical that he's brought along. Like, why would Mando trust him when he's already betrayed him the only other time they've met? They have to make it so he has some kind of special code that he's able to use because he used to be part of the Empire, but it's not implied he was some super high up guy, so I would assume that there'd be lots of other defectors who would have similar information that could be used. But of course people like Bill Burr, so why not bring him back? I mean, I like Bill Burr, he's a great guy. He's in fact a great choice because in this episode he says some cynical things about Mando's religious beliefs and is also quite dismissive about the significance of the difference between the Republic and the Empire.
It's all the same to these people. Invaders on their land is all we are. I'm just saying, somewhere someone in this galaxy is ruling and others are being ruled. I mean, look at your race. Do you really think all those people that died in wars fought by Mandalorians actually had a choice? So how are they any different than the Empire?
Obviously, Bill's a very cynical comedian in general, and listening to this character talk about Star Wars politics doesn't feel very different from how you could imagine Bill would talk about real-world contemporary politics. Like, I'm sure this guy would go onto the Star Wars equivalent of Conan O'Brien and talk about how, really, when you think about it, is Princess Leia that different from Palpatine, as if he's talking about Hillary and Trump. In the middle of this episode is this great action scene where they're trying to drive this truck full of explosives to the Imperial base as part of their cover to get into it, but as they're doing that, they get attacked by pirates. The reason this scene is so great is because you have Mando fighting all of the pirates on top of the truck, but at the same time you have Bill Burr who's having to drive it, and he's having to kind of drive in this very controlled way even while all that stuff is going on, because if the explosives get jostled around too much, they might, explode. But yeah, what's really interesting is at the end we see some Imperial forces show up and push back the pirates, and we actually have a moment where our main characters are cheering for the Empire. There's an intrinsic emotional intrigue in getting a glimpse at what it would be like to be in a situation where the Empire has your back and you're the one getting attacked by rebel scum. Now, admittedly, they don't commit to this nuance too much. Eventually, Bill Burr ends up getting into an argument with this guy about whether or not it's appropriate for the Empire to be sacrificing so many lives, and Burr gets so angry that he ends up shooting the guy dead. So again, there's this tension where through the character of Bill Burr, we're inclined to sympathize with these soldiers who were just following orders.
We lost our whole division that day. Man, I was like 10,000 people.
Yep. All heroes of the Empire.
Yeah. And all dead.
But then immediately after that, we see these guys just murder a whole load of stormtroopers who maybe they were also just following orders. Maybe some of these stormtroopers might be the very same ones who helped them out and saved their lives when they were being attacked by pirates. It's the cake that Disney keeps on eating and yet nonetheless insists on having. Maybe stormtroopers can be redeemed. Maybe they're the biggest victims of the Empire. But also, there's no limit to how many stormtroopers can be just wasted like they're nothing in the interest of making for an entertaining action scene. Anyway, so in the end, Bill Burr, I actually can't remember the name of the character himself. I think he might be called Mayfeld, so be proud of me if I'm right about that. So basically, he shoots the explosives, blows up the base, and then they're like, hey, you really helped us out, so you know what? You're allowed to go free. We won't tell anyone, just go away, and we'll act as if you've served your debt to society. Which is kind of an insult to the Republic soldier to whose murder he was an accessory. I guess it's not just the Imperial grunts nobody cares about. This is also the episode where Mando takes off his helmet in front of other people, which is, of course, a big moment, although, like I say, it's less significant now we know that there are lots of Mandalorians who are perfectly comfortable doing that. If this really wanted to aspire to something more substantive and thematic, it maybe should have focused on the Mandalorian religion as a religion, and had Mando taking off his helmet be a result of a crisis in faith that he has. Instead, he just removes the helmet out of pure necessity. Like, if he didn't remove it, then he would have blown his cover, so what are you gonna do? Overall, though, this episode is just a whole load of fun, while also having some nuance in terms of characters and morality and world building. It's not perfect by any means, but it is my favourite episode of the show so far. Now, if you remember, the first season ended with Mando being tasked to return Grogu to his people. As such, if there is a singular plot that ought to be the focus for season 2, it would be Mando finding a Jedi to train Grogu. Now, as you probably picked up, there's also lots else going on here, but I think it's fair to say that this is the main focus. I mean, at the start, he's searching for the Mandalorians, and that's what he's doing all these side quests for, but as soon as he finds a Mandalorian, the first thing he wants to know is where can he find a Jedi? And since they make him help them with a mission in return for this information, you could say that the first 3 episodes are 3 separate missions Mando needs to do, all for the sake of eventually finding Ahsoka Tano, a surviving Jedi. And then episode 5 is almost entirely about the Jedi when we meet Ahsoka and we see Grogu getting his first proper Jedi training. This is also where we find out, by the way, that his name is Grogu, which is a bit silly because he is basically a baby, and I would personally say that a good rule of thumb is that if you find a baby and you take care of that baby, you get to name the baby. The baby doesn't get to tell you what its name is. It's a baby. We also find out that Grogu was raised during and can in fact remember the Clone Wars, which makes sense because he is in fact about the same age as Darth Vader, which is very interesting. It makes you wonder if they ever met each other while they were training, and maybe even trained together. In fact, it would be really cool if Anakin and Grogu Grogu, two really powerful Force users, were in fact born at the exact same moment. Anyway, so based on this trauma and also on his emotional attachment to Mando, Ahsoka concludes that she can't train Grogu, in fact she shouldn't train him, because she's seen firsthand, in the case of Anakin Skywalker, what it looks like when someone gets corrupted as a result of their emotional attachments. What's crazy is that despite this, she then says that she will train Grogu if Mando agrees to help her liberate this city from this tyrannical autocratic woman who's torturing the inhabitants. There's no real reason why this matters in the grand scheme of galactic conflicts. I guess it's just her personal passion project. Either way, Ahsoka then just goes back on this deal. I was like, nope, actually, I'm not going to train him anyway because I'm still concerned about him having had too many emotional attachments. But then she's also like, hey, maybe I can help you find another Jedi to train Grogu instead. But it's like, well, surely that still creates the exact same problem, because then he's still going to get trained as a Jedi and he could still end up becoming corrupted like Anakin did. This episode features one of my least favorite moments in the show, by the way. I've complained before about Star Wars villains not having any sort of survival instinct. Well, here, the evil woman who's in charge of the city has a henchman, and when it becomes clear that she's lost, you see him go to put his gun down. He's like, hey, you know, I realize that my side lost. Obviously, I'm not going to fight a losing cause. I surrender, whatever. And then he just decides to suddenly go to shoot Mando, and obviously he gets shot anyway and dies. And it's just like, why have him do that? Why have him behave completely suicidally like a moron when he could have just walked away and been fine? Isn't it more interesting when the characters in your show, especially a character-based show, actually behave like real human beings would? Anyway, so Ahsoka then mentions Admiral Thrawn, which sets up the Ahsoka TV show, which is like the only TV show I'm not reviewing here because I was like, no, 8 seasons of Star Wars would be excessive, and that's the one I felt least like talking about. It is interesting that they set up 2 spin-offs in this season though. Like, not only does this season leave a whole load of stuff unresolved for season 3, but it's even setting up stuff for entirely separate shows. How about just telling a complete story? Well, fortunately, the Jedi Master Plot does actually get brought to kind of a conclusion in this season. Grogu goes to this special Jedi place where he can reach out with the Force to try and connect with another Jedi to be his master, but because he's in this meditative state, he can't defend himself and ends up getting captured. And then there's the final big fight, go to rescue him, all that stuff. It is hilarious the way he's just throwing all those stormtroopers around with the Force, by the way. And then, like I've already said, they end up getting surrounded by these dark troopers who are invulnerable to everything except to a lightsaber. Well, we find out that Grogu's message in fact clearly did reach somebody because a Jedi shows up and saves the day. Luke Skywalker. In my view, he looks noticeably fake. Like, I don't think this is good CGI, but maybe that's just because my brain knows that Mark Hamill is quite old, and therefore there's no way this isn't CGI. Anyway, he offers to train Grogu, which is nice, and then we get a helmet reveal, which is really good because it's more than just about his religion, which I've already said I don't find particularly compelling. Instead, the significance of him removing his helmet here is more of an emotional one, because this is the first time that Grogu, to whom he's formed this very close attachment, is actually seeing his face. Honestly, you'd think they could have made this more of a tear-jerking moment, considering that these are 2 characters who've really grown to like each other and one's like a vulnerable child and now they might be separated. They could have made that really sad, and they don't. I mean, it's emotionally resonant, but it didn't destroy me. Part of the reason it's not that sad is that you don't really believe that Mando and Grogu aren't going to see each other much anymore and are really going their separate ways. They don't really sell you on that, so you don't feel like you actually have to mourn the ending of this relationship. Anyway, I'll close with an unambiguous positive. Grogu is even more cute in this season. I think it's because he's walking a lot more, which means he gets into even more adorable little scrapes. I also think it's an interesting choice to have this hyper-carnivorous creature be the cute one. I mean, it makes sense. Cats are obligate carnivores, and we find those very cute. I'm not sure what it is about human psychology that means we see these murdering creatures and we think, oh, little guy. Anyway, I don't feel like I really need to offer up a conclusion on these seasons, because pretty much the conclusion is just everything that I've already said in the review, but I will just say, in case this wasn't clear, I do think that this was worse than season 1. Now we'll see how it holds up in season 3. Right, so if you had a glance at the chapters in advance, you might have already noticed my error here. I'm looking at season 3 before I'm looking at the Book of Boba Fett. This wasn't an error in itself. I did this intentionally. I was more focused on the structure than the chronological order of when these series were released. I'm looking at Andor last, for example, because this video is being released in anticipation of Andor season 2, so it makes sense to end with that show. Likewise, I thought, well, structurally, it makes more sense to look at all of the Mandalorian seasons together and then look at the Book of Boba Fett. Now, you might already be aware, and if you're not, I'll tell you now, that the Book of Boba Fett has 1 or 2 episodes that are almost entirely focused on and significantly advancing the plot of The Mandalorian. And when I say significantly, I mean significantly, like really significant. So much so you'd be totally lost if you hadn't seen that show first. In my case, the first time I watched these shows, I did watch the Book of Boba Fett before season 3, but even then, it took me a while to remember what was happening. I went back to the last episode of season 2 to see if there was some sort of post-credit sequence I'd missed, and of course there wasn't. I guess they did this so that people would be forced to watch the Book of Boba Fett if they wanted to understand what was happening in The Mandalorian, and as such the two shows could feed off each other in terms of popularity, but it is pretty ridiculous. Just to ease you into how ridiculous it is, I'll start off with the smallest development, which is that Mando now has a new ship. So in season 2 his ship was destroyed. This was quite a significant development considering that his ship has been with him the whole time, and he has expended quite a bit of effort in the past to fix it, so clearly he had some investment in it. But yeah, whatever, in season 2 it got blown up, and I didn't even mention that in my overview of the season, but I was thinking in the back of my mind, how are they actually going to resolve this problem where he doesn't have a ship anymore? And I guess in the Book of Boba Fett there's a plot point where he gets a new ship. It's sort of like those ships that they had on Naboo, so I guess it might be related to that in terms of design. Speaking of design, I will say Bo-Katan's ship is awesome. The way it has 2 wings that spin independent of each other so she can do really complex maneuvers is actually really clever as a design feature. But anyway, yeah, it would be reasonable to think that if we've seen Mando's ship be destroyed in season 2 and then he's going to have a ship in season 3, that this would be something that's explained in season 3 instead of in between the 2 seasons. And this is the least significant plot point developed between these 2 seasons. Mando just has a totally new ship now and we're just supposed to accept that. By the way, since I'm addressing all these issues here in their absence, I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with them actually being in the Boba Fett show as well when I review that, but probably I'll only mention it if I have a specific problem with how they're handled. But the big question is whether it's a problem that all these significant plot points for The Mandalorian are resolved in between the 2 seasons. You might say, well, how bad can this be? I mean, yeah, sure, that ship thing seems kind of significant, but does it really get worse than that? Well, remember how season 2 was mostly about Mando trying to find a Jedi Master to train Grogu? Indeed, that's what he was told to do at the end of season 1. That was the hook for the next season. And at the end of season 2, Luke shows up and takes Grogu away to be trained. Remember I said this? Part of the reason it's not that sad is that you don't really believe that Mando and Grogu aren't going to see each other much anymore and are really going their separate ways. They don't really sell you on that. Now, I know I've said I've already seen this show before, but clearly I don't remember it that well. I was open to the idea that Mando would actually be traveling a lot on his own in season 3 and would just occasionally check in on Grogu to see how he's doing with his progress. No, Grogu is with Mando the whole time. In fact, he seems to have no interest at all in being a Jedi and is committed now to being a Mandalorian foundling. And to be absolutely clear, I'm not saying that this was something set up between the 2 seasons. What I'm saying is at the very start of season 3 in the first episode, there's already no suggestion of Grogu ever having been, and certainly none of him wanting to be, a Jedi. We can only assume, or in my case vaguely remember, that the entire plot of Grogu starting off his training to be a Jedi, becoming disillusioned with that and abandoning it in order to go off to be with the Mandalorian is resolved completely within the Boba Fett spin-off. You know, my sister recently got my mum some Baby Yoda pajamas as a present based entirely on thinking that the design was cute. Neither my mother nor my sister have ever seen The Mandalorian. They don't know anything about it. They got the pajamas just because they thought it was a cute design. And just to advance this slightly, my mother has also done almost the exact same thing with a present for my sister. Before my sister went to go work in Australia, my mum got her a pair of socks that said, "Joey doesn't share food," and she had no idea that this was a reference to the TV show Friends. Instead, she thought that the socks were using the term Joey to refer to a baby kangaroo. And I thought to myself, well, someone needs to at some point rectify the glut of gifts in this family where the cultural reference for the gift isn't being understood by either the person giving the gift or receiving it. It's like some bizarro version of those fanboy consumers, except the person doing the consuming isn't even a fan of the franchise. Anyway, so I thought maybe I should actually just get my parents the Mandalorian TV show in a DVD box set because they'd probably enjoy it. But it's kind of insane to me that it's actually possible to buy seasons 1 to 3 of The Mandalorian without the Book of Boba Fett being included. Can you imagine how confused my boomer parents would be starting season 3 with absolutely no reason to expect that key plot points would have been entirely resolved and set up in a totally different show. I guess that's the real legitimate criticism of this as a production decision. Obviously, in some sense, you can just treat the Book of Boba Fett as another season of this same show. But firstly, there's no reason to think you're supposed to do that. If I did decide to get someone some physical media of this show, I would have to write a note on it explaining to them the proper order in which to watch it. Secondly, it does overall make the show a worse show when you have to watch a totally irrelevant side quest in order to get the complete story. And thirdly, knowing that this decision was 100% just made in order to force people to have to watch more content just feels kind of scummy. Like, sure, include a bonus adventure if you want. Maybe I could promote a second channel by saying, hey guys, I've got some bonus content over on that channel. But what if I did a review and I decided not to include one of my core points in my review and I instead put it in a totally different video, so now you have to go and find that video in order to watch me talking about all this other stuff that you maybe don't care about just to see me make one of my core points of what should have been in this review. I suspect you'd find that annoying. And believe it or not, I've still not addressed the third and most ridiculous plot point that happens between these two seasons. See, the other two are ridiculous, but at least ultimately they're just returning things back to the status quo. Mando had a ship, now he has a ship again. Grogu was traveling and training with the Mandalorian, now he's doing that again. But a large part of the plot of this season hinges on Mando having been expelled from the Mandalorians. Obviously, in season 2, we saw him removing his helmet several times, and he does eventually admit this to the other Mandalorians, and this causes him to be excommunicated. Except he doesn't do that in this show. Season 3 starts with all the other Mandalorians already talking about what a problem it is that he's an apostate who has betrayed the faith. But we didn't see any of that. And like I say, Mando trying to get back into the Order is his main plot point for the first 3 episodes of this season. One of these would have been fine. Like if Mando just showed up with a new ship at the start of season 3 and someone said, hey, where'd you get that new ship? And he said, it's a long story. And then if you really care about it, okay, you can go over to the Book of Boba Fett and you can see the little fun quest about how Mando got his new ship. Instead, what we have is, without any explanation or even acknowledgement, not only that detail, but also 2 of the biggest plot points of the entire show and the main plot points for this season for the 2 main characters being set up or resolved entirely outside of the runtime of the show. Oh, and that's before even mentioning that Gina Carano's character was written out of the show between these 2 seasons because I guess she got cancelled. And that serves her right for doing whatever it is she did. I genuinely don't care. And speaking of not caring, I've set myself up really well to talk about one of my other huge issues, which is that this season has even more wasted time than the previous ones. I mean, yeah, the first 2 seasons had lots of filler episodes as well, but it's even more annoying here because we know that room was made for these filler episodes by key continuity changing plot points being excised. Also, personally, I just find the filler episodes in this season way more obvious and more stupid. Like, probably the worst offender in this regard is the episode where they have to go rescue that kid who's been abducted by the giant flying dinosaur monster. Like, I might be getting a bit granular in my criticism here, but honestly, the whole setup to it is just total nonsense. Because this monster shows up, and at first they go to shoot the monster, and someone's like, no, don't shoot the monster, because then you might hit the kid. Which is fine, but then later on they say this.
I'm out of fuel. It always gets away.
And this implies that the monster has shown up before, and presumably as such killed lots of different people. So they're choosing to not shoot the monster down now and definitely kill it, because there's a risk that they might kill the person who's currently being carried, but this is a monster that, in having gotten away before, has come back and killed many other people. So in not shooting it and allowing it to get away, they're basically guaranteeing that it will come back and kill again. Also, the reason it gets away is because as they're chasing it, their jetpacks run out of fuel, which is interesting because the issue of jetpacks running out of fuel has never been a concern before, which suggests that their jetpacks have a decent amount of range, so presumably every single time they chase it, they run out of fuel miles away from their base, and then they just have to walk all the way back on foot. Anyway, so they go to rescue the kid on foot, and despite it taking them several days, because they do at least camp for one night, when they get there, the kid hasn't already been eaten, convenient. They The actual rescue is fine, whatever, they obviously succeed and rescue the kid, but the fact that no part of the setup here really makes any sense at all makes this whole episode feel like complete filler. And that's not even the only example of time wasting in this episode. In season 2, we were told that Grogu survived Order 66, and here we get a flashback to that. But the thing is, this scene goes on for a while and it literally adds nothing. Like, we've already been told that Grogu survived Order 66 and has a sad backstory relating to that, and here, all we get from this flashback is we see that Grogu survived Order 66 and he feels sad about it. The obvious thing here would be to have this flashback be in some way plot relevant, like maybe there's something we discover that's relevant to the plot through this flashback. Instead, it's just a complete waste of time. We learn nothing from this, we gain nothing from this, it's not even particularly entertaining as an action scene. In fact, in general, I found the action in this season to be way more grating, largely because there's too much of it. Like, sure, there are these bird dinosaur monsters that attack them, but there's also this crocodile thing that lives right next to where their camp is. A lot of the places they go have these pointless monsters that come out and attack them. It happens so many times on Mandalore, like they can't move a few paces without something attacking them. It's funny, of course, that I complained about the pterodactyl scene in season 1. I gave it a specific shout out as my least favorite action scene, and you can probably tell that I don't remember the show so well that I would have been able to set up this future criticism I'm making now, but honestly, I couldn't have planned to set things up better if I tried. I'm just thinking back now on my poor innocent former self who was like, yeah, there was this one scene with these pointless pterodactyl monsters who attack them, and it didn't really add anything, so it was kind of boring. I did not know what was coming. The reason I find this creature feature style of action to be very boring is because there's almost nothing plot relevant that could come out of it, and there's definitely nothing that could pertain to characterization emerging from it. Because, fun fact, monsters don't have characters. Like, even when they're fighting stormtroopers who are just nameless, faceless grunts, at least there's the intrigue that they're fighting human beings who represent an entity with a political ideology and philosophy. In the case of these animals, they're mostly just defending their territory. In fact, it kind of morally offends me that these heroes just show up and immediately start killing every single animal there as if that's their right. The only action scene that stands out in a positive way is this one where Mando's fighting all these different soldiers who are separated from each other through shield barriers. The thing that makes it stand out is that it's not just mindless fighting, there's a distinct setup to it that means there are different tactics that need to be considered, and the way it progresses is not the way that a fight scene would typically progress. But for the most part, the action in this season really is just filler and a waste of time, and that's on top of all of the other wasted time in this season. I will clarify that I'm not saying that a show needs to be absolutely committed to the most efficient storytelling possible. I'm perfectly happy for a show to be slow-paced and take its time explaining something, or to include details that aren't absolutely necessary to the plot. I mean, every now and then I get comments on my videos from people saying that my videos could be shorter, and like, yeah, they could be shorter, but I'd contend that you would lose something if they were shorter. Like, the personal anecdote about my mum receiving the Baby Yoda pajamas was not necessary. But you know, it's just supposed to be a funny story about how my mum engages with Star Wars merchandise despite not being at all a fan of Star Wars. And obviously it also served as a concrete example for why it's a problem that they have this really confusing format with the seasons, where there might be lots of people who just hear about The Mandalorian in a very casual capacity. They think, hey, I should check that out, and then they get completely blindsided by the fact that there's a whole load of plot points that are just missing from the show. The point is that I can tell you why every single substantial proportion of this video is there. All of it, in my view, as the creator of this video, serves a purpose, and none of it is just pointless filler that I've included to pad out the runtime, as if that would be necessary considering the length of this video. So as such, I do think that it is really stupid to point to a TV show and say, hey, this scene here wasn't completely, entirely, 100% necessary, therefore they should have just cut it and saved a few minutes. No, who cares if it's strictly necessary? The question is, does it at least provide some entertainment value or have some sort of point? My criticism of the filler in Mandalorian Season 3 is not that it's not totally necessary, but that it literally has no point at all, and it's boring. And this leads us to the very interesting Season 3, Episode 3. This is, I believe, the longest episode of this season, and it's almost entirely about a totally separate plot with these two peripheral characters. Specifically, it's about Dr. Pershing and Elia Kane, the latter of whom I've not mentioned at all yet in this review because she's not that relevant. She's just one of Moff Gideon's nameless officers. So this sounds like it would be a prime candidate for for an example of wasted time, but it's actually a little bit more complicated than that, and to provide some context, I'll just explain briefly what the plot of the episode actually is. We start off being introduced to Dr. Pershing giving a TED talk about the importance and the value of allowing formerly Imperial personnel to be reintegrated into Republic society. However, he's then convinced by Elia Kane to continue trying to pursue his work with genetics based on the justification that it could actually do a lot of good for the world. Thing is, she's actually betraying him and ends up turning him into Republic authorities, whereupon, as a result of her sabotage, he ends up having his mind wiped. So is this a pointless bit of filler? I don't think so. It's actually quite a cool episode. Firstly, it's so unconventional having an entire episode of this otherwise quite serialized show that's focused on a completely separate story, and that intrigue of just having this totally different format has some intrinsic artistic value just because it's different. Also, I mean, it does have some relevance to the plot. Dr. Pershing was captured, and it makes sense that the Empire would want to have one of their most prominent scientists who has been captured by the Republic to have his mind erased so he's no longer a liability for them. It also shows how evil and ruthless the Empire is that they put all of this effort into tracking this guy down and taking his life away from him, because that is basically what's happening if you have your mind wiped. It's actually a much more interesting demonstration of the evil of the Empire than what we've previously seen. These covert operations are often the most nefarious. It's also kind of sad seeing Pershing meet this fate. As we saw in season 1, he was one of the most sympathetic Imperial personnel we've ever seen because he actually had some investment in trying to protect Grogu's welfare. He's not a hero by any means, but it's not hard to believe this is a guy who just got caught up with the Empire and went along with it because he wasn't a very strong personality, but in the Republic he could also be perfectly happy because he has no commitment to the evil of the Empire. So given that he's not an evil guy, his fate is pretty horrible. I mean, for a scientific genius, having your mind erased must be a fate worse than death. I mean, the device is literally called a mind flayer. That sounds like a horrible thing to be on the receiving end of. Also, you know, this episode shows us some slightly different parts of the world that we hadn't seen before this point, and we get to see how the wealthy at the center of the galaxy don't really care about the difference between the Republic and the Empire because they're just above it all.
You know, I was almost drafted. Imagine me serving.
Oh, darling, that was the Empire.
Oh, my apologies. Empire, Rebels, New Republic, I can't keep track. That's why I should just keep my mouth shut.
It's the sort of cynical, more nuanced drama that admittedly contradicts the black and white evil versus good binary of the original trilogy, but is a necessary thing to introduce if you want to get more complicated, interesting stories out of this expanded universe. The main criticism of this episode would be, well, first of all, I should mention that the way that he gets his mind erased is complete nonsense, because essentially the Republic are using the Mind Flayer, which was something that was used by the Empire, because they've discovered that on very low settings it can actually be therapeutic and I suppose help people get over trauma. But they have these dials that can still turn it up to maximum power, which is obviously really stupid and goes beyond just careless incompetence to the point of being unbelievable. I mean, the credibility Elia Kane has within the amnesty system doesn't make much sense apart from everyone around her just being a total idiot. Like, I'm guessing she told them in advance that Pershing was going to try to set up a lab for himself, which is why, in having told them in advance, she was allowed to go free when they captured them. But it just doesn't make any sense that they'd completely take her word for it that Pershing was the one setting everything up. Especially since we saw Pershing at the start of this episode being celebrated as an inspiration and a primary example of how effective the amnesty program can be, presumably because he's been very cooperative. But they're just like, hey, no need to explain yourself, this other woman has told us everything that happened and we're just going to believe her without even asking you about it. And of course, what makes even less sense is that when Pershing's mind ends up being erased, none of them investigate and realize, oh, hold on a minute, there was a former Imperial officer who was in a position to be the only one controlling the dial and could have turned it up at the exact time that his mind was erased. That's suspicious. Instead, we see her throughout the rest of the season showing up as a trusted part of the Republic's amnesty program, while at the same time working as an informer to Moff Gideon and pretty obviously trying to sabotage the efforts of the Republic Republic to maintain order in the galaxy. Also, Pershing deciding to pursue his research in this episode is pretty rushed from a character perspective. Basically, he believes that his research could have medical utility and that's why he tried to pursue it, but obviously he's still very much kind of on parole as someone who was recently a member of the Empire. It doesn't really make much sense that he decides to violate his parole in order to start his research right now, instead of just waiting a little while until he's allowed to go free on his own, and then he can do all of his research in secret and no one's going to be checking up on him. I mean, realistically, how would he actually have been able to do all his research with just a load of scavenged lab equipment that he was going to, I guess, bring back to the housing complex where he lives in presumably a pretty tiny apartment, and you'd also imagine it's being monitored considering this is containing what is effectively prisoners of war. Overall, I wouldn't say that this episode is wasted time, but it does stand out as having absolutely nothing to do with the majority of the rest of the plot, and there are some significant criticisms that could be made of it. Now, let's get into the actual plot of this season. Don't worry, this won't take long. So basically, this third season is almost entirely about the quest to retake Mandalore, and it's all pretty stupid. Firstly, because so much is built up about whether or not Mandalore is even habitable, or is it just a toxic wasteland that's been completely obliterated. As such, it becomes entirely comical that not only is Mandalore still inhabited by these orc-like creatures, not only is it inhabited by lots of other creatures as well, but there are actually Mandalorians still living on the planet who never left, which makes all this talk of these other Mandalorians talking about reclaiming their homeland seem kinda dumb. By the way, what's really funny is almost as soon as we're introduced to these other Mandalorians who've been living on the planet, their ship is completely destroyed by a giant monster, which again, another example of a giant monster just showing up and providing us some completely pointless action. But either this means that their ships are just constantly being destroyed in this way, which must be incredibly frustrating, or else this just coincidentally happens as soon as Mando and Bo-Katan and the rest of their crew show up. Oh, and also I should mention there's an entire occupied Imperial base on Mandalore. There's a point at which you start to think maybe the only people not living on Mandalore were all these Mandalorians who were talking for ages about how their life's goal was to go and reclaim Mandalore. Mando also wants to return to Mandalore, but this is just because he wants to bathe in the waters of Mandalore in order to be cleansed of his sin of having removed his helmet. This is what I mean when I say it's ridiculous this whole apostate thing was set up entirely between the two seasons. It's literally his main motivation for the first half of this season. Although here, I feel like they really didn't think through the world building very much, because obviously for Mando, this is a mission, because at the start of the season, everyone is assuming that Mandalore has been completely destroyed. So therefore, Mando has to be part of this effort to return to Mandalore so that he can bathe in these waters. The thing is, what about before Mandalore was destroyed? Wouldn't this have been an incredibly easy thing to do? It's an act of atonement that only really makes sense after the exile. With them in exile, the idea of returning to Mandalore for this pilgrimage where you go and bathe in this water, that actually does make sense as an act of penance. But once they're actually on Mandalore, wouldn't this make being cleansed of your sins incredibly easy, making the entire idea of them actually being sins sort of meaningless? You can just be like, yeah, whatever, I'll remove my helmet tonight, I'll just have a bath tomorrow morning and everything will be okay. And yeah, I realize with Christianity, there isn't this concept of you needing to do an act to atone for your sins, so as such, it's not as if this idea of religions where you can just sin and then be forgiven based on minimal or even no effort is completely without real-world precedent. But the point is that Mandalorian society specifically seems very legalistic and incredibly attached to this way of doing things. So the idea that you can actually violate the rules as much as you like, and as long as you just take a quick dip, everything will be fine, sort of goes against that. And even for Mando, for whom doing this ritual is probably the hardest it's ever been, because you have to return back to this planet from exile, it's still incredibly easy. Like, this is resolved by the end of the second episode, or maybe the start of the third, I forget. So when I said that the whole apostate thing was Mando's main motivation for the first 3 episodes, I didn't mean to imply that the motivation changes to something else afterwards. Rather, he just doesn't have a motivation after that. The entire rest of the plot, which is all about the Mandalorians returning home, is basically just about Bo-Katan. See, at first, Bo-Katan is just very miserable because all of her followers have abandoned her because she didn't have the Darksaber. Also, her house gets blown up, which probably sucks. But then she ends up bathing in the waters with Mando, and as such, she gets ritualistically cleansed as well. And based on this, she finds herself rejected by her old sect, but now embraced by another. And the upshot of this is that she's told, hey, now you can unite our two sects, which works because 99% of her dialogue is just her complaining about division.
What pains me is seeing our own kind fight one another time and time again. Killing each other for reasons too confusing to explain. It made us weak.
Thing is, easier said than done, because first of all, she's got to go and win back her old crew, who are now just working as mercenaries for the highest bidder. Indeed, turns out that they actually broke Moff Gideon out of prison, which ends up being surprisingly irrelevant to the overall plot. It might make you think that this new leader of the sect would be this really evil guy. I mean, the first time we're introduced to him, it's him breaking up this Romeo and Juliet romance between two sea creatures. Okay, I know that sounds like I'm just making things up, but that's genuinely how we're introduced to him.
We love each other.
Sorry, I gotta bring you back home, ship folks.
After that, you can do whatever you want.
So sure, that's not exactly springing a war criminal from prison, but it's another evil thing to do, so again, he just has this evil vibe to him. I was expecting him to be a committed and meaningful opposition to Bo-Katan, and we might even end up seeing some sort of Mandalorian civil war. Instead, they just have a little bit of a fight, and ultimately it's all resolved with the Darksaber. See, earlier on, Mando gets attacked by a droid and loses the Darksaber, and then Bo-Katan kills the droid. And after that, I was thinking, wait, why does Mando still have the Darksaber? Like, clearly he lost it to the droid, and then Bo-Katan killed that droid, so it's hers. So I thought this must be the show forgetting its own rules, but no, turns out this was supposed to be a twist, It's a twist when the show clearly sets up one specific rule about something, and then shows us something happening that would have an implication for that rule, and then that thing happens. So instead, right in the middle of Bo-Katan fighting this usurper, Mando just chimes in like, hey guys, just so you know, the Darksaber is rightfully Bo-Katan's, and it has been for a while now. I didn't say anything at first because I thought she'd remember, and then she didn't, and I was worried it would embarrass her if I pointed it out, but then the longer I waited, the more awkward it got. But I thought it would probably be more awkward if you guys killed each other, and then I was just like, oh, by the way, the Darksaber was yours all along. Please don't be mad at me. I thought you'd realize. I've already pointed out the Darksaber really doesn't make much sense because considering Mando's never heard of it before, how important can it actually be? Well, here they literally lampshade that fact.
And this blade is all I have to unify our people.
I only know of this weapon what you taught me. To be honest, it means nothing to me or my people.
And then they show how pointless it is ultimately by having Moff Gideon just crush it effortlessly. But yeah, for me, the most boring thing about this whole plot is that there's no political drama around Bo-Katan becoming the united leader of the Mandalorians. I mean, there's a bit of drama of the sects fighting each other, but the point is, in the real world, usually warring sects don't stop fighting each other, they just keep doing it, and that's why we can't have world peace. And of course, what I was expecting, and honestly wanting, was for Bo-Katan to at some point become more of a villain herself, especially since at the beginning of the season, she has a lot of dark doomer energy. But instead, she's just boring. It occurred to me what would be really interesting is if she was actually being supported by the Empire because they knew that would cause more division. It would be especially interesting if this was happening without her even realizing it. Like maybe she's fighting this war to finally unite the Mandalorians and reclaim Mandalore, and she has this really wealthy donor that's helping her buy weapons and mercenaries, and she doesn't realize that what's actually happening here is that the wealthy donor is someone from the Empire who's realized that the best way to take the Mandalorians down is from the inside by making them fight each other, by elevating really strong personalities who want to rule over everyone else. But I guess all I really wanted was for something substantial to be happening with this reclaiming Mandalore plot, and what was in fact happening was nothing. They do at least get a little bit of justification for some of these random one-off episode plots because they have to travel around in order to find other Mandalorians to recruit to their cause. And there's a plot that's kind of relevant where the super nice and former bounty hunter planet of Navarro gets besieged by pirates. At first they want the Republic to help them, but since they aren't actually members of the Republic, any support is withheld. The show presents it as if this is some kind of serious injustice from the Republic, but honestly that seems pretty fair to me. Like, why should the Republic be expending resources to protect this planet when that planet isn't in turn actually contributing to the Republic by being a member. So then the Mandalorians are recruited to come and help, and in return, they're offered some land where they can start their own community. And obviously this is very stupid because literally the entire point of this season is that they're supposed to be reclaiming Mandalore, so what kind of significance does being allowed to stay on Navarro have for them? One final point on the Mandalorians, obviously Grogu abandons being trained as a Jedi and has now decided that he wants to be trained as a Mandalorian. This does, in my view, show the limitations of having him be a baby from a species that ages really slowly. Yoda was, I believe, about 900 when he died, so that suggests that his species ages about 10 times slower than human beings. But considering when we first meet Grogu, he's 50, and yet he's developmentally more like a human 1-year-old or a 2-year-old at most, like he can't talk, but he is able to kind of waddle around, that suggests that in infancy, this species ages even slower. So hopefully you can see where I'm going here. This whole plot of Grogu being raised as a Mandalorian doesn't work because Mando will be long dead before Grogu is approaching anything like adulthood. This isn't like Anakin or some other human character where we can see them progress from a young learner to a mature master. No matter how many years this show tries to cover, as long as it remains within the lifespan of its main character, it can only ever progress to being about a toddler learning to fight in a warrior clan. As such, whenever Grogu actually does fight, I'm sorry, but it just looks like the goofiest thing ever. There are some times where he's a kind of credible fighter and he does actually rescue Mando, but in all these situations he's relying on the Force instead of showing any physical abilities. There is one interesting development for Grogu here that would help him out a lot with the physical, and it brings us to where it kind of feels like we started, Mando's attitude towards droids. I complained that in season 1, a lot of Mando's attitude towards droids doesn't really make much sense, and here, definitely the same is true. See, at the town square in Navarro, there's a statue of the IG unit because I guess his sacrifice was considered very important for liberating the planet. This already seems kind of dumb to me that they'd celebrate a droid as this big hero, but whatever. Mando decides that he wants to rebuild IG because he thinks that he'd be a great companion for his efforts to return to Mandalore. And actually, the first 2 episodes are about Mando trying to get the parts to repair this droid. His reasoning, by the way, is that he wants a droid he can trust to help him with this mission, which is irrational, by the way, because obviously you can program a droid to be trustable by just telling it to do the thing you want it to do. But secondly, insofar as he has to replace a lot of this IG unit to make it functional again, he can't guarantee that he won't have changed it so much that it would no longer be the same droid and as such trustable. Indeed, when they first boot it up, it immediately reverts to its original programming and actually tries to kill Grogu. So clearly, this completely destroys the idea that Mando could hope to trust this droid based on the fact that he used to trust it before it self-destructed. But here's the really stupid thing, possibly the stupidest thing in the entire show. This IG unit has a self-destruct capacity that it is very willing to use because it's absolutely vital that it is never captured.
Manufacturer's protocol dictates I cannot be captured. I must self-destruct.
Do not self-destruct.
This is clearly something that's very important to these units. I guess since they're assassin droids, they could have lots of compromising data in them about who's ordered what assassinations, so they're designed to be able to just destroy themselves so no one could recover that data. Makes sense. The point is that therefore this self-destruct function should be incredibly reliable. Like, it should basically guarantee that the droid will be so destroyed that there would be absolutely nothing salvageable from it. I mean, what is the point in a self-destruct function if not that? Like, yeah, if this droid was just rebooted, that would undermine the emotional impact of its sacrifice at the end of season 1. But it's worth stressing, it's not as if this droid was just shot by a blaster or blown up by enemy fire. No, it is destroyed because it specifically activated its own self-destruct function that has the purpose of destroying it. The whole point of this thing is to destroy the droid. So, if having activated that, it's still possible to salvage literally anything from this droid, that is really stupid. That droid should be in a million pieces. Based on what we're shown in the show, it seems more like you could actually access some of its memory files. So one of the first things we're told about this droid, that it has a self-destruct function that it will use in order to avoid being captured, is total BS. An analogy I just thought of is that this would be like if in the Mission Impossible stories, where we're constantly told this message will self-destruct if not disposed of properly, which is clearly there, so that any of these super secret messages can't possibly be used by anyone who shouldn't have access to them. If we then saw later on Tom Cruise needed to reconstruct one of these messages, and he was able to do it. That would be really, really stupid because we've had it reinforced to us many times that these messages self-destruct so that nobody can access them. Like, that's the point, because it's this covert operation. The things self-destruct. So obviously we should never expect to see that these things can then be salvaged. It's the same with the IG unit. Anyway, the reason this relates to Grogu is that they eventually do bring back the IG unit, but only as a vehicle that Grogu is able to control. I really like this idea. I mean, first of all, it's adorable just how much Grogu really likes this idea.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes.
But also, going forward, it means that Grogu and Mando can actually work together without Grogu being as much of a liability. I think one thing I'd change is that in terms of controlling the droid, it seems to be quite clunky. I'd maybe have it so that the droid is like directly connected to Grogu's mind so that he can control it as an extension of his own body. That way he'd be way more effective in combat and they could actually get some Grogu fighting scenes without him looking quite so ridiculous. The other droid plot thing I should mention, I mean, actually, aside from R5's little plot arc where he goes from being a cowardly droid when we first see him to then becoming much more useful and maybe even a bit heroic in the final episode. Wait, actually, that might be the most substantial character arc in this entire season. Uh-oh. Anyway, the major droid plot I actually wanted to mention is when they go to this planet that's being overseen by Jack Black and Lizzo. I actually quite like these silly little cameos. I just think they're fun. Speaking of cameos, Christopher Lloyd is the one overseeing these droids, which I hope is quite uncontroversial as a casting choice because I think most people like him. Jack Black and Lizzo, on the other hand, are, I imagine, a little bit more polarizing. I do like their planet though. It's nice to see a pure technocratic utopia in Star Wars every now and then. But yeah, basically this planet features battle droids who are now being used for manual labor. However, they keep reverting back to their original programming and becoming violent. I did say earlier, in fact over a year earlier, because it was in that clip that I recorded for a video over a year ago, that we've never seen a droid revert back to its original programming in Star Wars. Well, just for the record, that is still true based on this episode because they're not actually just spontaneously reverting back to their original programming. Rather, there are nanobots in the oil that they're using, and these nanobots basically function like a virus, and that causes the droids to act violently. I do enjoy Mando and Bo-Katan acting like basically detectives. They have to go around town asking people questions, collecting clues to try to discover why are the droids acting up. In the end, it turns out the culprit is Christopher Lloyd, and his reasoning is that he's a separatist. He has a line earlier on talking about how people are completely dependent on droids in that society, and I was expecting that to be part of his reasoning. Like, it seemed pretty obvious they were setting that up, but whatever, I guess. Anyway, I could have spoken about this in the portion of the video where I was talking about time-wasting plots, but I figured since this had something to do with droids, and it could have related to Mando's attitude towards droids, it was worth including here. But honestly, there's nothing that really happens for Mando as a character as it relates to droids here. He starts off thinking that maybe this shows that droids are naturally going to be violent if they were battle droids, but then he finds out that wasn't true, so nothing really happens. He just thinks something briefly, then almost immediately finds out that isn't true, and doesn't really progress. They probably should have taken this opportunity to wrap up thematically and emotionally on his attitude towards droids, although at the same time they haven't really touched that since season 1, and as I've communicated many times now, I find Mando's attitude towards droids to be so irrational that it's not really something that can be explored in depth. So having mentioned the phrase wrap up just then, let's move on to the finale. I mean, is this the finale to the show? I'm not quite sure about that. I know they have a movie coming out soon. Indeed, my understanding is that they were working on season 4 and then they decided that it would be best to turn that into a movie. That makes sense to me because it feels very much like the finale of this season is wrapping things up. I mean, the only thing left for them to possibly explore in a future season would be the re-establishing of the Mandalorian culture on Mandalore, but they had every opportunity to do that in this season and they chose not to, so I don't know why they would bother exploring that in the next season. I mean, the sheer amount of filler here is a pretty strong indication that they didn't really have much else to say about this story and didn't really want to continue with it. My main reason for thinking this show is over is is because Moff Gideon, the main bad guy of this show, ends up getting incinerated at the end. I mean, I know Star Wars has a habit of bringing people back from apparent death, but in this case, it felt like they were really trying to make it clear, no, this guy is dead, he's not coming back. Which is kind of a shame because we never actually find out that much about his plan, or rather, his entire presence on the show consisted of revealing his new big plan and then being immediately defeated. It's sort of the limitation of these shows having to be set between the original and the sequel trilogies. Nothing that exciting can happen because it all has to be constrained by what we know will be happening within the next 30 years. This is also my big issue with all the mentions of Admiral Thrawn. Like, who cares? We know the Republic won't succeed eventually one way or the other because the First Order is clearly the dominant power in The Force Awakens. So in the meantime, yeah, whatever happens with Admiral Thrawn is going to be hard to get invested in because we know that ultimately whoever comes out of that conflict victorious will just get replaced by the First Order in the end. It is fun that they give Hux a shout out. I mean, I hate the sequel trilogy, so I wasn't like, yeah, my favourite character gets a mention. But it was nice to see them care about continuity, although maybe in the case of the sequel trilogy, we'd rather they'd forget about continuity. Anyway, Moff Gideon. Well, again, we have him revealing his new secret weapon that he's presumably expended considerable amount of resources on, and then they're immediately defeated in their first encounter.
I was isolating the potential to wield the Force and incorporating it into an unstoppable army. But you smothered them before they could draw their first breath.
In fact, goodness me, now I actually think about it, that's so bad, isn't it? Since episode 1, the big question everyone's been wondering is, what do these people want with Grogu? What is the Empire planning? I mean, that and who were the people who were holding Grogu in the first place, but I don't think we're ever going to get an answer to that. But as for the Empire's plans for Grogu, well, it's slowly revealed that essentially what they're trying to do is make Force-sensitive clones. That's the big reveal, that's their whole plan. And then those Force-sensitive clones are destroyed before they can ever be deployed in battle. What a giant waste of time. I mean, it partially obviously comes from not planning ahead. Why hasn't Disney learned their lesson about that? Like, I can't imagine that they sat down and decided up front that they were going to have this entire show build up the idea that the Empire was building these Force-sensitive clones, and then those clones were literally going to see no action whatsoever. Instead, they probably worked on it season by season until they reached this season and realized they had no satisfying way of paying this off, so they just killed them. Moff Gideon also has another plan, by the way. This new generation of Dark Troopers that have been improved with Beskar alloy. Obviously, the big benefit of Beskar is that it can't be cut through by lightsabers. In the previous season, the Dark Troopers were completely destroyed by a Jedi, but now in this season, there are no Jedi at all, and the troopers are deployed completely invulnerable to Jedi attacks. Honestly, with that said, I can't actually remember how these troopers get defeated. Like, it's not in my memory. Like, they were introduced, like he mentioned, hey, I have these new troopers with Beskar alloy, and then we just don't see them again. So just to clarify, on top of all of the troops and the ships and the bases that have been destroyed, the Empire has now, in the show, 3 times tried to create these elite troopers. And again, based on the fact that they don't produce these very often, the implication would be that they take a huge amount of resources to produce, and yet every single time they end up being destroyed. So all those resources were wasted. And this is of course also, by the way, after they built 2 giant space stations that were also destroyed. But still, 30 years from now, the remnants of the Empire are going to be capable of building a planet-sized space station that is capable of destroying multiple other planets at once. And then also, after that gets destroyed, they still end up being the dominant government of the galaxy. So the Empire can just throw infinite time, resources, and human lives at a project, constantly be defeated, and yet always bounce back, and sometimes even go on to be victorious. I mean, geez, when you put it like that, it almost makes it seem like there's absolutely no tension around whether or not they defeat the Empire in Star Wars, because no matter how thoroughly the Empire is destroyed, no matter how substantial the setbacks they face, it has no impact on them, and they just keep going anyway. Oh, and by the way, obviously we've already had the most stupid moment in the show with that IG droid who is designed to be able to destroy itself so that no information can be recovered from it, but it is in fact actually readily salvageable. But now I would like to present the stupidest line in the show.
I have created the next generation Dark Trooper suit, forged from Beskar alloy. And the most impressive improvement is that it has me in it.
Again, imagine if they weren't making this up and they were actually planning this out as they went along. So in season 2, we're going to have these dark troopers, and Dr. Pershing is going to say they're at the most elite level because they are entirely droids. You know, he's going to make it absolutely clear that removing the human element is what has made these droids absolutely perfect. And then in season 3, we should have Moff Gideon talk about how he's come up with a fantastic improvement for the Dark Trooper design, putting a human being inside. What the hell is this show? It's a shame Moff Gideon died, because I'd honestly like to see how long this cycle would have continued of him constantly replacing droids with humans and vice versa, and each cycle he'd just keep insisting that replacing one with the other is the new big improvement that's going to make the perfect troopers. Anyway, one final stupid line from Moff Gideon is that when he's talking to Bo-Katan, he tries to get her to surrender the Darksaber to him, as if it matters to him that he's seen as the legitimate ruler of Mandalore. But firstly, why would he care about that? And secondly, considering that he's talking about completing the purge of Mandalore right now by destroying all of the Mandalorians, for whose benefit is he even doing this? And also, like I say, once he has the Darksaber, he destroys it anyway, so clearly he doesn't actually care about it. Yeah, I mean, anyway, I hope this show is over because I can't imagine it getting better. Any concern I might have been running out of stuff to say as I continued progressing through these seasons was clearly unfounded. In fact, if I'm right about how long this section will be once I've edited it down, you'll forgive me if I don't include quite as many clips for visual intrigue, but I don't want to have to spend forever editing this. Again, no real need for me to provide a summary here. I think it's pretty obvious from everything I've said that I consider this to be easily the worst of the 3 seasons. In fact, the seasons have just got worse and worse as it's gone along. Lots of issues here, very disappointing. Right, I guess we should start off looking at the Mandalorian-centered episodes of the Book of Boba Fett. So, just for the record, there are 7 episodes of this show, and of those 7 episodes, 2 of them are primarily advancing the plot of The Mandalorian, episodes 5 and 6. Already alarm bells should be going off in your head, because that means that the plot of this show isn't even the main focus in the build-up to the finale. Obviously, I already spoken about the fact that these plot points are missing from season 3, so there's no point going over all that again. But just to briefly refresh, the 3 big developments for the plot of The Mandalorian here are: Mando gets a new ship, Grogu decides to abandon his Jedi training, and the Mandalorian is expelled from his religious order. The thing is, a lot of this stuff is just as simple as seeing it play out. Like, yeah, he gets a new ship, we see him get a new ship, that's all there is to it. It's kind of fun seeing him take it for a test drive, and we do get the return of his mechanic friend on Tatooine. But yeah, returning back to this after Mando season 3 is a little bit like, oh, so that's how he got his ship. He got it. That explains everything. Even him being expelled from the Mandalorian Order doesn't offer that much than just filling in the blanks. We already knew that he'd removed his helmet in season 2 and that he's expelled in season 3. Turns out he got expelled for removing his helmet. The only additional substance is that they draw it out unnecessarily. Firstly, he completes a bounty which doesn't advance any sort of plot, but I guess it's a kind of nice way to reintroduce him. But then he shows back up at the Mandalorian covert and he has this long conversation that leads to him getting some training in how to fight with the Darksaber. There's this really stupid line where the armorer says that Beskar should not be used for making weapons, it should only be used for making armor. However, we know that the Darksaber can cut through basically anything apart from Beskar, so you kind of actually do need Beskar weapons, otherwise whoever wields the Darksaber could just cut your weapons in half. I assume therefore that the armorer's weapons that she's using to spar with Mando as he's using the Darksaber must be partially Beskar, and she's using them as weapons, so what a hypocrite. Anyway, after this we have a second fight where someone challenges him in combat for the Darksaber, and only then does someone say, oh, by the way, Mando, have you removed your helmet? And he's like, yeah, I have actually, now that you mention it. But what was the point in anything that happened before then? It kind of just seems like delaying the inevitable. Also, I mentioned redundant flashbacks for the last season of The Mandalorian. We've been told many times in this show that Mandalore was destroyed by the Empire. And here, for no real reason, they just decide to insert a random flashback of Mandalore being destroyed by the Empire, as if at this point we needed to see that. Like, oh, I didn't know that's what they meant the many times we've been told that Mandalore was destroyed. Thanks for clarifying that it's been destroyed. But also, I'm now even more annoyed about the pointless Order 66 flashback in The Mandalorian, because now when we're introduced to Grogu in this show, we get that exact same flashback again. Anyway, let's talk about Grogu and Luke. Firstly, I'll say this now, I'm even more assured in my position that Luke looks absolutely nothing like a real human being here. But also, he doesn't even sound like a human being. I don't know if they got Mark Hamill to do the voice acting. Obviously, he's a very talented voice actor, so maybe the directing was off or something, but he doesn't sound like a human being at all.
I want to tell you about someone you remind me of a great deal. His name was Yoda.
I'll try and include an audio clip to back up what I'm saying, but it might sound alright out of context. What I'm saying is that he delivers every single line in this exact same way. I think part of the issue is obviously that Grogu is very cute, and Luke is interacting with Grogu a lot, and the way he's talking you can tell that he's kind of endeared by Grogu, but it's in this incredibly emotionally detached way. Fortunately, it is at least a little bit emotionally interesting to see that Mando and Grogu are emotionally reconciling themselves to the possibility that they might never see each other again. Obviously, this separation doesn't last very long, but nonetheless, the sense that they are indeed missing each other is very real until they are, of course, eventually reunited. And I do enjoy the moment where Grogu is offered what path does he want to choose, and I think it was worth it getting to this point where Grogu has to make the decision for himself about does he want to continue being a Jedi, or does he want to go down the path of being a Mandalorian. One opportunity I'm surprised they didn't exploit more emotionally here was Luke interacting with Ahsoka. Obviously, she was trained by Anakin, and Luke is Anakin's son. You'd think there'd be something to explore there. Luke is biologically related to him, but Ahsoka was in a much more meaningful sense raised by him and had the deeper connection while he was alive. But instead they just say one brief line about it and then that's it. Indeed, that's it for the Mandalorian's presence. Not that I'm complaining, of course, I'd actually rather there was much less of him in this show. The problem is that he took up 2 whole episodes and yet nothing that interesting happened. I'm not sure how else I could have mentioned this, but there's one scene of him just taking public transport. Like we see him check into a flight and then just get on it and be on it and go somewhere. I guess the point is to show how he's traveling now that he doesn't have a ship anymore, but we already knew he didn't have a ship. We don't need to show how he gets around without one. It just feels like filler to have a protracted scene showing us how he's traveling somewhere. So now let's finally talk about Boba Fett in The Book of Boba Fett. See, okay, you know how I suggested that it could be a problem if episodes 5 and 6 are about a completely different character rather than setting things up for the finale of this show? What I didn't mention is on top of that, the first 4 episodes of this season aren't even entirely focused on the plot of this show leading up to the finale. So none of the first 6 episodes are actually focused on the overall plot of this show that culminates with episode 7. I do kind of like this because I always hate working through media chronologically. That feels like a very lazy way to structure a review. Rather, I like to identify aspects of the media and then explore how they're handled holistically. And of course, that's much easier to do here because the show itself isn't chronological. So here we're actually going to talk about the overall plot of this show last, and instead right now we're going to focus on all the flashbacks showing what happened to Boba before he showed up in The Mandalorian. Him showing up in The Mandalorian before this show is probably the reason why they felt the need to tell all of his story before then in flashbacks, by the way. The way they incorporate the flashbacks is pretty uninspired. Basically it's just him dreaming. At least it's a little different because he sleeps in a special fluid that's supposed to heal him of the injuries that he got when he was in the Sarlacc pit. That escape is actually pretty cool. The Sarlacc pit is such a metal concept that to see the perspective of someone inside of it trying to break out is super awesome. But obviously he gets out because his armor has all sorts of gadgets that would make escaping from the inside of a monster's stomach much more practical. Then his suit is stolen and he's taken as a slave by some Tusken raiders. I've heard people point out it doesn't really make much sense that he's only able to escape with the aid of his suit, but then he assumes that his suit will still be inside the Sarlacc pit later on. I don't know, I think we can cut him some slack that he might not be able to remember such a traumatic ordeal very well. I mean, except for the fact these are literally flashbacks, so by definition, presumably he does remember it. Whatever. One thing I'll admit I'm confused by is why do the Tusken Raiders even have slaves? It doesn't really seem like based on where they live they'd be able to produce many cash crops or have much domestic industry. Meanwhile, water is very scarce and these slaves require water to be kept alive. The only task we see them doing is digging in the sand to find these seeds that are filled with water, but we only see them do that once and it doesn't seem like the kind of hard, intensive labour that the Tuskens wouldn't just be able to do themselves. Anyway, so essentially he ends up being elevated from a slave to a member of the tribe after he gains the Tuskens' respect by killing this Harry Harryhausen monster. I actually think this is a cool design, but it doesn't really make much sense to me that this creature's strategy for survival is to hide in the sand and ambush its prey, but it didn't notice 2 people digging directly on top of it for what seemed like it was several hours. He then finds out that the Tuskens also get attacked by this train that runs through the desert. This whole conflict made no sense to me. Like, the train riders are apparently running this smuggling smuggling operation by riding this train through the desert, but they decide to take pot shots at the Tusken Raiders for no real reason. It's also surprising how many people are actually hit during this exchange of fire, considering that they're either inside of a rapidly moving train or being shot by someone who's shooting from a rapidly moving train. Anyway, so because these gangsters are antagonizing these raiders for no reason, they decide that they should probably do something to stop them. Oh, I made the mistake, I wrote Mando instead of Boba. I knew I'd do that eventually. So Boba goes and kills some bikers and steals their bikes, and he teaches the Sand People how to ride the bikes successfully so that they can ambush the train. The train hijack itself is actually very entertaining, certainly a very dynamic action scene. The explanation from the train riders as to why they were doing what they were doing didn't really make much sense, because their main concern was territory, but I find it hard to believe that in somewhere as sparsely populated as a desert, they had to go directly by this Tusken village in order to do their smuggling. Anyway, so after this, Boba then finds out that the Tusken Raiders have all been massacred, which to be honest, at first I didn't realize this was part of a flashback. I thought it was part of the main plot, but no, because he's not got the armor, so obviously that means it's part of a flashback, but he decides that in order to get even with the people who did this attack, he needs to go and get his ship back, which is currently in Jabba's palace. Now it's at this point that he comes across the dying body of Fennec, and he basically takes her to like a tattoo parlor, but for people who want cyborg modifications in order to save her life. I will say it doesn't make much sense to me that robotics are supposed to be able to replace having a functioning intestine. Like what? Are all of these gears and stuff extracting nutrients from her food? Anyway, so then she helps him retrieve his ship from Jabba's palace. This action scene is reasonably entertaining, maybe, possibly. I started clipping my nails in the middle of it. There is a bit of an inconsistency here with the Mandalorian because Fennec's life debt is considered repaid once she helps him get his ship back from Jabba's palace, and after that point she just agrees to stick around of her own accord as a partner. But when we're introduced to them in Mandalorian Season 2, Boba introduces her as owing a life debt to him, or maybe she introduces herself that way. Either way, it doesn't make any sense because at that point she doesn't owe him a life debt anymore. They've agreed upon that, and now they've entered into a mutually agreed upon profitable relationship. Anyway, so they go and kill the bikers with the ship, and they also kill the Sarlacc. I find it hard to believe a Sarlacc would be able to eat their ship, which is what we're shown as being a very real serious possibility they're concerned about. There's also an incredibly lame line from Fennec here.
Fire in the hole!
Something about that delivery just makes it seem like they thought this was going to be a really cool line for her to deliver when obviously it wasn't at all. Anyway, so all of that, everything I just said there, that's all told through flashbacks. In fact, I don't know if I've made this sufficiently clear. All of that is told through flashbacks, peppered throughout the first 4 episodes of this show. When I said there were a lot of flashbacks, I wasn't kidding. Imagine having to cut away from the main plot enough times to tell that entire story. And obviously it's not as if the show suddenly becomes really efficient with its storytelling here. There's still plenty of wasted time in these flashbacks. Like his initial failed attempt to escape from the Tuskens, which I didn't mention because it's just not very plot relevant. There's also like flashbacks within these flashbacks. We see images of Boba's life growing up on Kamino. The only unnecessary addition that I did enjoy is that they provided some world building with this particular rite of passage that the Tusken Raiders have, where basically this lizard crawls up your nose and goes into your brain, and then it kind of makes you hallucinate, and it guides you to a sacred tree where you get this branch, and then you bring the branch back and you turn that branch into a ceremonial weapon. I mean, it could have been nice if there was some explanation for why on earth the lizard does this, as if it has some kind of evolutionary strategy or something. Either way though, just how weird this whole thing is makes it seem very compelling as an alien custom. I believe I'm right to anticipate that this will end up being much less time than I spent talking about any of the seasons of The Mandalorian, despite the fact that it's only 1 episode less. And by the way, a lot of these episodes are longer than The Mandalorian. For The Mandalorian, there were a good number of episodes that were only like 30 minutes long. Here, there's at least a few that are 50. And the other crazy thing is that this show technically has no filler episodes. Now, yes, this show does have 2 episodes dedicated to a completely different character, and before then, about half the show is all flashbacks. But the point is that we never see Boba himself go off on any kind of side quest like we had with The Mandalorian. Everything from him is advancing the single plot of the show. That plot is that he is operating in the Tatooine town of Mos Espa, where he is establishing himself as a crime lord. Now that's fine, that's quite interesting actually, but the problem is, Boba Fett isn't a very good crime lord. I mean, yes, part of the issue is that he's way too soft. Even in the flashbacks, we see him look away in disgust when he sees some innocent people being attacked. In fact, also in the flashback, when he goes and he gets the bikes from this biker gang, it's very reminiscent of the opening scene of The Mandalorian, except obviously the point there was to show that after Mando had defeated all these thugs, he was still a bounty hunter and he was ultimately a professional there to collect his bounty. Here, he does this entirely for moralistic reasons, so that's a pretty significant contrast. To be fair, there's no reason to think that Boba wouldn't have a strong sense of morality. It's possible that all the time he was working as a bounty hunter in the original trilogy, he was doing that reluctantly just to survive. And that might make sense considering that of course he lost his dad at a very young age. Maybe the idea of killing anyone offends him quite deeply morally. And when I say he's soft, to be fair, I mean he's soft in the way that a lot of people would be. Like, he doesn't torture people, he doesn't feed them to the Rancor.
It's empty.
But the problem is that this is a rough place. We see someone get their arms torn off in the middle of a public place and everyone just acts like it's nothing. So within that context, Boba just looks hopelessly out of his depth for the entire show. Like when he brings all of the different crime families together to see if he can get them to ally with him in opposing the Pike Syndicate, which are the big baddies, and they all just say, no thanks, no, we don't fancy that. And then he's like, okay, well, can you please just promise to remain neutral? Like, how pathetic is that? Just like, well, please just remain neutral then. And obviously they don't take him seriously, and in fact they do end up betraying him to his own serious cost. There's this guy who's the mayor's assistant, and he's by no means a strong personality, but he's constantly just jerking Boba around. First of all, he shows up and he refuses to give Boba any sort of tribute as crime lord. In fact, he actually asks if Boba would like to offer a tribute to the mayor's office. Boba's like, you leaving unmolested is my tribute, but come on dude, no one takes you seriously, no one actually thinks you'd ever do anything. And then whenever Boba wants to meet up with the mayor, this assistant is always making excuses, trying to stop him from getting an appointment, and at some points just actively running away in order to avoid him. I believe the word is mogged. Nobody respects him, he keeps getting mogged. One time he goes to see this biker gang who've been stealing from someone, and he's like, hey, can you stop that, pretty please, with a cherry on top? And they're like, nah, it's the person we stole from's fault for charging too much. And he's like, you make a compelling argument. I'll tell the guy to charge less. And you know, okay, yeah, maybe they're right, and maybe Boba should do something to stop people charging outrageous prices. But pretty obviously this makes him super pathetic when he loses an argument with a group of criminal teenagers and doesn't actually get them to concede anything. Instead, he hires them to work for him. In fact, his hiring policy is pretty embarrassing in itself. He basically just recruits anyone who stands up to him. There are these two guards who refuse to surrender to him because they're loyal to Jabba, and he's like, in that case you should come and work for me too, because based on the fact you're loyal to Jabba, obviously you'll be loyal to me. Not sure if that's how it really works. This Wookiee gets sent to assassinate him and he's like, wow, you're super strong. When can you start working for me? What's your notice period? 2 weeks? Oh, okay. I guess I'll just try and stop you murdering me in the meantime and then welcome aboard. Honestly, I feel like in real life, Fennec would have probably murdered him out of frustration and then taken over, because she does seem to have some understanding of the importance of ruling with fear. I just feel so bad for Boba. At one point he's like, I'm not gonna rule with fear. I'm gonna rule with respect. But dude, nobody respects you. This could have been a good crime drama. There's this moment where we're told about all the different crime families and how they control different territories, and you think, this could be about Boba Fett as a ruthless crime lord expanding his empire. But it's not. If they had to make him more sympathetic, then have him commit to ending crime, but have him commit to that. Instead, he's just this lukewarm guy LARPing as a crime lord, but at the same time refusing to actually engage in any criminal activity. Anyway, let's talk about the finale. Basically, it turns out that the Pikes have been dunking on him this whole time. Like those Tusken Raiders who he thought were killed by this random biker gang, turns out the Pikes did that, and then they framed that biker gang so that Boba would do their dirty work for them. Also, like I say, the other crime families just betray him for the Pikes and they murder a whole load of his men, so That's embarrassing. This was verging on being pretty cool, like almost a Game of Thrones Red Wedding moment where we just see all of the good guys get massacred. Like we see his guards get pushed off the edge of a cliff, then his Wookiee gets swamped and you'd think he's gonna die, and then all of his biker friends who he's got enforcing stuff, they start getting shot at. Unfortunately, it turns out that despite getting swamped, the Wookiee survives, so that kind of takes the impact out of stuff. This could have been like, oh wow, this is serious, like all of his guys just got killed because they got betrayed, and instead it's like, oh well, like 2 little pig things died. If you're wondering, the way that they ultimately end up defeating the Pikes is that some people from Mos Pelagos show up and save the day. This actually could have worked really well as a twist. So essentially what happens is that Mando goes to Mos Pelagos to meet the sheriff who we met in season 2, and he gets all of the townsfolk to agree to come and help fight the crime syndicate, you know, for the greater good. The thing is then, after Mando leaves, this bad guy with a blue face shows up and he shoots the sheriff and his deputy. That's right, he shot the sheriff and he also shot the deputy. So this sets up a really interesting moment of despair. Boba's men have all just been betrayed and, you know, maybe they could be dead, and he's just found out that presumably all of the people from Mos Pelagos have been intimidated into not showing up, so it seems like he's completely on his own. But it turns out that actually this naked act of violent intimidation only reaffirmed for the citizens of Mos Pelagos how important it is to stand up against these criminal thugs and not let yourself be intimidated, but instead take the fight to them. So yeah, awesome, but again, it would have been more powerful if we had a genuine sense that all hope was lost, because we saw significantly more of Boba's men being killed. Also, I should mention that the sheriff is seen sleeping in the thing that Boba uses to heal his wounds in the end, implying that he wasn't killed by being shot, but instead just wounded and will eventually be healed. Obviously, I realize that Star Wars is the type of show that has a whole load of fake out deaths, but I'm never going to stop complaining about it, especially in this case where it would have been super impactful to see this quite likable guy just be gunned down in cold blood. The guy who kills him, by the way, is I think from the cartoons. I haven't watched any of the cartoons, but in this show certainly he's incredibly underdeveloped, which is especially unfortunate because he's the one who says the closest thing to a line that actually gives us an insight into Boba's character within the context of this show.
You gave it a shot. You tried to go straight, but you've got your father's blood pumping through your veins. You're a killer.
But it doesn't mean much coming from him because who is this random dude? How does he know Boba? What's his relationship? What's the significance of him saying this thing? Anyway, let me just end this with a compliment. The scene where the Rancor fights the giant droid is admittedly pretty damn awesome. In fact, compared to the Mandalorian, I actually love how the giant droids here make sense. They're this super powerful weapon and they're treated as such. They're not killed effortlessly like they're nothing. Instead, it takes an effort that destroys almost the entire town just to stop them. There's a sense of, oh, these droids seem super powerful. They're probably a really significant player in this conflict, and that's exactly how they function. Boba gets given a Rancor as a present by Jabba's relatives, and he mentions wanting to train it and to learn how to ride it, and that's how he's able to deploy it at this pivotal moment in the battle. Yeah, droid versus giant monster is absolutely a matchup I can get behind. It is a bit weird that the Rancor can survive being shot by those cannons. That's a bit like saying that a human being would be able to survive being shot by a regular blaster. Like, yeah, the Rancor is much bigger and much more powerful, but so are those guns. But yeah, whatever, the droids get taken out, and honestly, yeah, like the way this final battle plays out is pretty satisfying. I've complained about having no context for the relative powers of different sides in Star Wars conflicts, but here, it all makes sense and is pretty easy to understand. I'm guessing the Pikes have a small army of enforcers, and then they have these giant droids as an insurance policy. They weren't expecting a whole armed village to show up, and then a Rancor to defeat the droids, so that's how they got defeated. Makes perfect sense. I do find it funny that at the end, all of the crime lords who betrayed Boba just get killed by him. Like, it almost comes across as a punchline. After a whole show of him being totally pathetic and not doing anything to avoid people betraying him, in the very last scene, he's just like, hey, I've got an idea. I should kill them. But that's the real issue of this show. I mean, well, there are two main issues with this show. The first is that it's got 3 plots that all take away from each other. It should have just been focused on the Tatooine crime drama, but also in focusing on that, it should have either committed to that and had Boba be a crime lord and the entertainment value comes from watching him expand his criminal empire, or alternatively explore his character and show us how he's not the bad guy we might assume he is if we've just seen the original trilogy, and as such, show us us him defeating this criminal enterprise and bringing order and peace and justice back to this corner of the galaxy. But instead we get an underdeveloped plot about a guy who's half-heartedly committed to being a crime lord, but not enough to actually follow through on doing anything interesting. It's bad. So, the thing about Obi-Wan Kenobi is that everyone loves the prequels.
The prequels were underrated. 3, 2, 1.
I mean, not by the people that love that sort of we made them for. In fact,
yeah, underrated at the time.
At the time,
yeah,
and by the critics and stuff.
I feel like
the
now
time,
though, just needed a little bit of time, to sort of ferment in our popular culture.
Yeah,
yeah.
But I think they were appreciated at the time by the generation we made them for, if you like.
I mean, there are some people who view the prequels as these soulless, meandering movies, and you can kind of understand why people thought that at the time. It's easy to look at all of the CGI and the plot holes and the clunky line delivery and say, these were a series of movies churned out by a computer without much thought and without much enthusiasm. But then the sequel films came out and we all saw what it actually looks like when films are made for completely cynical reasons through an utterly artless process. I mean, obviously the sequel films are just an extended reference to the original trilogy, as if just by doing the same thing again, you make something of equal quality. And it leaves you thinking, wow, wasn't it awesome how different the prequels were to the original trilogy? It felt like 6 different movies telling one continuous story, rather than the exact same movie on repeat telling one story over and over again. But the real giveaway that the prequel films were better than the sequels, and certainly this is why it's very relevant to this show, is the attitude of the cast. I do not think that the sequel trilogy will come to be re-evaluated positively by fans in the same way that the prequels have. I could make a whole video just on that. But an extension of that contention regarding the fans is that certainly we know that the cast of the sequel films themselves want absolutely nothing to do with the legacy of their roles in those films.
Cheeky question, but does that reduce the chances of a return for Poe Dameron one day?
Probably, but who knows? I need another house or something.
I think at best they might return to Star Wars with the hope that a different show or different film series could actually do their characters justice. But with the prequel trilogy, it seems like everyone involved had a broadly positive experience, with the obvious exception of Jake Lloyd, but child actors going on to resent their careers is a separate, well-documented issue regardless of what franchise we're talking about. For the adults who worked on the films, it seems like despite the fan backlash, they had a lot of fun, got some really positive memories out of it, and most of them wouldn't hesitate to return to the series again. I mean, that's even more impressive when you consider that even the original trilogy, which is generally considered the best, had some pretty significant actors within it who actually hated their experience making the films and overall weren't that enthusiastic about Star Wars. Anyway, hopefully you can see where I'm going with this. I'm providing some important context because all of this is why there would have been a lot of enthusiasm for making an Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show. People love Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi, and that's significantly helped by the fact that Ewan McGregor seems to love Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi. So in principle, the idea of him returning to this role should be great. But there is one little issue. The first is that given his age, there's a very specific time when this would have to be set, and it's during the most depressing point of Obi-Wan Kenobi's life. If the main appeal is remembering how much fun Ewan McGregor seemed to be having making the Star Wars films, well, that doesn't really work tonally if you're going to be having him play a way more serious, way more depressing character. Also, the other issue is, people do love Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi, but it's kind of a package deal. People love Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan Kenobi because of the chemistry, both on-screen and off-screen, that he appears to have with Hayden Christensen as Anakin.
I think the biggest one that I did was when I said that Anakin Skywalker is a stronger and much better Jedi than Rey. He is.
And I think actually the fans kind of galvanized behind you.
Yeah, I mean, well, but there were some fans that were just like, oh, no. that's not true, but no, you're lying. Anakin's the G.
Which I totally get. When you look at interviews and behind the scenes footage, there's a sense that they really like each other and they really get along well together, so of course we'd love to see the dynamic duo back again. The problem is, unlike with the prequels and the original trilogy, which can reinforce each other emotionally,
he was the best star pilot in the galaxy. And a cunning warrior. And he was a good friend.
this show is constrained by being set between these two very important stories, which presents a huge number of limitations in terms of how much you can actually do with an Obi-Wan Anakin story. The problem is that obviously what this should have been, for the sake of quality, is a much smaller, more personal Obi-Wan story without any real implications for the larger canon. I've often thought a good inspiration for an Obi-Wan Kenobi solo story would be something very heavily inspired by No Country for Old Men.
Had his blanket wrapped around him and his head down. It was like we was both back in the older times, going through this pass in the mountains. And in the dream I knew that he was going on ahead. And I knew that whenever I got there, he'd be there. And then I woke up.
You know, it could be about Obi-Wan Kenobi as an outlaw dealing with some sort of Tatooine-centered crime drama, and with the same themes as No Country for Old Men, about a sense that the growing evil in the world is too much for you to endure as you get older. They do kind of touch on that scene with the moment where Obi-Wan Kenobi is confronted by Anakin and he just turns off his lightsaber and runs away. That's very reminiscent of the scene in No Country for Old Men where Sheriff Bell refuses to go through the doorway. But the problem with having Obi-Wan fight Anakin in this show is that it takes away from the significance of the third film being when they last encountered each other, and the fourth film appearing to be the next time that they encounter each other after that pivotal moment. Instead, you have this rematch plonked right in the middle of this time period, which kind of just feels redundant. I've also heard some people say that aspects of this do in fact contradict what's been established in the canon already, and that wouldn't surprise me, although I can't be bothered to look into the details of it. Either way, I definitely felt that this show was overly conscious of how little it could do without contradicting the pre-established story even more. The one thing you could say is that Obi-Wan actually finding out for the very first time that Anakin Skywalker is Darth Vader is a pretty awesome moment. I mean, prior to the show, I think most people just assume that he worked this out himself. Also, by the way, Darth Sidious does identify Anakin as Darth Vader in his fight with Master Yoda, and you'd think that Yoda might pass on that information to Obi-Wan. Either way, you'd think some point soon after Obi-Wan had defeated Anakin, he'd start hearing about this Darth Vader person running around, and he'd put two and two together and say, oh, that's probably Anakin. Nonetheless, it's certainly possible that Obi-Wan hadn't worked this out himself, and with that said, it's I think probably an improvement that we get to actually see him find out this information instead of it just being assumed that he worked it out himself. What I don't like is that we see the origin for the idea that Darth Vader killed Anakin, and that doesn't come from Obi-Wan, but is instead something he's told by Anakin himself. I think it's much more powerful if Obi-Wan is the one who decides for himself that his friend is dead. And obviously it jives much more with the original trilogy, where he implies to Luke that the reason he said that Darth Vader killed Anakin is because it was his point of view, rather than it just being something Anakin told him. I must admit, I'm struggling to talk about this because there's lots of little stuff going on that's all interplaying with the content of the film surrounding it. Probably one of the most ambitious moments in terms of characterization is the episode where they intersperse Obi-Wan and Anakin training together many years ago with the plot of this episode itself, where Anakin is pursuing Obi-Wan as he attempts to hide on this planet as part of a game of cat and mouse. The point is that we can learn something about Anakin through the flashback, and then we can see in the present day how Obi-Wan's knowledge of that flaw that Anakin has allows him to outmaneuver him. Specifically what they go for is that Anakin has a need to prove himself by pursuing victory at all costs. That's a great idea to explore. What's weird is that they don't really deliver on that in the plot of the episode itself. Essentially, the way that Obi-Wan outmaneuvers Anakin is that they do this like ship switcheroo thing where Anakin force grabs one of the ships, but then it turns out there was this other ship and that's the ship that they get away on. I actually don't really understand what happened here if I'm being honest. But it definitely doesn't seem to have anything to do with Anakin obsessively pursuing victory or having a need to prove himself. Also, I'm not sure if it makes sense that Anakin as Darth Vader would continue to have this character motivation. I mean, it doesn't really seem to be part of his characterization in the original trilogy. If I'm being honest, I actually think that the prequels and certainly the original films are very basic in terms of characterization, which is fine. Anakin as a good guy who falls to the dark side is a classic archetype. I have no problem with that. The problem is, the more you try to explore the details of Anakin's character, the more you take away from it as a classic archetype. That's why we can't have stories about pure evil characters like Sauron or Voldemort, because the point is that they're pure evil. Anything you could do to explore their character beyond that would only take away from them as characters. Anakin is best understood as a good guy who became evil. Any attempt to explore the deeper nuances of how and why that happened can only serve to diminish the beautiful simplicity of the original story. But that's just my own personal opinion, already expressed by my broader view that the Star Wars films at their inception were best suited to be smaller, simple, limited stories, and attempts to expand them with much more nuanced plots and themes and characterizations aren't really appropriate for the universe as it was initially conceived. Like, if Anakin has a flaw, it's probably that he got suckered into killing a whole load of children by a guy with an evil monster face who promised that he'd be able to help him save his wife from dying, and then his wife died literally later on that day. The more you try to explore Anakin's character and try to get into what actually makes this guy tick, the more you're going to make me actually think about his characterization and realize, geez, this guy's just a chump. I do sort of like that Anakin burns Obi-Wan in the fire. The symmetry there is obviously very powerful. The thing I don't like about it though is that it's more interesting for Obi-Wan's character if he has a sense of guilt, because he has actually done worse to Anakin than Anakin has ever done to him. Obi-Wan dismembered Anakin, watched him burn horribly, and then left him to die from exposure. Maybe it would be more interesting if Anakin actually refused to do anything cruel or vindictive to seriously hurt Obi-Wan, not only for Anakin's character, but also for Obi-Wan's, as that would definitely compound his sense of guilt. As things stand, I guess Anakin doing this to Obi-Wan makes them kind of even. I mean, obviously Anakin still walks away with the worst fate, but Obi-Wan can justify what he did to Anakin by saying, hey, clearly he would have done the same thing for me, if not worse, if given the opportunity. If Anakin wasn't so quick to take revenge and torture Obi-Wan, then maybe Obi-Wan would have to walk away with much more of an emotional burden to carry. As for the fight itself, it's fine. I mean, my biggest issue with it is that there was no reason to actually think that this fight ever happened. Like, for 17 years, I've been enjoying Star Wars without any concept that Anakin and Obi-Wan fought each other between the two trilogies. So, since I never had any idea that that happened, I don't get any satisfaction from finding out that actually they did. And if there's nothing to get out of this in terms of character or story and themes, and there really isn't, then it's just mindless action. So yeah, the Kenobi show was kind of dead on arrival in that in a post-Disney sequel trilogy world, the best bet in order to win good favor with the fans was to bank on people's nostalgia for the comparably tolerable prequel films. But at the same time, in doing that, you're kind of just retreading a lot of old ground, and as such, ironically enough, basically making the exact same mistakes that the sequel films made in the first place. Now, in some sense, I'm being a bit harsh here because I'm complaining about how they just had to bank on this whole prequel nostalgia stuff, but actually the major focus of this plot isn't about Anakin and Obi-Wan. This show isn't just the transitional adventures of Annie and Obi. The main focus of the plot is actually mostly about Obi-Wan's quest to rescue the kidnapped Princess Leia, which is actually a hell of a lot worse. Because that's clearly rehashing old stories, because the very first Star Wars film was about a quest to rescue Princess Leia after she'd been kidnapped by the Empire. So not only is that rehashing old content, not only is it treading on the toes of what's already been, but there's not even any purpose in having this story there like there was for Obi-Wan and Anakin. People were clamoring to see that relationship again, but nobody was clamoring to see more Obi-Wan and Leia. Firstly, because they don't even interact in the films at any point. But secondly, as I've mentioned several times now, the enthusiasm people have for the characters from the prequels is largely based on their enthusiasm for the actors who played those characters, but in the case of Princess Leia, for some obvious reasons, one of which being that this is a child version of Princess Leia, we're getting a totally different actor. So, considering there was no good reason to pick this plot, they didn't need to do this, it was a really bad plot to pick. Also, when Leia gets rescued in A New Hope, it's because she sends a message to Obi-Wan Kenobi saying, hey, you served my father in the Clone Wars, so based on that, I'm trusting that you'll be able to help me. Just seems kind of weird that she wouldn't mention, hey, you know, you already saved me from being kidnapped 2 times already, so hey, why not go for the hat trick? And you didn't mishear me there. He rescues her twice because they figured, well, since the function of this plot is literally just pointless filler, why not repeat it? The basic plot of this show is that Leia is kidnapped and Obi-Wan is tasked with rescuing her, which he does. And then, instead of just like handing her over to the Organas immediately, for some reason they go to this totally different planet with a massive Imperial presence, and then, in trying to meet up with some contact, they end up getting discovered by the stormtroopers. Then they get helped by this woman who's a double agent working within the Imperial forces, but Leia gets separated from the group and she ends up getting captured by the Empire again, which then means that Obi-Wan and this double agent woman have to break into another Imperial base in order to rescue her again. This plot isn't worth taking much time to discuss because obviously they didn't take much time when they came up with it in the first place. Like, clearly the idea of a show about Obi-Wan Kenobi came first, and then they sat there and they thought, well, usually stuff happens in shows, so I guess something needs to happen. And then a plucky young intern walked in like, hey, I've got it, here's something. And he handed his draft over to them and they were like, by God, you're right. This is something. This is a thing that is happening. So since that was the only metric, I guess my main thought is, well done to them. They did what they set out to do. This is indeed a thing that is happening. For the 2 times that Obi-Wan goes to rescue Leia, it is technically accurate to say that a thing is happening on the screen that I was watching. Well done. Congratulations on achieving the bare minimum. So since this is a big nothing burger, I figure, let's just talk about the condiments on that nothing burger, the ups and downs of the little extras. Firstly, it is total nonsense that Obi-Wan is able to escape from the initial rescue attempt because, fun fact, the logic for why they originally rescue Leia is, well, basically, the Empire know that Bail Organa was friends with Obi-Wan Kenobi, so they figure that if they kidnap Bail Organa's daughter, Leia, then he will reach out to Obi-Wan and ask for his help, which will bring him out of hiding. So firstly, it's a big assumption on their part that Obi-Wan is even alive in the first place, and it's an even bigger assumption with him having disappeared, Bail would still be able to contact him. And it's at least a similarly large assumption that Bail Organa wouldn't just use the resources available to him as the leader of an entire planet to get Leia back himself. But also, in addition to the coincidences of all of those assumptions happening to be correct, there is, you might have noticed, a much bigger coincidence here. What are the odds that this particular girl they decide to kidnap in order to bring Obi-Wan out of hiding would also be this incredibly pivotal character in the original story, and at the same time, secretly, Darth Vader's daughter? Either way, the point is that they kidnap her in order to bring Obi-Wan out of hiding. She is bait. So if the whole point of kidnapping her is to capture Obi-Wan, you'd think they'd actually end up capturing Obi-Wan. Instead, when he shows up, they just have a handful of guys try to detain him, and obviously he's able to escape from them. And then after that, they decide to put a large bounty on him to alert all of the bounty hunters on a planet that he's wanted, and yet somehow, despite every single bounty hunter looking for him, he's still just able to escape that. And this is all, by the way, while Leia is being super annoying by running away from Obi-Wan because she's not convinced that he actually came to rescue her. You'd think that if they did this whole plan, which was very unlikely to succeed, so that they could capture Obi-Wan, that they would just surround this place with stormtroopers so that if the plan did, by some miracle, actually work, then it would actually work. Okay, but I do actually have something nice to say. Yes, it is really ridiculous that Obi-Wan is able to evade all these people trying to capture him, but the way that he escapes off the planet itself is actually pretty satisfying, mostly in that they manage to set something up and then pay it off. There's this character who's impersonating a Jedi, and basically what he offers to do is do mind tricks for people, but he's not actually doing them. He's just got a relationship with some people in important positions, and they agree to do whatever he tells them to do, presumably in exchange for some cut of what he's paid. So essentially he's a con man who pretends that he's using mind tricks to help people, but actually he's just pretending so that he can get very vulnerable, desperate people to pay him money. Now this is maybe the best part of the show in that it's an interesting aspect of world building that we've never seen before. The idea that there are people who pretend to have Jedi abilities, which they're in fact faking in order to scam people, just adds another dimension that makes this universe feel a little bit more real. And as you can probably imagine, the fact they set him up earlier on means that it makes sense when he is the way that they're able to escape off the planet undetected. By the way, the way that they escape from the second rescue attempt is that Obi-Wan hides Leia under his coat like it's a cartoon show. That's why they probably should have only done this whole plot once. Anyway, let's go for another compliment. I like when the stormtrooper falls on that laser gate and gets cut in half. But yeah, that's the basic plot of the first 4 episodes, and then the 5th episode is Darth Vader pursuing them to this planet that they flee to after the second rescue, and then the 6th and final episode is just them wrapping everything up. So really, this whole kidnapping thing is the vast majority of the plot of this show, and it is, in fact, not very good. I hope I've sufficiently evidenced that the main reason it's not very good is just because it's boring. I mean, that's kind of a hard thing to communicate, short of strapping you down and forcing you to watch it. I can't just tell you how boring it is. That's something you have to experience yourself. I will just give a brief commentary on Leia's character. She is very annoying, as a lot of kids are, although I will say I was totally on her side when everyone was saying that she needed to apologize to her cousin who bullied her about being adopted. Like, I'm not nominating myself for Parent of the Year here, but personally, if my nephew made fun of my adopted daughter for not being part of the family, I would tell his parents to put him in line, and I'd tell CPS to look the other way. But yeah, the main reason why she's annoying is just that she's like an ideological Mary Sue. Like, everything that she believes is perfectly moral, she's really idealistic, she's really morally upright. There's a line at the end from Obi-Wan about how Leia has the best qualities of Padme and of Anakin.
You are wise, discerning, kind-hearted. These are qualities that came from your mother, but you're also passionate and fearless, forthright, and these are gifts from your father.
I don't know, I feel like you could say the same thing about any kids with regards to their parents, and you probably wouldn't be wrong, but it wouldn't be a meaningful thing to say either. Leia would be a lot more interesting if she was actually pro-Empire in her mindset, and then changed her mind throughout the course of the show. Like, maybe she should be the one who views service droids and common folk as beneath her, instead of getting really outraged when other people do that.
He's rude to droids.
You have to rise above Leia.
I mean, she is a princess being raised in a fascistic society. You'd think the idea that there are some people who are born to rule and others who are born to serve could be a line that a spoiled, literal princess could easily be inclined to believe. And then if the show has to be about Leia, it could be about how what she learns throughout the course of the show gives her the inspiration that will later cause her to break away from the Empire and become a rebel. That would certainly make a lot more sense if the Organas are trying to not draw too much negative attention from the Empire. They should position themselves as hardcore loyalists who absolutely support the Imperial project. And I don't know, maybe it would be quite interesting if by the end of the show, Leia actually has a tension with her father because she's realized the issues with the Empire, but he realizes that in order to keep her safe, it's best if he continues to present himself as an avowed enthusiast for the regime. Certainly there's a lot more interesting things you could do if you don't just right from the beginning have Bail and Leia both outwardly presenting themselves as completely opposed to the Empire and entirely in line with the thinking of the rebellion. Anyway, so almost as if this plot was just constructed by successively adding more and more plot threads until you eventually have enough that you can stretch out to fill an entire season, there is another subplot to consider. This centers on the character of Reva, who, even though they say her name many times, I'm still going to have to spell with 2 E's in this script, because otherwise I would would definitely call her Reva. Some people complained about the presence of Reva in this show for reasons that seem a little...
Starting with Black Panther earlier this year, which had a suspicious amount of female characters.
Like people say, ugh, why does this woman get so much focus compared to Obi-Wan and Anakin? To which my response is, well, actually, the show would probably be better if Anakin got no focus at all and Obi-Wan was actually kind of more of a side character. Because as I've said, their situation in the original trilogy doesn't leave much room for a big, exciting story about either of them. So I honestly welcome the introduction of a character who exists only within the context of this show, so we can get a complete story with a beginning, middle, and end. And while, you know, I hate to see my beloved Star Wars get political, I guess it's okay if that character is a black woman. Thing is, she actually is maybe the most interesting character of this entire show. Not that that's saying much, because there isn't too much competition. See, at first, she just seems like a generic Imperial enforcer. She's force sensitive and serves in the role of what's called an Inquisitor, basically someone who hunts down fugitive Jedi. She's actually pretty intense. There's this one time when she cuts someone's hand off just to intimidate everyone into giving her information. She's also totally down for torturing a child. There's also this guy called the Grand Inquisitor, who the only thing I'll say about him is in the first episode, he's giving this speech that feels like it's trying way too hard to be the opening speech from Inglourious Bastards.
Do you know the key to hunting Jedi, friend? It is patience.
And the assumption we're led to make about Reva is that she's doing all of this stuff and being such a hardcore enforcer because she wants to become the Grand Inquisitor herself, and she even murders the current Grand Inquisitor to this end. It does admittedly sometimes feel like kind of a cheap way of getting Obi-Wan out of trouble, that the Inquisitors will occasionally just turn on each other and bicker or even kill each other, just when Obi-Wan would actually be caught if they work together, so since they fight each other, hey, he's able to escape. But here's the thing, okay, so this show starts off with a flashback to Order 66, and at first I was willing to believe this is just another random Star Wars flashback, because Lord knows we've had plenty of those so far. But it turns out to actually be very plot relevant, because we discover that Reva survived Order 66 and as such has a vendetta against Anakin. So all of this apparent effort to be the most loyal Inquisitor is all to gain Anakin's trust and get closer to him so that she can eventually strike and get her revenge. So this actually works quite well as a twist. I really didn't see it coming, even though when you think about it, it makes sense, because I guess anyone who would be at the age where they might be an Inquisitor who is force sensitive presumably survived Order 66, because Order 66 was only 10 years ago, so I guess they must have survived it or else they'd be dead. Anyway, so once Obi-Wan realizes this, he says, hey, we should team up together and take down Anakin. But Reva's like, no, I don't think that would work because you were friends with him and I'm not sure you actually have the guts to pull the trigger. Now, maybe that's right, but I will say what happens to Reva next is absolute nonsense. She goes to strike and Vader just anticipates it and effortlessly defeats her and then stabs her. I mean, it's nice to see Vader looking like a badass, but honestly, this is just so embarrassing and makes Reva's plot feel kind of pointless that she was doing this massive long con to get in the exact moment where she can have the perfect opportunity to strike, and then she does it and just immediately flops. Turns out that the Grand Inquisitor she stabbed somehow survived being stabbed, and I guess he ratted her out, so then she gets stabbed and somehow survives being stabbed. Yes, it's annoying how people never actually die in these shows, I don't like it. Overall, there isn't too much to say about Reva, and I don't like the way that her main plot is wrapped up, but at least she's kind of interesting. At least it was a genuine twist when it's like, oh no, turns out that she's working against the Empire the whole time. But all of this so far just takes us to the end of episode 5. We still need to talk about episode 6. The finale. See, Bail sends a message to Obi-Wan where he mentions the boy on Tatooine. You know, it's really important that this boy is okay, and this is really stupid, not least of all because it's completely unnecessary for him to mention this. But Reva happens to see this message, and I guess she thinks, well, since I failed to kill Vader, I should instead go and kill Vader's son as a sort of revenge. So all of the final act is basically just Owen and Beru preparing to defend Luke from Reva, which they're ultimately unsuccessful at. I do like seeing Owen and Beru risking their life to save Luke, but I will say, honestly, both trilogies either side of this kind of do them dirty. I mean, in the prequels, Owen doesn't get much characterization at all. He's just the son of the guy who bought Anakin's mother as a slave. Obviously, that doesn't make him a bad person in itself, but it's just a bit of an awkward relationship to serve as the basis for being the adopted father of someone's son. And then in the original trilogy, we never see Owen being that affectionate to Luke. They never have a heart-to-heart moment or anything like that. that, and then obviously once he gets killed, Luke doesn't seem to give either of them a second thought after that point. So any attempt to now show Owen and Beru defending Luke with their lives just feels not in service of very much. Unsurprisingly, they're no match for Reva really, so she ends up finding Luke, but then she decides that she can't bring herself to kill him. Now, I understand that blood feuds are a thing, and it's not totally unheard of that someone would choose to take revenge on the relative of an enemy. The issue is that Anakin doesn't know about Luke, he possibly doesn't even care about Luke at this point in the story, and he clearly has no problem with killing children anyway. So clearly this wouldn't function very well as vengeance at all, and as such it doesn't feel like a huge growth moment when Reva decides not to do it. Yeah, Reva, who's angry at Anakin for killing innocent kids, decides that she's not going to kill an innocent kid. Anyway, let's talk about how the show completely undercuts the twists of the original trilogy, because it should leave you thinking, how hasn't every single person worked this out already? Like, firstly, we definitely have an issue with Leia. For one thing, we find out that it's widely known that she was adopted. So Bail Organa, who is widely known for being a very close friend of the last surviving Jedi, also has a kid who he adopted that would seem to have been born at around the exact same time as Order 66, and also at the same time that Anakin's children were due to be born. It just seems like someone might at least suspect that Leia might be a Force-sensitive child in hiding, if not in fact actually Vader's daughter. Especially since now all of this stuff going on in this show must have brought a huge amount of attention down on the Organas from the perspective of Vader and the wider Empire. They aren't just some random family who, yeah, were supportive of the Republic, but hey, maybe now they've changed their allegiances for the sake of convenience, like probably a lot of other powerful families did. Instead, they are known for being actively opposed to the Empire, and they're now known for being in contact with Obi-Wan. Like, no one already mentions that. The whole premise of this show is that they assume that Bail will be able to reach out to Obi-Wan because they're friends. Well, now they actually do have absolute proof that Bail is in fact in contact with Obi-Wan, so you'd think that knowing that he actively talks to the most wanted person in the entire galaxy would bring a lot of scrutiny down on him. But no, I guess somehow nobody got suspicious enough to actually look into the history of when his daughter was adopted. But Leia isn't the only issue here, and since I started this off praising the prequels, let me now undo all of that goodwill with the prequel fans and end by seriously bad-mouthing them. Because obviously the prequels do kind of ruin everything about Luke's situation in A New Hope. Logically, considering that Tatooine appears to be a backwater in the middle of nowhere, it would make sense that it, like Jakku in The Force Awakens, was specifically chosen as the place to hide someone who you want to stay hidden because nobody would care about this place. This place doesn't matter. It's an irrelevant planet with no significance whatsoever. Like, the point is that it's supposed to be the last place anyone would think to look because who would care about some random desert planet? But the prequels established that Anakin was born on Tatooine himself and that Owen and Beru are Anakin's stepbrother and sister-in-law. Oh, and to be honest, the original trilogy can catch some strays here, because in episode 6, we find out that Anakin's name was in fact Anakin Skywalker, and in A New Hope, Luke introduces himself to Leia as Luke Skywalker. So it seems like Luke was raised in hiding from his dad with the exact same name as his dad, rather than them just changing his name to Lars. So all of that is pretty bad already, but then on top of that, in this show, we see Inquisitors interacting with Owen Lars himself and being suspicious of him. And what we definitely know is that they are actively hunting for Obi-Wan, which makes Obi-Wan kind of a massive dick for trying to have any sort of contact with Luke at this point. Like, it's a small thing, but he goes to give him this toy, and doing something like that, going to see Luke, makes it much more likely that if Obi-Wan is caught, then Luke will also be too. It's also just sort of weird that all of this stuff happens, and yet it's never mentioned in the original trilogy. I mean, they at least, to be fair, have Luke be asleep when Reva goes to attack him with her lightsaber, so it makes sense that he doesn't see that, and I guess that maintains some sense of continuity. But again, it's just another example of how everything in this show seems to be straining at the continuity that exists, because they know that the decisions they have to make can't impact too much what we already know happens later on in the story. And I don't think that's a great thing to have dominating the back of your mind as you're trying to be creative and tell a worthwhile original story. Not to say that that necessarily was what they were trying to do when they came up with this show, but the fact that if they were trying to come up with a good story, that would have been something they'd have to be constantly aware of, is kind of just indicative of the overarching issue. I will say that I enjoyed seeing Obi-Wan in his broken state at the start, when he tells that young aspiring Jedi to just run away, then that he wants nothing to do with him and he should just go back into hiding. That's powerful. But how this relates to Luke doesn't really work at all, because at the start, he actively wants to train Luke, and then by the end of the show, he decides that he doesn't want to. So at the start of the film, does he want to revitalize the Jedi and train new ones or not? There seems to be an inconsistency there. It's just another piece of evidence of how this would have been much better if it was a smaller story about an old man dealing with demons from his past and trying to survive in a new, more evil, more dark world that he feels ill-equipped to handle. Come on, you're Disney. You've got billions of dollars. Just build a time machine, go back in time, and buy the rights to No Country for Old Men before the Coen brothers get their grubby little mitts on it. Yeah, we've still got 2 seasons of Star Wars TV to go, and we're already at the point where I'm suggesting time travel as the best available solution. I planned out the structure of this video with a mind towards the title, the good, the bad, and the surprisingly great. The plan was to start with the first season of Mandalore and arguably the second, which are both generally considered pretty good. Then I was going to look at what's generally regarded as bad, Mandalorian Season 3, The Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and the worst of the worst, The Acolyte. For the record, this is the only show that I hadn't seen in advance of watching it specifically for this review, which makes sense because it is the most recent. But I'd seen a lot of people complaining about it, so I thought it must be really, really bad. So the point was that this would be the last gasp of disappointment before the breath of fresh air that is Andor. But now I've watched the show and it's fine. There's nothing in it that really particularly annoys me. Part of the issue is that one of the easiest ways to identify if a show is bad is if it contradicts or in some way works against that which is already good. So we can say, look, at The Mandalorian Season 3, it's clearly bad because it fails to pay off on all of the stuff set up in the first 2 seasons. The sequel trilogy is bad because it completely undoes the Rebellion's victory in the original trilogy. Obi-Wan Kenobi is bad because it wasn't able to deliver on the enthusiasm people have for the relationship between Ewan McGregor and Hayden Christensen. I'm not saying those are the only bad things about this media, I'm just saying that those are the easiest things to point to if you're trying to do a review. But here, I can't really point to anything and say this is bad because of its relationship to this other stuff, because this show kind of stands alone. Indeed, for me, this show actually started off with a huge positive, because going into it I was thinking, well, I'm not sure what The Acolyte is supposed to be. So since this title sounds like something completely new to me, I hope it is actually covering a unique period of time, instead of the same 20 years centered on episode 4 that's been covered by, what, every single other live-action Star Wars TV show? Okay, so I just checked and it seems like Ahsoka might be set 11 or 12 years after episode 4, but even then, if we just expand our scope by instead saying within a decade of the original trilogy, that would cover all of them. Except this show, and that's the key point, because the first criteria in my head that I was saying this will really annoy me is if this show is covering that same time frame that's been done to death at this point. Instead, this is set 100 years before the Empire, according to the opening, which I guess would make it about 120 BBY if I'm willing to make myself sound like a huge nerd by using the official Star Wars dating system. When I say dating system, of course, I'm not talking about meeting romantic partners. There's no hope of that type of dating for Star Wars fans. Anyway, yeah, the point is that I was immediately enthused that we were going to be learning more about the history of the Jedi. I mean, they have been around for over 1,000 generations, according to Obi-Wan Kenobi, so that leaves a lot to explore. Now, it's not all totally original stuff. This show, for example, still features the Sith in a significant role, even though the Sith are supposed to have been extinct around this point in history. I've always felt like the point of the High Republic is supposed to be that it was a period of unparalleled peace where the Jedi were totally dominant, so it kind of goes against that if you just have a Sith casually show up and be like, hey guys, I'm here too. But at least they do, on top of that, add some more stuff to this universe, including a new order of Force users, the Witches. The Witches aren't explained in elaborate detail. They appear to be darker as an order in that they like cover their face with all sorts of weird tribal markings and they wear these dark robes. They're very pagan coded, which makes sense because witches literally are pagans. However, the Witches aren't shown to be explicitly evil. There's implied to be something off about them, reinforced by the fact that the main character, Osha, who is raised by the Witches, doesn't want to be one. They also seem to be internally divided regarding the question of whether they should let Osha leave their order. The leader of the Coven reluctantly accepts it, but the kind of second in command violently resists the idea of Osha being allowed to leave and even barricades everyone into the building so no one's allowed to escape. So all of this is a roundabout way of saying that the Witches appear to be presented in a morally grey way, and as such they're more just like an alternative religious order to the Jedi rather than unabashed villains. We don't get a coherent, detailed explanation of how exactly their philosophy differs from the Jedi. We get one comment about how they conceive of the Force as being more like a thread, but there's no observable implications of this thread-based understanding of the Force, like in terms of how they live their lives or what abilities they have. It's also not clear whether an acolyte is a specific type of person in this universe. You know, it's not clear why that's the entire title of the show.
I want a pupil, an acolyte.
Is an acolyte defined as such by an adherence to a particular order or creed, or is the term just being used as a generic way to refer to any follower or pupil? See, the titular acolyte of the show would appear to be May, who is Osha's sort of twin that is being trained by the Sith Lord. But what's interesting is that she seems to be slightly different from your typical Sith, suggesting that an acolyte might be a specific variant of Sith. Firstly, she, unless my memory is stupendously failing me right now, does not at any point use a lightsaber. Instead, she uses throwing knives, which is actually a pretty great choice of weapon for someone who can use the Force, because she just throws the knives and then can use the Force to bring them back to her. But the real trick is for her to learn to kill someone without using any weapon at all. That's presented as the ultimate test for her as an acolyte. The stated reason for this is that the Jedi Code does not allow them to kill an unarmed person. Although we see her engage in hand-to-hand combat and the Jedi are plenty willing to defend themselves, so this isn't quite the loophole that you might think it is. But all this talk about killing someone without a weapon isn't really about hand-to-hand combat. Instead, we discover that it's supposed to be about killing someone using the Force alone. Ultimately, this whole season seems to be building up to the moment where somebody kills someone else using a Force choke, and the way it's presented within the context of the show is that this is a very rare and possibly completely new ability, which in some sense is a really cool thing to center the season around because the Force choke is iconic for the franchise. I mean, I think it's the first time we ever see the Force being used when Anakin chokes that Imperial guy. But on the other hand, it's not really treated as that special when Darth Vader does it. It's sort of just implied this is something that the Sith can do, even if not all of them do it. This idea that a Force choke is a thing learned specifically by an acolyte who has gone down this path of trying to learn how to kill someone without using a weapon but with the Force alone is a potentially very interesting addition to Star Wars lore, but it does run into the issue that clearly this was not something in George Lucas's mind in the 70s, and as such this isn't bringing home or concluding and fulfilling some clever setups from the first time we ever saw the Force choke used. Speaking of interacting with the rest of the franchise, unsurprisingly in this show they do try to have some setups for what's going to happen to the Jedi in a century's time. Specifically, there's a whole political drama regarding how much oversight should the Senate have over the Jedi, and of course we eventually know that Chancellor Palpatine will use his control of the Senate in order to exterminate the Jedi. In this show there's this one senator really pushing for it because he thinks there should be more checks and balances in the system, and I think from his perspective it's supposed to be this perfectly innocent, reasonable thing. In fact, we get another bit of foreshadowing because he says the real concern he has is that because the Jedi are obsessed with trying to suppress everyone's emotions, eventually there'll be a Jedi who can't handle this and they'll snap, and then that will be a real disaster for everyone. So clearly that's foreshadowing Anakin's fall from grace. There are some other lines in the show that feel like they're trying to get at a sort of in-universe critique of the Jedi. The Sith Lord at one point says that the problem with the Jedi is that peace is a lie.
The Jedi justify their galactic dominance in the name of peace.
And peace
is a lie, I know.
If I were to interpret this as a more substantial ideological conviction, I'd imagine it's trying to say that conflict is inevitable and perhaps even the best way to resolve disagreements and even injustices. I'm so washed out. I don't know why I'm so washed out for this episode, by the way. I've literally no idea. So I'm trying to work out how to fix the brightness, and I accidentally zoomed in on my face. So the point would be that the Jedi, in trying to suppress conflict, are actually allowing injustice to continue existing. A bit like that quote by MLK about how there's a difference between peace simply meaning peace where there is no conflict, but there might still continue to be injustice, it's just no one's fighting against it, and peace where actually the reason why it's peaceful is because there is justice and nobody has any reason to engage in conflict in the first place. People tolerating oppression is peaceful, but they're still being oppressed, which is bad. There's another line from, I can't remember who, I think it might be one of the witches, where they basically say that the Jedi's noble intentions will eventually lead to the destruction of every Jedi in the galaxy. I don't really get this at all, because obviously every Jedi was wiped out due to Order 66, but that didn't happen because of the Jedi's noble intentions. Indeed, this show actually gets pretty interesting because we find out that the Jedi actually aren't as noble as you might think. See, with all this scrutiny and the push for oversight from the Senate, the Jedi have, in this story, a bit of an image problem, which is why it makes a lot of sense as a development for this universe that after the events of this show lead to a whole load of Jedi getting killed and some pretty clear mistakes being exposed, one of the higher up Jedis basically engages in a cover-up. She claims that just one Jedi, Sol, the guy who got choked to death, went rogue and he killed all the other Jedi, but it's just a problem with him, there's no institutional issues. She says this firstly to cover a wider mismanagement for which several Jedi were responsible, and secondly, of course, as a way to deny the continued existence of the Sith, because if it became well known that Sith were still around, that would shatter the image of invulnerability the Jedi have at this time. And again, this works perfectly as a setup for the prequels. 100 years earlier, there were already Jedi actively lying about all of their systemic issues. I do appreciate the effort to have the conflict be more interesting than just evil Sith versus good Jedi. Except for, again, as I've said many times, while that is very good if you want to create an expanded universe for Star Wars where you can explore all sorts of new, different stories, I just always remember that line from Luke in Return of the Jedi. I'm a Jedi like my father before me. When he says that, it's clearly supposed to mean something. I am a good person. I'm on the right side. But then, does that really work if before the Empire the Jedi were incredibly flawed and by no means did identifying as a Jedi mean identifying as a good person? Yes, I realize this whole point is a point I've made several times now in this video so far, but it's just a point I keep coming back to as we keep looking at all of these attempts to expand the Star Wars universe to make it more complex, when the original trilogy just wasn't very complex at all. But given that it now basically is canon that the Jedi in fact did have all sorts of flaws, I would say that this show explores those flaws in a really interesting way. Now, what I've sort of just accidentally done there is made this show sound really, really good. Like, I've just spoken about how it expands on Star Wars lore, and aside from my criticisms that I apply to basically every piece of expanded Star Wars media, most of what I was saying there was pretty positive. And that is definitely part of why I don't get the insane level of hatred this show receives. But at the same time, I really don't love this show, and to illustrate that point, I'll start talking about the main plot. So the show is made up of these distinct mysteries that the show sets up, although these mysteries often interact with each other, and to be honest, this might have been one of those times that would be really useful if I just worked my way through the entire show chronologically. So the first mystery is who is killing the Jedi? The show starts off with the acolyte, May, killing a Jedi Master, and her twin sister, Osha, is suspected of the killing instead. So the mystery is that we're not initially told that Osha and May are two different people, so in having already explained that, I've basically given away the mystery up front. And to be fair, there's not much time wasted in communicating the solution to this mystery by the show either. I mean, what really gives it away is that after Osha is taken into custody, another Jedi is killed by someone matching her description, so clearly it couldn't have been her who did it. And prior to that, we see Osha chasing a vision of her sister who looks just like her, and we can quite easily work out, oh, she must have an identical twin sister, and it's probably her doing the killing. I will say I was quite excited about the possibility this show could actually be from the perspective of a villain. Because when we see someone who looks like Osha killing all the Jedi, and then we are following Osha as the main character, I was like, oh, we're going to be following the plot of someone who's actively antagonistic towards the Jedi? But no, in fact, the majority of the plot is following the people who are trying to stop May from killing the Jedi, and they're trying to investigate what's happening. It's almost like a serial killer crime drama. But if it's supposed to be a crime drama, it's not that great that we find out who the suspect is within like the first 2 episodes. It's obviously Osha's twin sister, May. Now, the next big question though is, given that these Jedi are being targeted, what did they do? What's the reason for this? Especially, what did Sol do? Because he seems to be the most suspicious person. Indeed, he's so suspicious that when some other Jedi are investigating the murders, their first hypothesis is that it's Sol who's gone rogue, and as I already said, that's eventually the cover story they end up using. But it seems like a lot of Jedi are implicated in this, because one of the first lines we hear from May is that in her experience, the Jedi are perfectly happy to kill the unarmed.
Jedi do not attack the unarmed.
Yes, you do.
So what, did the Jedi engage in some kind of massacre of an unarmed civilian population? This seems like it could be a pretty bad thing they did. At one point there's this Jedi that May is struggling to kill, and the way she ends up killing him is just by giving him poison and telling him to take it because that will give him absolution from his crimes. This guy has also been in a meditative state for several years, and it's implied that the reason he's done this is because he wants to cut himself off from the world due to the guilt he's feeling. There's a lot of build up to the idea that Sol in particular has this evil secret that he's hiding. I mean, he seems to have some sort of relationship with the Sith Lord. So what is it? I don't want to understate the fact that I was genuinely interested in finding out what this big dark secret was that seemed to be this massive Jedi conspiracy. Well, it all goes back to this thing that happened in the Witches' Coven 16 years ago when the Jedi first discovered Osha and May. And the revelation is that during a tense confrontation between the Jedi and the Witches, the head witch does something that looks kind of threatening, and Sol panics and stabs her. And May is the one who sees this, which is why she has a vendetta. I will say, by the way, it's fine if you can't find a good child actor, but in that case, just don't have them react to the death on screen. Anyway, so after getting stabbed, the head witch is like, I wasn't gonna do anything bad, actually. So basically, it was just a misunderstanding. The most boring possible explanation for a mystery. Like, the mystery is that the Jedi generally seem pretty nice, and Sol in particular seems very sympathetic. So, what was the evil thing that they did, and what is it that could possibly have motivated these otherwise good people to do this evil thing? Well, during a tense encounter, something happened that made Sol panic, and he reacted in self-defense prematurely. Maybe he could have held off on the stabbing, but the fact is he didn't willfully do something evil, it was just a mistake. And that's boring, not least of all because it's the most boring answer to the question, how do we create a conflict in this narrative? But also because it tells us very little about Sol's character in contrast to if he'd actually done something evil. There is a wider mystery surrounding the Coven. I should say that the format to this show is a bit strange, in that instead of like with Boba Fett, where for the first 4 episodes you were constantly cutting in between 2 different timelines, in this show, you just have 2 episodes that are entirely set 16 years ago. They're episodes 3 and 7, which places them just before the midpoint and end point of the season, respectively. What's weird is that, like, the next episode just immediately picks up the plot of the episode before the flashback. It just makes the flashbacks feel kind of pointless because it will be like episode 6 ends with a big narrative hook, and then you get episode 7 with the flashback, and then you start off episode 8 and it will just be like, anyway, so back to the actual story. So the extra details that we find out through these flashbacks are that the Jedi are predisposed to view the witches as evil, like they describe them as a cult. As such, Sol doesn't like the idea that these witches are training children, and he assumes that they are up to something sinister. So they have a confrontation where the Jedi say that they need to hand over the kids so that they can be tested to see if they'd make good Jedi. And okay, another thing about the flashbacks is that the structure kind of means that they tell the same story twice. Once from Osha's perspective, and then from Sol's perspective. That probably sounds like a really interesting way of telling a story, and it definitely would be if the revelations were actually interesting in themselves. Anyway, the fact that they tell the story twice means I have to pick up on this one line that's so stupid, and the first time I heard it I was just like, that's a really stupid line, but whatever, who cares? But the fact that we hear this line twice is just...
You cannot deny that Jedi have the right to test potential Padawans. With your permission, of course.
That doesn't make any sense. You cannot deny that we have the right to do this thing with your permission. If you having the right to do it is conditional on you having their permission, clearly they can deny it. And maybe you're just saying the whole with your permission thing so you're being respectful and making her feel like she has a choice in the matter, but in that case, why start the sentence off by saying you cannot deny? You cannot deny us the right to do this thing that we'll only do with your permission. It just makes no sense. That's so obviously internally contradictory. Anyway, so tensions rise, and like I say, some of the Witches are more averse to the idea of Osha leaving than others, and who's especially against Osha leaving is May, and this leads to the next big mystery of the show. See, very early on we're told that May started a fire that killed Osha's entire family. So the obvious explanation here would be that May is evil, you know, like basically a Lord Voldemort style character, where even as a child, as soon as she realized she had these abilities, she started using them to hurt people. But there's definitely a mystery in the show surrounding how exactly did this go down. And again, they go for the most boring explanation. It was a misunderstanding. Osha thinks that May started the fire intentionally, but actually May started the fire accidentally, and she even tried to put it out, but she just wasn't able to. What I am confused by is that at one point we just see all of the witches lying on the floor dead, and it's never really explained how that happened. Obviously the Jedi didn't massacre them because they only killed one witch, and that was by mistake. May didn't kill them because we've now discovered she's not evil. I guess they must have died from smoke inhalation, but why is it that that killed them and not the literal children who you'd think would be more vulnerable to something like that? Also, why are they all just dead lying there in the middle of the room together as if they made no effort to escape? I can't stress enough, they literally never explain this. The Jedi and the Witches do have a fight, but again, this can't be an explanation for how they died because I'm pretty sure none of the Witches die in this fight. We also know, of course, that the Jedi don't die in this fight because this is a flashback and we know that they all survive in the modern day, so it really is just a pointless waste of time watching this action scene where we know nobody's at any risk. Nonetheless, insofar as this whole situation did lead to some people dying, you could say that all of these bodies are on Sol's conscience because he's the one who kind of initiated this larger confrontation. And I say this because one of the final big revelations about Sol's character is that at one point, May and Osha are both on these platforms, and May ends up falling and Osha assumes that she's dead. Now obviously she's alive, there's no real mystery there, but we find out that Sol was actually supporting both of their platforms, but he was struggling to do so, so he consciously switched to focusing on Osha's platform and basically allowed May to fall. But again, this isn't that interesting because he either was going to let both of them fall, or he had to focus on saving one of them. I mean, it's pretty contrived that he's put into the situation he has to choose, but I don't think you can fault the choice he makes. Anyway, so this show apparently isn't getting season 2, it's been cancelled, but there are some mysteries left unresolved. Firstly, we see this random creepy monster in the caves, and there's no explanation for what this is. They don't even give us any hints. The show also ends with a Yoda cameo, which implies he might have been involved in season 2. But probably the biggest mystery left, that's left completely unresolved, is how exactly were Osha and May created. Because they discover that Osha and May aren't twins, but are in fact a single consciousness, or soul, that was split between two people and was made by the Force. Now, one interesting thing about this is that, as I've already said, Osha has the ability to force choke somebody, and Anakin had that ability, and Anakin was also conceived by the Force. So there is some precedent for, in the Star Wars universe, life having been conceived by the Force, and in this case that's extra interesting because not only has a life force been conceived, but it's now been split between two distinct people. But again, like I say, we don't get any progress at all with exploring this. And honestly, I would be interested in a season 2. Like, yeah, the show hasn't been great, and the revelations for all the mysteries has been pretty lackluster, and even shows that started off good like The Mandalorian, by the time they were over, they were really failing to pay off what had been set up, so it's very unlikely that a show that started off pretty mediocre, like this, would then be able to reveal some fantastic new truths in the next season and pay everything off in a really satisfying way. But you know what, I'm actually going to wrap up with a compliment. This is going to be a compliment sandwich, even if the bread isn't fantastic, because I actually like most of what's going on with the Sith in this show. Yes, I think it's kind of nonsense that the Sith are here at all, but once I get over that initial hurdle, I can actually enjoy the specifics of how they're handled. And a big part of this in my case is that I actually found the reveal of the Sith's identity to be a really surprising twist, because as I was watching it, I locked in my notes that my guess was that the Sith would be one of the witches. Admittedly, you could say the show kind of of misled me because we did have the first flashback which heavily featured the witches immediately before the episode when the Sith first plays a prominent role. But instead there's this kind of bumbling, sort of cowardly seeming guy who's basically got connections to the black market, and he hooks May up with whatever she needs in order to complete her assassinations. He's kind of a bit like her Q, but less scientifically able. But yeah, this guy seems like he's going to be some sort of comic relief and just a side character. He gets intimidated by the Jedi and very quickly gives up loads of information. And later on he gets tricked by May into this trap she set up so she can go off and do her own thing, and he's left hanging there like a total loser. I just wasn't at all expecting it to be revealed that he's the Sith Lord who's been orchestrating everything. And just for the record, even though May's his apprentice, he's only ever interacted with her while he's wearing his mask. And I actually think that's pretty cool. He's her master and he's training her, but at the same time he's also keeping tabs on her by pretending to be this goofy kind of lovable sidekick. And it also helps that when he reveals his true identity, he just murders a whole load of characters. Like, not only does that show he's a credible threat, but it's also like really impactful for the show as a whole. Like, yeah, you've already heard me complain about how many times in this show characters are killed, but then they just come back and it turns out they were alive. Well, here, we just have a whole load of pre-established characters who've been there for like the first half of the season, and they're just murdered like they're nothing. And that's the kind of thing I can really get behind. I love the moment where Sol makes a callback to the Jedi Council and he's like, hey, something's gone wrong, my entire team has been killed. And they're like, oh, we must have a bad connection or something. There's no way he just said that, did he? In the end, the only way any characters are able to escape is that it was already set up that there are like these moth creatures on this planet that are attracted to bright lights. So they attach a torch to him which attracts all of these creatures and he has to fight them off, and that gives them the opportunity to escape. And it's a very clever way to allow them to escape while he still seems like a very credible opponent. Then there's this whole switcheroo thing which I'll circle back to in a moment, but it basically means that now Osha starts interacting with the Sith guy, who it just occurred to me I never bothered to remember the name of. Okay, so it's Kymir. That'll be useful to remember going forward. Anyway, so the thing about Kymir is that he then almost immediately starts to seem way less evil, and I would say in the second half of the season he's not even an antagonist at all. They definitely try to make him seem more sympathetic by expressing his ideology and his motivation. He says that he wants to be free from the Jedi, and one of his objections is that according to the Jedi, he's not allowed to exist. It's a pretty dumb objection because I can't imagine the Jedi would actually have a problem with the Sith existing if they weren't constantly doing evil things like murdering people. Oh, by the way, I'm going to mention it now. I was going to include it in the world building section, but I forgot, and then when I went back I couldn't really find a good place to insert it. Kymir says that the Acolyte kills the dream. Like, that's just a line he says.
An Acolyte kills without a weapon. An Acolyte kills the dream.
I have no idea what this is supposed to mean. We never see May do anything that amounts to killing a dream. And again, I'll stress, we never really find out what an acolyte is supposed to be within the specific context of this show. Anyway, so as for the characterization, it's pretty derivative of The Last Jedi and the relationship between Rey and Kylo in that film. Now, that specific aspect is actually one of my favorite things in that film, so I'm only complaining about it here insofar as it suggests a lack of originality. You know, Osha is on this island surrounded by tempestuous water as she forms a relationship with this handsome, skinny Sith dude. Also, remember when Rey was really uncomfortable seeing Kylo topless? Well, this woman is totally unfazed seeing this dude fully naked. And yet, despite that, and them both being two attractive people alone together on an island, they don't really have much romantic chemistry. The main plot of this Sith guy is very interesting in an exciting way, but then it quite rapidly becomes interesting in like a weird way. Like, he kills so many people in the midpoint of this season, and then after that he's just like chill. Now, what's less chill is the tempestuous relationship between May and Osha. Like, in the flashbacks of them as children, they don't really like each other, and it's never really explained why they don't like each other. But the big rift between them is that Osha wants to be a Jedi, and May doesn't, and that's never really explained at all. I mean, why would Osha want to be a Jedi? She's never met a Jedi, she's been raised by these witches her whole life, and they all view the Jedi to be evil and a threat. The easiest and laziest explanation would just be to say that the Force is drawing her to be a Jedi, but that doesn't tell us anything meaningful about her character. The only concrete explanation we're eventually given is that Osha doesn't like the fact that there are no other children in the Witch's Coven, whereas she's told that there are lots of other children if she goes to train to be a Jedi. So I guess this creates the inverse question of why is it that May is not drawn to the Jedi by the Force, and why is it that she doesn't have a problem with how many children there are? I guess it's implied that May is more attached to Osha than the reverse, and that's the basis for the initial conflict between them. And later later on when they meet, it seems like Osha is still pretty committed to the Jedi, as she has no family feelings to May whatsoever and just arrests her for being evil. And meanwhile, May insists that Osha's been brainwashed by the Jedi. But again, this isn't too interesting because both believing the other is brainwashed doesn't really tell us that much about their characters. It's like watching a Jehovah's Witness argue with a Mormon. They can both shout at each other saying that the other side has been brainwashed by a cult, but from an outsider's perspective, we just think, well, you both have, so we wouldn't find it that interesting. Now, the final interesting character moment from this show is that basically Osha and May kind of end up swapping places. And honestly, this kind of confuses me because when May first betrays Chimera, her stated reason for doing so is that she wants to turn herself into the Jedi.
What I'm going to do is surrender myself to Kelnaka, and then turn myself into the Jedi.
But then, for some reason, when she sees the Jedi, she runs away from them and runs in the direction of the target she was supposed to be assassinating to discover that he's already been killed. So, I guess once they discover that, they assume that May must have been the one who killed him, and that kind of ruins her plans about going over to the other side. But none of this really matters because immediately after this, Chimera shows up and just kills everyone. In the confusion, May disguises herself as Osha so that she can get close to Sol and kill him. Again, I don't know why she said she wanted to join the Jedi at one point, but now she's completely on board with killing Sol. It doesn't really make any sense. Meanwhile, Osha gets picked up by Chimera and they start interacting with each other. There was a moment where I started to think maybe May and Osha are going to get settled into their new roles and they will have a complete character switch. But in the end, like I say, May still wants to kill Sol for some reason, even though she was all about turning herself into the Jedi and switching sides, whatever. But Sol has this rodent that they use to track people down because it has this really good sense of smell, and it's able to detect that May is in fact not Osha, so then Sol goes up behind her and shoots her with a stun gun. And this is when we reach the finale. All of the characters converge on the Coven, where 16 years earlier everything went down, and this is where May gets Sol to confess to all the bad things he did, but she decides to show mercy and not kill him. However, Osha overhears all of this, and she, as the former Jedi, feels way more intensely betrayed by what she's just heard, so she then force chokes Sol and kills him. Again, credit to the fact that she actually kills him. Usually people don't die in these shows, but this guy was kind of the main character, arguably, and he just dies. He's dead at the end of the season. Awesome. I also like that Osha's lightsaber turns red after she kills Sol because clearly she's now turned much more to the dark side. This isn't something there's any precedent for in the wider canon, but to be honest, people's lightsabers seem to be so wildly different in this show that I'm willing to believe that this is something that could just happen in this specific scenario, even though it doesn't ordinarily happen. No matter what, it's certainly a striking visual representation of her changing character. Now, I will say, obviously, I don't like that all of this emerges from a misunderstanding. She kills Sol basically because he killed the head witch 16 years ago, but as I've already explained, that was a mistake on his part, and his efforts to cover it up were genuinely to protect Osha. I think showing a character turn to the dark side can be a really tough thing to pull off in fantasy, because you are basically just having to show someone choose to become evil. I think the main benefit this show has is that Osha wasn't characterized as a super committed Jedi in the first place. In fact, on the contrary, at the start of this show, she has already left the Jedi Order. So as such, I'm much more willing to believe that she would snap and behave in this evil way because she wasn't that good in the first place. I do find the final big moment of the show a little bit confusing and kind of hilarious. See, Osha's like, hey, I'll train with you, Chimera, if you let May go. But in this context, letting May go means letting her be captured by the Jedi. And then Chimera's like, hey, yeah, and also we could wipe her memory so she'll forget all about us. And that way the Jedi won't be able to effectively interrogate her. And they're saying all of this like they're doing her a favor. But how is any of this in her interest? For the record, May does go along with this, but I kind of feel like maybe that's because she was just thinking it would be a bit awkward to be like, actually, I'd kind of like to keep hanging out with you guys if that's okay. Like, it's just such a funny line from Osha. She's like, okay, Chimera, I'll train with you, and you imagine May must be thinking, awesome, she's going to be training with Chimera, that means I'll be able to train and I'll be back together working as a team with my sister, who I love. And then Osha continues her sentence, and she's like, if you let May go. And May's just like, okay, let me go. Alright, I'm a bit confused by that.
Let my sister go and I will train with you. Are you sure?
Like, if Osha's just phrased it like that, as if she's like making a concession in order to do May a favor, it would be really awkward for May to just be like, okay, thanks, but no thanks, and that's how the show ends. As you can tell, it leaves a lot in the balance, and honestly, I'd have liked to see a season 2 just to see how some of this stuff ended up progressing. Also, in my efforts to discover the name of Chimera, I found out that the weird creature in the cave is actually Darth Plagueis.
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
So yeah, I guess if the show's been cancelled, we're not getting a Darth Plagueis backstory anymore, which, you know, that could have been interesting. I actually had an idea for a Star Wars TV show starring Darth Plagueis. It would start in 60 BBY, and it would follow a left-wing coded populist politician who's running on a platform of taking wealth from the galactic core and redistributing it to the Outer Rim. A younger Count Dooku who kind of abandons his aristocratic roots implied by his title in order to work with this politician, and you see him beginning to develop some of his idealistic beliefs that will eventually motivate him to break off in the prequels and form the Separatists. And a few other characters like some Jedi who work to maintain order as all of this discourse around wealth redistribution reaches fever pitch. And in the midst of this would be a young Palpatine just starting to learn how the political game is played and seeing some opportunities about how he could exploit it for himself. And of course he would be at this time just starting to be trained by Darth Plagueis. And there we go, that's my idea for a TV show, so hit me up, Disney. For real though, I would like to see a season 2 of this show, and I don't think season 1 was that bad. I mean, all I've done here is just explain what happened in the show, and while I've had some criticisms, I don't think I've had any real basis for tearing this show apart and making fun of how stupid it is. I certainly don't think this is as bad as Obi-Wan Kenobi, or the Book of Boba Fett, or Mandalorian Season 3. For all of those, it was very easy to find examples of things that actively annoyed me because they were so poorly written. Here, I didn't find it super exciting, and I wouldn't be inclined to dedicate time to rewatching it, but if you were to ask me what I would rather watch for the first time, something on the caliber of most of the stuff that Disney have been putting out recently, or a continuation of this story, I'd probably choose this. So I was really excited to be reviewing Andor for a few key reasons. Firstly, it's really good. That's not something that should go unsaid here right at the start. In fact, it's so good that now, right at the start, I will throw up a spoiler warning and say that if you have not seen this show yet, you definitely should watch it rather than having it spoiled to you here by me. Secondly, it's, you know, over. Like, we have 3.5 hours into this video, and it's done. We're finished. We can all go home after this, and thank you so much for the watch time. But thirdly, and this is the complicated one, I like to plan in advance how much time I'm expecting to spend on a particular section of a video, and I hate to fall behind schedule. Well, I decided to vary how long I was going to work on a particular section, proportional to how long that show actually was. So I gave myself 50% more time to work on the script and the editing for this show than I did for any of the others. Which would mean that this would be a nice leisurely time for me, provided that the extra length of this show didn't mean that I had 50% more stuff to talk about. And that's where it gets complicated. See, as I was watching this show through, I wrote pages upon pages of notes, because in the show, it's so dense, there's so much going on thematically and emotionally in every single scene. Doesn't sound too complicated, right? I mean, I wrote loads of notes, clearly I'm going to have lots to talk about. Well, not necessarily, because actually, delightfully, a lot of the stuff in this show is just reinforcing a few key points. I'd contrast this with something like The Acolyte. In that show, there was a lot of stuff to talk about, but it would be hard to claim that that show was a deep exploration of those core ideas. Andor, on the other hand, is incredible, and as I'm talking about this and addressing certain points, I want it to be understood that every single positive I'm identifying here is something that is reinforced and recurs throughout the runtime of the show. Way back at the start of this video, I said that my general rule of thumb is that the less someone cares about the titular character in a Star Wars show, the better that show will be. Obviously, both Obi-Wan Kenobi and Boba Fett were really bad shows, and The Mandalorian, as that went along, that got worse, which would also correspond to The Mandalorian becoming more well known as a character. The Acolyte is a slight exception in that I didn't love it, but I was expecting it to be a huge exception, whereas in reality, I'd say it's still better than all of the shows about more well-known characters. By contrast, who cares about Cassian Andor? I mean, I know he was in Rogue One, but I don't think any of the characters in that film were fan favourites. When I was told that they were making a TV show about Cassian Andor, I turned my nose up at the idea. Why the hell would you make a TV show, a whole show, about a secondary character from that pointless Episode 4 prequel? What I should have considered is that a potential answer to that question is, well, what if you have a really interesting story to tell, and you want to tell that story without the constraints that come with centering your story on an already established character who has a whole history that you're not allowed to contradict. And with that said, this show is not only good in itself, but I guess it potentially will make Rogue One a lot more entertaining, because now you can go into that already liking and having a lot of enthusiasm for the character of Cassian. Honestly, I welcome them doing this for more characters now, especially characters who were in films where one of the weak points for that film was that the characters weren't very developed. Also, I like the fact that we know that Cassian dies at the end of Rogue One, because that means we know that this show will have a definitive ending. So many shows just go on until eventually they fizzle out and botch the ending. Well, here, I wouldn't imagine they'd botch the ending, but even if that was a possibility, it's unlikely here considering that we already know how Andor's story itself actually ends, which I think could make for a really interesting season 2 finale. Anyway, there's a lot to talk about, so let's get into it. I guess one interesting question to start with would be, given that this is 50% longer than even the longest show that came before it, is it maybe too long? I mean, I've complained so much about filler in these shows so far. Many of them would have been much better if they'd been condensed to the runtime of a film. So with that said, it's kind of just insane that there's no wasted time in this show. There's not a single scene that could be cut in a way that wouldn't diminish the overall quality. Probably the closest to a redundant plot point would be that whole heist where they infiltrate that Imperial base in order to steal the money that they use to pay their personnel. Like, we don't see many of these characters again, it's not super important to the story, it doesn't have any fantastic lines of dialogue, but even then, it's kind of similar to The Mandalorian Season 2, Episode 7, which is the only episode in that entire show that I felt the need to particularly call out as a highlight. That's how good this show is. I don't think there's any better way to make that point. The episodes focused on this heist subplot are probably the most skippable episodes of the entire show, and yet they are on par with the very best episode of the next best show. Insane. And you did hear me correctly there. Episodes. There are actually 3 episodes focused on this heist. The first 2 episodes are them planning it, and then the midpoint of the season is them actually pulling off the heist. Seeing them plan it out is obviously nice, makes it clear that they've thought things through, makes it all feel a bit more real. Probably the most clever part of the plan is that they're doing it to coincide with this meteor shower that happens every 3 years. Not only will this make it easier for them to evade the Empire's aerial defenses, but it also means that there'll be far fewer personnel within the base itself, because a lot of them would rather go up to the surface in order to be able to actually watch the celestial event. And of course, the fact it only happens every 3 years creates a time-sensitive element to the heist, which gives it a greater sense of urgency. The only real criticism I have of this whole plot point, and again, this is just a criticism relative to it being otherwise a really fantastic show, is that I do think it's a little bit too easy that they already have a guy on the inside. Like, there's this very high up person in the base who has a grievance against the Empire because he had a Romeo and Juliet style romance with somebody who was one of the people they were oppressing, and obviously that was forbidden by the Empire. So sure, all of the planning and stuff is very interesting, but the most pivotal thing that works in their favor is that they are just allowed to walk into the base accompanied by this guy who has a lot of authority and conveniently defected to their side. Like, it's entertaining enough, but it's not Ocean's 11. One thing I realized here that continues to be true throughout the show is that it probably has the lowest kill count relative to its runtime. And the reason for this is that the show doesn't just focus on mindless action, but instead on intricate character drama. Not to say that the action isn't entertaining when it happens. I mean, that scene of them evading the TIE fighters by flying through the meteor shower is great. But I also realized something else that's missing from this show that made me absolutely love it. No stormtroopers. I mean, we get some stormtroopers in a flashback and some stormtroopers show up on Andor's homeworld when the Empire decides to crack down more there, but for every action set piece prior to the finale, it's just featuring regular looking dudes. I think watching all of these shows has made me realize that I hate stormtroopers because by their very nature, they make the antagonist faceless and nameless, which means that there's something kind of gross about how action ends up being treated in Star Wars. Just kill as many as you like for cheap entertainment, After all, it's not like they're real people. Here, Imperial personnel are still killed quite regularly. I'm not expecting pacifism, but at least there's a sense of honesty. There's a recognition that when these people die, they are real people who are being killed. And I think the fact that they're not wearing masks means there's more reluctance to kill them. When they're pulling off the heist, you can tell that they want to kill as few people as possible. If they were wearing white helmets that cover their face, suddenly, who cares? Let's just kill them for fun. Obviously, it's not just the bad guys who feel like real characters here. We get a lot of deep characterization as they're planning the heist. A lot of this is just them bickering based on their suspicion of other people's motivations. One of the guys, by the way, is a former stormtrooper, which again, I just love this show. I love the fact that it can recognize that stormtroopers are real people who can be reformed, and it doesn't then contradict that by having all of them just be killed every opportunity for fun. Anyway, the real subject of suspicion is Andor himself, because he's a late addition to the crew, and as people continue to get more suspicious, he eventually gets worn down and admits his big secret: he's being paid. Yes, Andor isn't like the rest of them. He's not doing it for pure ideological commitment. I mean, it turns out that actually the guy who was most suspicious of Andor was actually projecting, because after they complete the mission, he suggests that they both just take the money and run. However, Andor isn't so cynical that he actually goes along with this. In fact, he shoots the guy who makes this suggestion, and then he simply takes the pre-agreed amount of money for his wage. But there are other people who are true believers. Two women, Vel and Cinta, are very much committed to the cause. They're also lesbians, by the way, and one is an ethnic minority, so I'm not sure who wins the culture war there. Do progressives get to say that this proves inclusive characterization doesn't ruin Star Wars? Or does this mean conservatives get to prove they're not bigoted because they like a show that has a lesbian in it? I guess the real winners here would be the people who sincerely do believe that it is the quality of writing that matters and the politics is just nonsense. I mean, imagine believing that. There's another guy who's very committed to the cause, so committed that he's written an entire manifesto expressing his political ideals. He ends up getting his legs crushed and dying, which is very sad, and he bequeaths his manifesto to Andor, presumably with the hope that he'll read it and get convicted. But yeah, anyway, so Andor's whole arc for this season is about becoming a rebel, because initially he isn't. It's quite clever, actually, how they draw him into this rebel activity without him being committed to it. See, the whole inciting incident for this show is that Andor gets into a confrontation with some security guards and kills them. So he needs to get off the planet in order to escape, and as such, he decides that he's going to sell some stolen Imperial parts to a buyer for purely selfish reasons. However, the buyer is actually this guy called Luther, who is interested in the part because he believes that stolen Imperial equipment could have important information in it for the rebellion. But then when he hears Andor explain how he was able to steal the part, he starts thinking, here's a guy who clearly has no place to go, who's actually very good at stealing things. He could be of quite considerable use to me. So without Andor being committed to being a rebel, their interests happen to align such that he's brought along for the heist, the first big action beat of the show. The key point is that Andor is not committed to the rebellion. In fact, when he finds out that Luther is an ideologically committed rebel, he's pretty dismissive of it. And this is where the iconic and very important prison subplot comes into play. Basically, Andor leaves the heist with all of his money, but he ends up getting harassed by some law enforcement who just drum up a whole load of nonsense charges against him.
I don't know anybody here. I'm a tourist.
Tourists don't run.
Then I'm not running.
You got that right. That window is shut.
Now, this is an interesting choice because it happens immediately after the heist, and you think, surely from the perspective of a writer, if you want Andor to go to prison almost immediately after the heist, wouldn't it make sense that he gets caught doing the heist? I'll admit, when I first watched the show, I thought it was weird that they didn't do that, but now I can see that the reason they didn't do that is actually pretty obvious. The point is that Andor getting arrested for no reason shows why he needs to resist the Empire. When there's an Empire that has the power to arrest you for no reason and you have no rights as a citizen, you can't just keep your head down and try to pretend it doesn't concern you, because then maybe you'll get sent to prison for 6 years because someone thought you looked suspicious and tried to pin a crime on you. That's what happens when you have no rights. Anyway, so the prisons themselves are really interesting as world building. They're built on these artificial islands in the middle of the ocean. They also have no natural light in them, which is part of what makes them so miserable, although it is a bit weird that they still refer to these separate shifts as day shifts and night shifts, because if all the light is artificial, it doesn't really matter whether it's day or night, whatever. The other thing that makes these prisons so miserable though is that all of the guards wear these insulated shoes while the prisoners walk around barefoot, and if you do anything out of line, then they can send an electric shock up through the floor, which causes you incredible pain. It's quite interesting that the number of guards in the prison is very low because they maintain order through this electric floor method. The other interesting aspect of them maintaining control in the prison though is psychological. Firstly, they designate the task of keeping prisoners in line to other prisoners, which obviously creates a lot of division. This character of Kino Loy, played by Andy Serkis, basically believes that discipline and keeping order is the best way to make sure that his prison sentence passes by smoothly. So he's really strict about keeping all of the other prisoners in line. The prisoners are also made to compete against each other, and whoever does the least work gets electrocuted. This is an interesting way of maintaining control because it means that the prisoners will be working against each other instead of working against the system itself. I say that. In reality, we don't see that much division between the prisoners. In fact, even though they are kept apart and not allowed to speak to each other, we see that different cohorts have learned methods of sign language so that they can still communicate with each other. And this is where things kick up a notch, because they end up getting some frantic hand signals communicating that something really serious has gone down on floor 2, and eventually the rumor starts to spread that every single prisoner on floor 2 was killed. Now obviously we're made to feel a lot for these prisoners in this situation, and there's this one old guy who struggles to keep up, and you just feel so bad for him when he's in this situation where the least productive worker is going to get zapped, and he has this huge disadvantage of being much older than everyone else. It's just really tragic. And being old and overworked, he ends up having a stroke and dying, and this reifies the tragedy of dying in prison, and that's reinforced when they're told an awful truth by the doctor who comes along to treat him. The reason why all of the prisoners on floor 2 were killed is because a mistake was made. Someone who had just been released from floor 2 was sent back there when he was supposed to be transferred to floor 4. Basically, the prisoners aren't being let free, they're just being reassigned to other parts of the prison.
No one is getting out!
The only thing that confuses me here is that I guess they must wipe the prisoners' minds when they do this, otherwise they could just say, hey, I was supposed to be released and I've been transferred here, clearly this whole thing is a scam. The implication here is that the only way someone could possibly realise that the prisoners are just being sent back into rotation is if they are sent back to the place they just came from. So yeah, I guess they must be having their memory wiped, but they don't really say that. Anyway, what you might be picking up on here is that the Empire seems like they might be just a little bit evil, and I want to step away from the prison for a moment to illustrate this point. There's this character called Miro, who's a really enthusiastic member of the ISB, which I believe stands for Imperial Security Bureau. I just assume that based on what I imagine it stands for. They probably tell you at some point, but I guess I just wasn't paying attention. And yeah, she starts torturing people. That in itself isn't surprising. We know the Empire tortures people. But here, they go the extra mile by using this new form of psychological torture that involves listening to the screams of an alien race as they are being wiped out by Imperial forces. So yeah, that's an idea straight from the depths of hell, to use the screams of a dying alien race to torture people, and they don't stop there.
We've taken the recordings and modified them slightly, layering, adjusting, and we found a section of what we believe are primarily children, which has its own particular effect.
I'm all for an adult tone, but it's crazy to think this is the same franchise that brought us Jar Jar Binks. What would you rather listen to, Jar Jar Binks' voice or the agonized screams of children dying? It's a tough call.
More did you speak?
Anyway, so with the prisoners having realised the Empire is evil, they decide to escape. There's this really good line where Andor says the fact that they killed an entire floor shows that they don't actually have any power, because he says, power doesn't panic. So they realise that the power is very much in their hands here, especially if they can stop the floor from killing people. Well, fortunately, Andor had actually already been filing away at this water pipe anyway, so now he's able to use that to flood the floor and short-circuit it. And obviously the Empire were apparently over-reliant on this method of maintaining control, so now that that's no longer an option, they're basically screwed. But there's one final moment, one final twist of the knife. Kino Can't swim. In the moment of the escape itself, this is absolutely devastating, and I don't want to take away from that gut punch here, but presumably he knows that the prison is surrounded by water because you can see that as you arrive at it. I guess in the excitement of the escape, he forgot about the implication of that. What's weird to me though is that anyone can swim away. Certainly it's weird that the majority of people can swim away in a galaxy with quite so many desert planets. But even for a decently strong swimmer, the question is, why would the Empire go to all the effort of building these prisons in the middle of the ocean, but at the same time close enough to some dry land that if a prisoner escapes, they will be able to swim away? Although I don't know, maybe actually the majority of them did drown, because when we cut next to them trying to escape off the planet itself, there's only 2 of them left, so that sucks. They're able to escape because the planet also happens to be inhabited by some aliens who are hostile to the Empire, so they give them a lift. It does occur to me that if the Empire just built these prisons on an uninhabited or even uninhabitable planet, they could have made it a lot harder for prisoners to escape. Anyway, so still on this unbelievable streak of luck, Andor returns back to his hotel room where he was before he was arrested, and he finds the money that he had still stashed away where he left it. So then he and the person with whom he escaped decide that they need to go out and spread the word about how corrupt these prisons are, and I mean the good news is that they're going to be shut down in a few years anyway when the Empire collapses. Like from their perspective, obviously it sucks, but from the perspective of an omniscient viewer, it doesn't feel quite as sad when you're told that they're going to be increasing the lengths of sentences by orders of magnitude when you know that the amount of time the Empire has left on the clock is less than a lot of typical prison sentences are anyway. Either way, the point is that coming out of all this, Andor now sees the value of working together to oppose oppressive systems, and he's much more inclined to join the rebellion, and we even see him reading Nemik's manifesto. So let's talk about the politics. Like I say, this show does not have an obnoxious amount of action, and part of that is because actually it's a sophisticated political drama. I mean, honestly, it was a bit weird when the main bankroller for the rebellion, Luther, has this spaceship chase, and it just felt a bit jarring because that's like the only bit of action we get from him. Like The Mandalorian Season 3, we get to see how people living in the inner core are totally detached from all of the issues with the Empire, and in keeping with this, the show focuses a lot on what's called the banality of evil. It's really cool seeing all of these Imperial officers meet up and just discuss in rational, methodical terms how they're going to counteract the rebellion. That guy giving a speech about how their job in the ISB is to cure a sickness in society is such a great expression of fascistic ideology. We also get to see how corrupt they are in how they manipulate the public, and we get a guy just explaining how the way that they get the public to do what they want is that they give them false choices. It's really interesting to see how the Empire reacts to the heist that we see in the mid-season, but what's even more interesting in my view is seeing them talk about this rebel attack that we don't actually see ourselves. I love so much when shows about expansive universes actually make you feel like there's a wider story going on by telling you about things that you don't actually see, so you know all this other stuff is going on. And of course, in talking about the politics, I do need to mention the cynical tone of this show, which we first see expressed by the Empire.
We're all be asked to make a report about our crime rates, and the goal of that speech, should you ever be asked to deliver it, is brevity. Minimizing the time the Empire spends thinking about Preox Morlana benefits our superiors and, by extension, everyone here at the Pre-Mor Security Inspection Team.
It just makes the organization feel so much real when you realize there are a lot of people who are just doing their jobs and they don't really care about all the evil stuff, but it's just a 9 to 5 for them. But where it gets super ultra mega interesting is when we start to see this cynicism not just from the Empire, but from the rebels too. To keep this simple, I'm just going to focus on 2 big major cynical moves we see made by the primary rebel leader, Luther. Firstly, he has a contact working in the ISB who informs him that another rebel leader, Krieger, is walking into a trap. However, Luther realizes that if he warns Krieger, then the ISB will realize that someone's warned him, they'll suspect that they have a rat, and this could compromise Luther's access to his source. So he decides that it's worth sacrificing Krieger and just letting him die. So yeah, I'm just going to willfully let one of my co-belligerents die is a pretty callous attitude. But obviously on top of that, the main character of the show is Cassian, with whom we're obviously supposed to identify. Well, Luther wants him dead. After the heist, he takes Vel and Cinta aside and he says to them, hey, I need Cassian dead because he's not a member of the rebellion, but he knows a lot about us and that makes him a liability.
You mean kill him?
This is what revolution looks like, Val.
This is actually one of the main threats to Cass by the end of the season. What's great about Luther is that he's basically chosen to sacrifice his own morality because he knows at the end of the day, that's what's necessary to bring people together. And he understands what he's doing. We get this line from him when he's told that the Empire has started cracking down on people's freedom even more in response to the heist, saying that was his plan all along.
We need the Empire to help. We need them angry. We need them coming down hard. Oppression breeds rebellion.
The point is to make the Empire overreact so that they become even more oppressive and even more restrictive of people's freedom, and that will cause more people to rebel against them. And this all extends from the next very interesting point. Rebellions tend not to be united. We get a clear statement to this effect when Saw Gerrera just lists off all the other different factions and explains how they're the wrong types of rebel. And this is the climate where Luther has to operate to try to bring together all of these disparate rebel groups. Remember that clip I showed right at the start of this video from my video about the use of droids in world building? Well, also in that video I said it would be really interesting if there were some rebels who wanted to maintain the structure of the Empire because they were inclined towards autocracy, but they just wanted to get rid of Palpatine at the top because he's obviously on a personal level incredibly evil. I definitely think that would be really interesting, but that might be just a step too far in terms of nuance for this show. Pro-Empire rebels. The main relationship is between Luther and Mothma, with Luther running a rare artifact store that Mothma frequents, and they talk within that context. Honestly, it's a pretty clever plan in terms of laundering money. Just collect all this useless old junk and then charge whatever you want so that all of these wealthy aristocrats who support the rebellion can give you loads of money with plausible deniability. Mothma is a lot less cynical, a lot less active, and a lot less radical than Luther. Although even then she does say at one point that she intentionally presents an image of herself as weaker than she is, so that people assume she's just a bleeding heart trying to reform the Empire from the inside, rather than more of a radical who's actually trying to destroy it. But her top priority for this season is just that she's trying to move her money around, so she has a relationship with this scummy guy, again cynicism, who says that he'll be able to help her with laundering her funds. And she's like, hey, thank you, I want to pay you for your services so I don't have to owe you any favors. And he's like, no, actually, I'd rather you owed me a favor. Set up your daughter with my son. So that sounds like a kind of random request as I present it here, but there's actually a lot going on in this show with Mon Mothma's personal life. Because the culture she's from has this tradition of arranged marriages at 16, which she's opposed to. So, by the way, is her sister, Vel. Small world. But her daughter is actually really into this tradition, and there's a line about how a lot of the old traditions are more firmly held to on Coruscant than they are even on their home planet. Which, you know, reflects an actual real-world reality, which is that often immigrant communities tend to stick to their traditions even more firmly because it's the best way of connecting themselves to that identity now that they no longer live in their ancestral homeland. So yeah, that's a whole contended dynamic, and then on top of that, her husband isn't really that interested in politics. He's quite willing to go along with the Empire, so she's not really very close to him. And it probably doesn't help that they got arranged married at 16. Yeah, lots going on for Mothma personally. And that's great. It makes her feel like so much more of a sophisticated character. Now, while the Rebellion has their own internal divisions, the same is most certainly true of the Empire. Specifically, we see a lot of mid-ranking officials sniping at each other in order to try to advance their own position.
Supervisor Miro, do you mind having your integrity ventilated in public?
No, sir. Supervisor Blevin obviously finds my conduct a more interesting subject than the advancement of integrated Imperial security. He's put a lot into it. I'm curious to hear his insights.
At one point, this woman, Miro, the torture lady, totally dunks on this guy and just hardcore owns him, and then she's speaking to a higher up who was like, hey, nice job, you handled yourself really well there, but also, watch your back, you don't want to get too clever. To be fair, she actually made a really good point. Up until that point, she's been constantly constrained by what is and isn't considered part of her jurisdiction. And she's like, yeah, I'm sorry that you're all morons, but obviously the rebellion is going to be operating across the galaxy, so there needs to be a galaxy-wide effort to take them down. Indeed, it becomes her own little pet project that there is some specific individual who's trying to organize the rebellion into a unified front while also disguising that they're doing that at the same time. And she is the real threat to the rebellion, constantly tightening the noose as she works out more and more to take them down. Anyway, let's jump back to the beginning, because this is one of those stories where at the end we end up going back to the start to show how much things have changed. And in going back to the beginning, I get to introduce the best Star Wars character ever conceived, Cyril Khan. Cyril is just such an interesting guy because, as I've already said, we see plenty of evidence that there are people within the Empire who just don't take things very seriously.
I don't understand.
I want you to conjure a suitable accident. And let's make sure it's on the far side of the plaza. Let's get it outside the leisure zone.
But they were murdered.
No, they were killed in a fight. They're in a brothel, which we're not supposed to have, the expensive one, which they shouldn't be able to afford, drinking Reva-Enge, which we're not supposed to allow.
Cyril is, on the other hand, what we in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland call a jobsworth, which is pretty much what it sounds like. He's someone who's obsessed with the menial responsibilities of his job, and he's a huge dweeb about it. However, he's also kind of lovable. The fact that he's there, caring about law and order and justice while no one else does, makes you really feel for this dude on a mission. And he also has this adorable bromance with this slightly chubby Scottish guy who's like, hey, it's good to see another fellow enthusiast for law and order. I don't know, it's just interesting to have this completely different dynamic where there are people within the Empire frustrated with the lack of oversight. And the other thing that makes Cyril likable is that he's actually incredibly competent. Like, it only takes him a few days, even with restricted resources, to identify Cass as the murderer. But then he attempts to apprehend Cassian, and this is where it all goes wrong, because he escapes, and a good number of Cyril's men get killed or injured. Again, it's so awesome seeing an action scene from the perspective of someone working for the Empire, and you're identifying with him. Like, from his perspective, these deaths are a tragedy, and the fact that the overall operation failed is a disaster. And there are some moments where the arrest operation feels like a comical farce because neither of these two guys in charge of it are that good at warfare, but again, that just makes you love them even more because they seem like the underdogs. Anyway, so Cyril ends up getting fired, and to add insult to injury, the people who write the report don't even spell the name of the planet, Ferrix, correctly. And then there's this whole subplot in the middle of the season where we just see Cyril living his sad life with his mother who's constantly needling him about being a failure. He works a mundane job and the whole time he's obsessed with catching Cassian. And again, this isn't presented as him being evil. He's just a guy who cared about doing his job well and feels unfairly maligned for having taken a genuine threat seriously. And this gets compounded when Miro ends up discovering that Cassian is in fact significant to Luther's organized rebel network, and she even brings Cyril in to talk to him to this effect. But even when he's proven right, Miro still wants nothing to do with him and shuts Cyril out of the investigation entirely. And yeah, his basic plot for this season, and it's given quite a lot of focus, is that he's made it his personal mission to be the one who takes down Andor and redeems himself. I could say this for almost every subplot, but as we approach the end of this video, I'm really interested to see where they go with this guy in season 2. I can't wait. He genuinely is the most interesting Star Wars character ever. I mean, who even comes close? He aspires to greatness despite poor circumstances. He's punished for being the only one who cares, and he's proven right and yet receives no kudos. There has never been a villain like this. But it's not all about villains, and it's been a while since I've mentioned the titular title Andor, so let's briefly just return back to his story for this season. Like I say, right at the start he kills these two guys, and his main plot for the beginning of the season is just trying to escape being caught by Cyril because of this. However, one thing I didn't mention is that he literally shoots one of the guys in cold blood as he's begging for his life, because he knows that if he lets the guy live, then he could get ratted out. So that's a really early indication that this is not going to be the type of show that sacrifices realism in order to make the characters more one-dimensional and morally sympathetic. There is this cute little Wally-like droid who's kind of funny, and he also has a stutter, which makes him feel sort of adorable and vulnerable. But yeah, early on there's also this little love triangle thing, which doesn't really matter. The main thing is just that someone ends up ratting him out, and that's how he ends up meeting up with Luther. Also early on, we get a lot of flashbacks to his life growing up on this Amazonian planet called Kenari. There's sort of a colonialism theme here. The people on this planet have a very simple tribal life where they're in touch with nature, but meanwhile their planet is being exploited by the Empire in order to access its resources. And apparently there was some sort of environmental disaster which made the planet uninhabitable, and Andor ends up getting rescued by a woman who's an explorer and eventually becomes his adoptive mother. He also has a father who we're told was hanged for rebel activity, and it's actually quite clever. During the heist, when he tries to come up with a fake name, he comes up up with the name Clem, and it's only after he returns to his home planet that we're then told that the name of his father was Clem. When he returns, by the way, the Empire has become way more oppressive, and a lot of people blame him for basically being the reason that the Empire is cracking down a lot more. Also, by the way, the first thing we ever see him do, literally his first line of dialogue pretty much, is that he asks someone whether they know a woman from Kenari, and it turns out he's looking for his sister. But when he returns back to his planet, his mom is like, okay, honestly, you've just got to stop asking about your sister, because let's be honest, she's probably dead. And after this point, they don't follow up on this plot, so I'd be interested to see if it goes anywhere. Honestly, it feels like it doesn't need to go anywhere, like there's so much else going on in this show already, and based on how cynical the show is, it really wouldn't make sense if she wasn't dead. Anyway, so after he gets arrested, his mother starts planning a rebellion of her own, but she gets sick and dies. The Empire, of course, planned to use her funeral as a trap to catch Andor, but not only is he able to evade them, but he's even able to sneak into their base and rescue his girlfriend Bix, who has been tortured. Honestly, it's kind of dumb that he's able to evade a trap that was set up specifically to capture him, but I guess it's his home turf, so maybe he knows more of the secret passages and therefore he's able to avoid them. And he's also helped by the fact that at the funeral, a giant hologram of his mum appears and starts telling everyone to fight against the Empire, and that causes a massive riot. So at this point, a lot of Imperial people end up getting attacked, and Miro is almost killed, but she's rescued by Cyril, who, unsurprisingly, has gone there to see if he can capture Cass. Also, Vel and Cinta are there because, again, Luther still wants to murder Cassian because he thinks that he's a liability. But Cass ends up confronting Luther and he's like, okay, yeah, you're right. I know a lot of information. I'm a liability because I'm not committed to the rebellion, so who knows what I might do. So, how about this? You can kill me, or you can welcome me into the rebellion. And that's how the season ends. We've seen Andor go from a petty criminal with no allegiance to anyone to now committing himself to the rebellion. And then on top of that, we've had some of the best character writing ever seen in Star Wars for several of these characters. Indeed, I could maybe argue that at least the top 5 best written characters in all of Star Wars media history can be found in this show. And I guess that's what can happen when you make your show 12 episodes long, because you actually need that much time to explore all the nuances and details, and you don't just stuff it with filler because you want to take this incredibly small story and stretch it out without actually adding any substance. Genuinely fantastic. I'm gonna go watch season 2.